I could stop the rain. You are the one, my type of man. Let's have some fun, nobody understands. I wish I could feel through this fire. I wish you were here, so you were here.
made this one.
Nigga, we don't beef in public, wait till ain't nobody around. Do 'em like Kane Cousin. I spilled the four inside the whip, I got the scat buzzing. My nigga coulda kept hooping, he got a whack jumper. Nigga, still a whack son. My nigga shoulda kept hooping, he got a whack jumper.
100 shots plus another chop, that's a block for that bitch. Keep pulling on my pants, told her stop tugging. If you acting like a chicken, you get smacked dumpling. If you don't know shit, bitch, stop making assumptions.
Fully told you get killed for wrongly assuming. Every time we find out where that we gon' do it. Pull up, drop 100 shots and had the block jumping. Like you beefing with your label, you ain't drop nothing.
You can come count the shit or don't, nigga, stop fraying. Nigga never put my card, nigga quit the bluffing. Leave a op head by my feet, fuck around and punt it. Tired of shooting, call TJ, tell him to sub. Brody say I rap good as hell, shitting off for real. I probably rap your bitch ass for real, nigga, no chill.
Nigga, we don't beef in public, wait till ain't nobody around. Do 'em like Kane Cousin. I spilled the four inside the whip, I got the scat buzzing. My nigga coulda kept hooping, he got a whack jumper. Nigga, still a whack son. My nigga shoulda kept hooping, he got a whack jumper. 100 shots, plus 100 shots, I'm coming back dumping. Like I did the song with the shred, ain't see the strap coming. Niggas know what we do to ops. Catch the ass and traffic, chopper rain, they make it really hot.
Niggas out here acting like they gang, but they really not. TJ hit the gas on the scat, got me spilling drop. Fiends knocking at the door, they need that Fetty Wap. Them bitches keep on trying to hit the crib, might have to change the spot. Lurking on the ops in the hood, going block for block. I'm clutch with the Glock. 5 seconds, I'ma take the shot. Nigga, you got a whack jumper. You better take them chances, my nigga snatch something. And if you catch me in the club, you know the strap coming. And I never leave my mans, we back to back dumping.
Nigga, we don't beef in public, wait till ain't nobody around. Do 'em like Kane Cousin. I spilled the four inside the whip, I got the scat buzzing. My nigga coulda kept hooping, he got a whack jumper. Nigga, still a whack something. My nigga shoulda kept hooping, he got a whack jumper.
100 shots plus another chop, that's a block for that bitch. Keep pulling on my pants, told her stop tugging.
He got a shack jumper. He can't shoot a free throw. He can't hit nothing. Nigga, I got the trap jumping. I just made 6 racks off of 6 onions. Nigga, that ain't no weed neither. This the ugly white bitch, I call him on the Lisa. Nigga, we ain't wrestling either. I got this big Undertaker for you John Cena's. Dame shoot the pistol left hand, call him Tayshawn. Beat a nigga almost to death, call him Ray. Them boys can't shoot long distance, call him Ray John. Who broke? I'm all just post $250,000 bond. These niggas bleed when they see us. Call them 10 pounds, we know the lead tees wet. Call him alkaline, spilled the paint in the vet. Not a coupe fry, ain't gon' lie, they shot my whip up, then like 2 died.
All right, what's going on, y'all? Shout outs to everybody in the building. This Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see you guys here. It's Player Talk Radio. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Shout outs to Double M, in the building. Mike Matroke in the place to be. Shout outs to Cynical in the place to be, man. I started a little bit late / early on today's show. I'll be going live at a weird time, y'all. It's like I'm a little late going live, I'm early. You know, if I'm a little late going live, I am early. You know, but shout outs to everybody that been rocking with the show. It's so much going on. We've been talking about so much. You know, the last couple shows, man, they've just been marathon shows. You know, scattered information, but decent, real good information. A bunch of gems. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff that I wanted to cover. It's a lot of fresh and fit stuff I want to cover. A lot of Jubilee stuff I want to cover. But, you know, I'm starting to realize, you know, moving forward that some of those topics, yeah, they're deep, and some of those topics can be dark topics. But got to do it over on Rumble. You know, like War Master said, you know, definitely got to do it over on Rumble because, you know, some of that stuff is hey, Rumble coming up in the game. War Master wasn't lying, you know. YouTube will flag you, or certain people will flag you if you review videos from Rumble on YouTube, and it's like you probably better off reviewing Rumble videos on Rumble. So more on that later, man. We still got to do movie night. Hopefully we can get to that this weekend. We got a goal of $50. If you guys can hit the like button, support the show. And let's get to our goal of $50 and beyond, man. I can't be doing these marathon shows for free all the time, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So definitely, if you guys enjoy and rock with Player Talk Radio, definitely let's get to our goal. Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Mike. Mike said, I voted for back to civil rights. Your thoughts? Oh yeah, I'm gonna get into it. Definitely. You're absolutely correct. It's just been a big ass reset, and it's like, if you really pay attention to what's going on in the community now, man, everything is like just back to where it is, and not just like black people. It's just everywhere, you know. And I somewhat talked about this in my book, you know, Dating After COVID, how the world is resetting itself. And everything is going back to square one. I mean, look at politics. You got the orange man in office. You got Negroes that can't figure out politics. Everything is just getting resetted back to square one. People trying to tell us we're going back to slavery. America gotta close up and lock itself back up and you know, basically unionize and reconstruct itself and start, you know, producing. America gotta go back to being self-sufficient. I don't know, so much stuff to talk about. Like, you know, there's just so much stuff. Tariffs. Black people still don't know how to goddamn date. You got a lot of people that are extreme. Like, look at what we got going on right now. You got Kanye. If y'all haven't heard his recent music, that shit is crazy. There was some weird video I saw on Academics' Twitter page. Kanye wearing KKK outfits. Umar now all of a sudden trying to go and talk about divorce court. Just so much stuff. Like, I can't, like, Myron going crazy. Twitter is Stormfront all over again. And Reddit. Tariq Nasheed. We got to catch up with what he talking about these days. Everything is on the brink of what we've already went through, you know, back in the day. Dudes running around here calling people tether, don't even know their own lineage. Society's just in a disarray. Young niggas just running around killing everything. So much stuff. Where do we even start? You know? Where we gonna start? There's so much stuff to cover. Hold on, y'all. I'm multitasking. I'm doing like a bunch of things at once, but we're gonna get to it. Don't trip, y'all. Player Talk Radio. Thank you for rolling with a brother, and thank you for letting a brother roll. You dig what I'm saying? All right, let's get into it. Let me do this real quick. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, let's do this. All right, let's get into some of the stuff we got covered. Shout outs to Overdose Last. Yeah, let's get straight into it. Let's get into some of this content. Shout outs to Overdose Last. We'll get to stuff that I've been talking about for years. But
man, when I say dude just beat the hell out of me, but it's all good though, 'cause I got what I came for, which was the I don't care that your baby mama seen my TikTok or none of that. It don't matter. You beat my ass and I'm still running my mouth. You beat my ass and the video's still up there and I'm still not deleting it. You beat my ass. You just beat my ass. It's all good. I don't care though. Cause I'm riding hoe. I'm riding in my shit. You needed me. I didn't need you.
When I see tall because
alright, now what the hell is going on? Like, even the quote unquote black warrior class is compromised. Let's get it.
He gotta be tall. When I see tall dudes and they be sweet, it be weird to me. Maybe I'm tripping. But you gotta be at least over 6 feet, bro. And it's a lot of sugar in your lemonade. Like at this point, your lemonade is diabetic.
Well, yes I did because I wanted a good and you gave it to me. It's all good, though. Oh, I got a headache out this world. Y'all, that man just set me up and beat the f out of me. I'm so mad right now, but I ain't mad because it's funny. But I got a headache. I'm hungry. I'm finna go get some shrimp. And all I'm finna think about is that ass whooping that I just received. I probably needed that. I ain't playing with trade no more. I didn't think that video was gonna go like that. The baby mama found out. He called me over there acting like he wanted some more. I fell for it. Should have known that he wasn't on that. And just beat the f out of me. It's all good, dog.
Boy. What the hell?
I'm gonna keep saying this, bro. I said this in multiple videos. Fellas, if you like playing in peanut butter, man, you gonna beat the man up because he exposed you. Now, I ain't gonna hold you. Nah, I can't even say that for this situation. Usually I'd be like, yo, if you a side chick, you signed up for that. I don't even know how to categorize this. How do you categorize this? If you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you signed up for that. You knew the man had a girl. That don't even sound right coming out my mouth because I don't think it's right for dudes to be living a double life like that. That shit is dangerous. As a woman, I know that gotta be embarrassing because the way y'all be looking at dudes, you be looking at dudes like your protector, you know what I'm saying, your provider, like if something happened out here, I know my man got me. And then you find out that he like eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on the side.
I was using that.
No, I'm not using
What?
You know,
The only thing I hate more.
That's crazy. Shout outs to Angry Man. How did Angry Man made it on Overdose Laz's show? Well, anyway, I mean, you know, Angry Man fled in the shorts market. So, you know, shout outs to Angry Man. I'm seeing him pop up on Twitter and not Twitter, but Instagram and YouTube a lot more. So shout outs to Valdez, man. Let's get it.
More than a coward is somebody who knows they're in a safe position, so they completely show out because they're in that safe position.
And I used to feel like that when I was in school. I used to get in trouble, but I was never teachers. But it had other students that used to get in trouble with teachers, and they used to take it to another extent. And I'd be like, bro, the only reason that you're doing that is because you know this teacher not gonna put hands on you.
It's kind of like when a police officer handcuffs a criminal and then beats the crap out of the criminal after he's handcuffed and can't really defend himself.
Facts.
Or how women know and understand that there are certain restrictions that keep men from retaliating against them.
Facts.
When they try to do things towards men.
Facts.
Now, mind you, every man damn near knows what the hell he's talking about. And this is the quote-unquote patriarchy that men have set up. Another thing we got to talk about on today's show is how we've worked our way back around to the point where we got to start renegotiating basic rules. What we claim to be traditional. If we haven't changed and the world changed and we want to be traditional, why haven't the traditional laws and rules and stuff held up to protect the traditional man in today's society? Definitely hasn't. Because we're right back here talking about basic shit. Should have seen it coming. You see a bunch of guys got together, form a sector about women and cooperation. What patriarchy did? Let's get it.
Thing is, if the restrictions were removed, would you have that same energy?
I heard this from someplace before. The dude was like, back in
probably our sector,
the cave days, right? If a caveman went outside and saw you and he wanted you, he's gonna hit you over the head and drag you back to his cave. Now you his. The only thing keeping men from doing that right now is other men. We've seen videos like this online. A young lady is,
bro, just take all out of the manosphere playbook. He said, I heard this somewhere before, and then repeat the manosphere after hearing something from a manosphere guy. All right. That's how we rocking, okay.
All up in the dude's face, cursing, and he's just ignoring her, and then she's smacking the shit out of him, and he ignoring her. And the dudes that's around, they're not stopping her from doing what she doing. And you hear dudes in the background like, you better not hit her back. You better not hit her back. And then eventually, it get to the point where homie can't hold it in no more, and he haul off and smack out of her. Then the whole neighborhood is jumping on his ass. To me, the only reason why she was acting like that is because she knew that she had the royal guard behind her, and they was gonna jump on his ass.
You said something about my grades. Okay, your grades.
Yep, that's a straight up manosphere talking point. Regular cats wasn't talking about that, not in detail. That's how you can tell when it comes from the space, because it's well articulated, because we have said it over and over again, and we know how to say it a little bit more efficiently throughout repeating it over and over and over again. What's going on? What's going on, Ed? Good to see you, player. What's going on, big dog? Welcome back. Shout outs to everybody here. Hit the like button on the way in. We need at least 5 contributors to reach today's show goal. Please hit the Cash App. Show the show some love and support. I got y'all on the content. We just getting started. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
She wanted to say something, but now that I'm behind her, no, it's my opinion.
cracked my phone. My phone's cracked.
That's actually crazy. You wanted to start it. Not me.
I'm still saying it.
Okay.
I'm still gonna say it's ugly.
And this is the phone right here. This is his phone that got smashed.
Right here in the ice cream shop. You with us?
When I first saw a video of this girl, it was...
Hold on, bro. Did they antagonize her and then call the police? All right, hold on, bro. I get it. You cannot slap people's property. You gotta keep your hands to yourself. I understand that wholeheartedly.
Okay, but you need to understand that you're talking to a woman. They don't keep their hands to themselves, and they fucking violent, man. Violent. Shout outs to Fasting Is Life, man. He tagged me in something that Base Pluto put up on his channel. You know how they always try to say that men have a woman problem, like, you know, oh, these guys have mother problems and stuff like that. No, that's not the case. What Base Pluto put up on his channel is actually true. A lot of men grew up with their mama and they love their mama and they trust their mama. They grew up being lied to. They go out into the world and they believe that they could trust women, and then was the problem that you know, it became the problem that they love their mamas. The problem started that they trust their mama. And that's when they learned or thought as a kid that they could trust women. It's when they find out they can't trust women. Some of the stuff that get done to them. Look how much dudes get abused by women, thought it was normal. Then they realize later that, hey, that's not normal. Alright, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it.
But you followed her. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to be one of those type of people.
All I'm going to say is if I ever had 3 daughters who tried to unalive me over some Wi-Fi, hit me with a brick over some Wi-Fi, almost caused harm to my mama over some...
You know, you got women finding out nowadays you can't really trust women, that they're not sugar, spice, and everything nice. They themselves and a lot of the women that they deal with. Crazy. And you can't say too much about the men because the men are always the evil ones. So, you know, in this story. Boogeyman.
Oh, babe, you got to go home to glory. You can't be on this planet no more. And I would accept that somewhere down the line, I failed as a mother for my kids to be reacting so irrationally over some technology. But this isn't the first.
I can admit.
Because technology's raising them. Why are you mad? You put that shit in their hands. I think adults tend to forget certain events are big for kids, like phones and technology and certain things of that sort. Remember on the last show, I was telling you guys that kids wasn't walking around with cell phones like that. Used to be looking at kids like, how did you get a cell phone? Kids are getting way better quality technology and phones and all kinds of stuff that we didn't have as kids, or we had to work for it. Now it's completely changed. Completely changed. Now it's like, why don't your kid have a phone? The phones are raising the kids nowadays. Kids don't even want to think for themselves. Now we got a new generation of children using AI. You want to talk to people or you want to talk to machines? Most people are trying to be machines nowadays. The metaverse, You know, your social life nowadays consists of how well you use a machine or utilize an interface backed by a machine. Why do a resume by yourself? Let AI do it. Why come up with ideas for a show? Let AI do it. Fuck it. Don't even become a show. Let AI put together a whole show. Let AI do the thumbnail. Let AI do the title. Let AI do the tags. Let AI do the voice. Let AI do the visuals. Let AI do the description. Humans don't need to view your channel. AI can view it. Just let AI do everything. What's going on, Ray? Peace to you, player. Good to have you here. Shout out to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Support the show on the way in. Hit the Cash App. Support the Player Talk Tariffs. Hit the Rice Fund. Pass the collection plate. Show some support on the tuition. Giving y'all some good game. What is an imagination nowadays? When the last time you really even heard that word? I knew it was over when I saw kids turn another Asian kid into a millionaire by watching him unbox and play with toys. Kids are becoming millionaires by watching other kids unbox and play with toys. Your toy is an iPad.
As a parent, I've allowed my son too much access to the internet.
Now the parents are walking around like, "Woe is me. I didn't think he'd do that. You know." But you put a big screen, a big juicy tablet in it. As a kid, my job was making sure I don't break my bicycle. And toys and shit like that. I didn't have to worry about protecting a phone or a phone screen. Y'all saw that video where they put that Game Boy in that little girl's hand and she was trying to touch the screen? It's like, oh, it don't work like that. We didn't have no touch screen as no damn kid. Our phones didn't even have it. Razors and sidekicks. Those phones didn't have touch screens. These kids don't have to fucking get allowance. All they gotta do is open up an online account on their damn tablet and be self-sufficient by themselves. With Robux and playing Minecraft and fucking Fortnite all day. Man, kids are adults.
My son is 6 right now. In his 6 years of life, he has owned 3 iPads. One got destroyed.
See?
The other one was kind of outdated, and he has one of the newest iPads right now.
An iPad at 6. You see? Just got done telling you this shit. Right, cynical. Your kid is bred to have a social media before they even know what a social life is.
He's well versed on phones. He knows how to use the Apple phones. He knows how to use the Galaxies. To an extent, it's like, oh, he's so smart. He's really into technology. But once you try to take the iPad away from him, or once you try to take the phone away from him, he turns into another person. And I've been doing my best.
You don't know who the fuck to turn into. You don't know who to turn into. When you give your kids a phone, their default setting is going to be throwing a tantrum. Their default setting is to be throwing a tantrum when you take that phone or any type of technology away from their kid, because that's their external organ. Who's that kid going to be without the phone? You didn't teach that kid to be anybody without that damn phone in his hand. Real talk. You took the world away from him. Y'all hit the like button to support the show. Hit the Cash App, y'all.
The amount of time he turns into another person. And I've been doing my best to limit the amount of time he spends on that iPad. Technology is fucking our kids up.
First time that we've seen kids lash out over having...
And you still don't take the phone out their hand. Like I said, as a kid, you had to trust your parent. And your parent had to trust you. Come home when the street lights on. Let's get it.
Electronics restricted or taken away from them. And although the behaviors that they've demonstrated are not normalized, a lot of us are not willing to accept that most of us are addicted to technology.
Facts.
Whether it may be immediately going towards your phone when you wake.
It's called internet addiction. And you know how much men, back in the day, you know how much men had to go to therapy and lost their family over internet addiction? Women used to use that against fathers and men for the longest time. And they're still doing that with video games. But see, it's until the phones came out. I told you women act completely different when the phones came out and they acclimated themselves to the phones. You want to see what sex is really addicted to technology? See, without the phones, there is no attention to women. Without the phones, that dating pool go right back to normal. That's why a lot of people don't want to put their phones down. Because your dating pool go right back to normal. You stop getting inundated with fake shit. Honestly, that's what both sex needs. Men used to get divorced. Women would divorce men, take their kids, all kinds of stuff. They would really try to make the man feel like he's just trying to get away. Not cheat, not do nothing. He just stay on the computer. They're just trying to get away. Play their video games, do whatever. Decompress. Get rid of the stress. Men really lost their livelihood because they thought they were addicted to the internet. Now look at everybody, including the women that were telling y'all that y'all are addicted to the internet. It took everything from you. Internet in your pocket right now.
Wake up in the morning.
Facts.
Or getting frustrated when the Wi-Fi is going too slow.
Facts.
All of that is dependency.
Yes.
So none of us really truly know how we will respond if that was stripped away from us. Because as with any addiction, you will do whatever you need to, no matter how you got to do it, no matter who gets hurt in the process, to get whatever it is that you were looking for. And in this case, it was the Wi-Fi. Think about how a crackhead reacts when they can't get their drugs.
Facts.
And then mind you, adults will act the same way, if not worse, because they have a little bit more power than kids.
Think about how an alcoholic would respond if they found out you took all of their alcohol that they hid from everybody.
Facts.
It's the same thing.
She's speaking
So
truth.
parents, myself included, whenever you feel like giving them their tablet or their cell phone because you want them to get out of your face, just know that you are aiding in their dependency for technology.
Facts.
Just something to think about. Y'all leave y'all thoughts in the comments. Peace.
She preaching. She basically said exactly what I was saying just now. All it was me trying to get him out my face so I could finish editing my videos, dog. I try to make it better by putting on like certain educational programs. Come on, kids are curious. So eventually he started.
Get him out your face so you can use the same technology that he's using. Y'all don't hear yourselves. I give my kid the phone so I can use my phone.
Started clicking off of those educational programs and finding.
Take your kid to work with you day. Spend the whole day on the internet.
And other stuff. He's all over YouTube. He's looking at all the shorts, downloading games and stuff like that. Be careful with that technology with your kids. Imagine you watching all my videos, laughing your ass off, but you still ain't subscribed. You got commitment issues, dog. It's free. It is free for you.
What's going on, UFO? UFO say maintaining a rotation without the internet is a different level. These internet players are clueless. Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say, man. I'm glad I got to see, experience, and got to do that in that world before all of this came. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Hit the PayPal. You guys can also support the show by heading over to my coffee store, which I'll put in the chat. Definitely another layer to support the show. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to everybody over on the Rumble side of the game. Make sure you stay on the humble side of the game. Hold on, y'all. What's going on, Evron? Good to see you, man. Yeah, man. I've been dropping a bunch of legendary content, man. It's ridiculous, man. Super underrated channel, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I need you guys to share to make everybody aware, you know? I need you guys to subscribe to the tribe and support the show as we go, so we can keep the show going. You know, we in the red on Player Talk Radio, so we gotta get back in the green. And also, we're I think we should be able to apply for monetization soon, but you know, I got to get a couple of things put together real quick before we definitely do that. Yeah, we can apply for monetization again, but I'm going to wait till Sunday, you know, put everything together. So definitely, you guys, please hit the like button, hit the Cash App. We're an hour into the madness, 49 minutes past the hour. It's Player Talk Radio. Good morning, everybody. I am your gracious host. Let's get back into it.
You to subscribe and hit the notification bell. That way, YouTube not going to control when or how you see my videos. Come on, people. What's going on? What are you waiting for? I ain't begging. I'm asking nicely. Don't make me ask you again.
Y'all ain't about to like what the fuck is saying, but I'm about to clear this shit up. One thing you just never see on social media is as dads or baby daddies talking about their baby mamas or anything. So you will really never know if a girl is a good mom or not. It's like, but you always see baby mamas on social media talk about the dads and shit like that. And sometimes it really don't even be the dads that's really deadbeats for real. It be the mama who making it hard for the dad to be a father. Why? One, this is the top mother reason. Because if he don't want to deal with you, he have another.
Hold on, y'all. God damn it. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why I did that. We gotta run that back. I like how now women are coming onto the internet and saying stuff that we've been saying for years. I like how now it's just a whole new group of people just coming onto the internet spouting shit that we've been saying for years. Like it's an original thought. Because now you're hearing a bunch of women now all of a sudden talk about child support and divorce court and all kinds of stuff. Now all of a sudden you're hearing women talk. Now all of a sudden it's a woman's issue. Now all of a sudden. We're going to talk about Umar a little bit later. Real thorough. Yeah, now all of a sudden everybody's talking about child support and child support issues and stuff like that. There's a young lady. I wish she, I'm going to see if she's going to hit me up. There's a young lady that came out with a book recently. Let me see if I can find the name of this book. There's a young lady that, a young author that goes by the name of Brooklyn Madison. And she says, due to the overwhelming complaints, aka motherfuckers being in their feelings, I've officially decided to recall all copies of my book. The title of her book is Y'all Are Bad Bitches But Terrible People, and issued an apology. Apparently too many folks weren't ready for the truth. Thank you for everyone who has supported and purchased my book while it was out. It really hurts my feelings because I put blood, sweat, and tears into creating this book to uplift and encourage and support our black women. But I guess it wasn't what people wanted. So if you already pre-ordered, congratulations, you now own a collector's item. And she did a whole photo shoot. And she's a pretty beautiful sister. You know what I'm saying? And the name of her book are Y'all Are Bad Bitches But Terrible People. And the funny part is that y'all are starting to see a resurgence of a lot of women taking up, I guess, what people will call pick-me opinion or pick-me personalities. Pick-me personality. Pick-me personality. Right? Because a lot of women are realizing and have realized, even as young girls, you know, a lot of times it's really women that have personality and stuff like that and character. They're not one-trick ponies, or some are one-trick ponies with their personality and character or whatever. But you got a lot of women that don't follow modern women nowadays, and they get bullied, you know, for not being a part of the beehive. Renegade bees, you know. You even have women that push the misandry and the anti-male narratives that will still get their ass beat up by a bunch of other women that really don't care. It's really when you have a personality, no matter which way you go, good or bad, you're going to get stomped on by the sisterhood. Look at Cynthia G. She can't hang around a group of women. Even the women that she built up. Look at She-Ra 7. She can't hang around a group of women. Bitches are the most fakest people towards each other. She-Ra 7. As much women that follow her, thanks to the internet that man created, and the podcasting and the microphones and the mediums and stuff that men built that women take advantage of these days. Even turn around and say, take the microphones away from the men that created them and this internet. She can't do a march with women that she can trust. Why you don't see women marching like that? Unless a white woman or a different race of women or organization of women put it together. You can't be no individual woman and deal with women like that. It don't work like that. Why can't Chrissy throw a march? Why can't the Fort Harriet woman throw a march? Why can't Paris Milan throw a march? Why can't Tanya TKO throw a march? Because these are women that can't even hang around women in packs. Because guess what? They would start to agree with the men that they swore not to agree with. Look at how Amber Rose had the slut walk and had to back up off of the slut walk once she started realizing what women are doing. And she already knew what they were doing. They already knew. It's when it turned against you, that's when all of a sudden you have to pretend like, oh my God, I didn't know, you know. Just the same way that these women are now all of a sudden getting on the internet and regurgitating and repeating talking points from men that they called losers and misogynists and all kinds of fuckery yesteryear. Amazing how the tables turn. How a lot of people want to be these same incels or hold these same opinions and positions and talking points of people that they once called incels. Umar. Jason Black. Every single woman that's on the internet talking right now. Thanks to the manosphere. Because the original ideas and stuff that they would have got on the internet and talked about, that wouldn't put bread on their table. Let's get it.
Or baby daddies talking about their baby mamas or anything. So you will really never know if a girl is a good mom or not. It's like, but you always see baby mamas on social media talk about the dads and shit like that. And sometimes it really don't even be the dads that's really deadbeats for real. It be the mama who making it hard for the dad to be a father. Why? One, this the top mother reason.
Look how new they are with they stolen talking points. Talk about some you can't prove if she's not a good mom. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And I tell you, a lot of people that's full of shit on the internet, they do car videos. Pay attention.
Because if he don't want to deal with you, he have another girl. Oh, baby.
And they never thought about it like that until they became the girl that he got that the baby mama's tripping over. And if they probably hit the kid. You had to become a stepmother or thought about becoming a stepmother or deal with a guy that has kids before that thought crossed. And guess what? When they have baby daddies, they won't stop to do the same thing also. They learned it. They acquired it. They understand why other women do it.
It's just like you can. Y'all can have a conversation and shit like that. But just like y'all be stopping them from seeing their kids over them want to move on and shit like that. And it just be like, oh, if they don't want to be with you or see you, or they're not, or they're giving it to you, but they're not physically giving you the money. It just be like, come on, really a deadbeat for real.
It's very rare that you see a dude on the internet complaining about his baby moms. Now, I'm not gonna act like it don't happen. It be happening. Sometimes Shorty might do something. So
shout outs to New. New said if she needs child support, she not a good mother. Shout outs to New. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe to Shaka Nulu's channel. Bro, we still gotta do that black pills, the black pill panel, man. I'll be dropping the link, man. Shout outs to New in the building. What's another version of it, New? If she needs child support, she can't support the child. Like I said, going into the future, I think men need to take full custody of the kids. And now you got a lot of women that's fake out here. You know what I'm saying? Not even, you know, they're pretending like they want the fathers in the kid's life. They don't care about the fucking kids. It's all about the check. You got women right now saying that if a man cashes them out with M's, like if you got a guy that will cash them out with a couple million, that it's okay for him to say he don't want to see his kid no more as long as he cashed them out with a couple million. Basically, give me the money up front and go on about your life. Basically, since the child is the check, because that's what's been slowing them down. Since the child is the check, they don't want the slow money. They rather the money up front. And you know what's funny? Let's say that becomes a thing, which is, I think that's fucked up. It's another payout, but it's fucked up, right, y'all? But let's say that becomes a thing. That they get cashed out and like they get a couple M's. And it's like, go on about your life and go keep the child, right? When that mother spends all of that money and run through those M's, they are going to drag that kid, they're going to drag that father back to court. And it's going to be another problem. It doesn't even make it better to give, to give the kid up in the beginning and get a whole bunch of M's. Then that mother recklessly spends the M's. The court ain't gonna say nothing to her. They're gonna be perfectly okay with her dragging your ass back down to the courtroom. So what are we talking about here, y'all? An hour into the madness. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Hit the coffee store. Giving you some news you can use. It's Player Talk Radio. I am DJ Kuda, back on the ones and twos. Shaka Nulu says the child used to go to the father. Absolutely. UFO says dudes look confused when they see you meet and connect with chicks from their online social medias, from their online social circle, and none of them have ever met you online or offline before. Hilarious. True. You said the second version of financial abortion. Yeah, it's coming. It's on the way. It's being beta tested. I already showed y'all what was going on with those two lesbians. dragging a man to court already and the kids are in their stomach. Not even they kids. All right, let's get it.
That you gotta come on the internet with it.
You said, can we review the story about Shorty canceled book? Yeah. Shout outs to her. I asked her if she had a PDF file or something like something that she could send me. Because the name of her book, and she's pretty too. Her name is Brooklyn Madison. And the name of her book is Y'all Are Bad Bitches But Terrible People. I commend any woman that put out literature or a book or anything, at least attempting to speak to the opposite sex. I commend them. Because women are community minded. Also as men, but women are community minded, or should be. They should be able to talk to other women about certain issues and things that they're seeing. You know? What's going on, Eric Bird? They should be able to do that. There was one lady that was talking about how she recently went to Disney World and she was upset because the women were at Disney World, a place for family and kids. Women was at Disney World butt naked. Ass out. And you got to go there with your kids and stuff, and your kids got to see that. You know, men catch indecent exposure all day. They catch indecent exposure charges all day. Police get real creative when they want to lock up men. But when it comes to women, man, they get away with murder. Coochie out and everything. They use women as a way to trap men. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Show some love. Show some support to the show, y'all. Everybody talking about foolishness on the internet, man. I'm giving y'all some real good game on today's show, man. As always. Coming off a bunch of marathon shows, man. Definitely need to catch up on the support. It's Player Talk Radio. You said Disney taking your kids anyway. What's the difference? That's true. That is true. That is true. A lot of kids got indoctrinated through Disney. I might have to do a story on that sister. You know, get her story out. Let me see if she got a social media or something. I told her I'd advertise the book too. I would like to read it. I'll definitely do a voice narration for the book. But we got a lot of topics to cover on today's show, man. They all gonna kind of bleed into each other, man. Y'all know what it is, Player Talk Radio. Hit the like button on the way in. Support the show, y'all. Player Talk.
Need public proof that she's crazy, but usually it be the baby moms. I know somebody. You know, yeah, I know somebody. We all know somebody, but I know somebody who had a kid with a chick, and you know, it was by accident, bro. Him and his girl broke up. He started messing with this other young lady. You know, it really was a one-night stand, and she had a baby. She didn't even tell him she was pregnant until the baby was born. And when the baby was born, she tried to make it where, well, yo, you got to be in a relationship with me now. And he's like, you ain't tell me that you was pregnant. You ain't tell me. I didn't know about none of this. And now that the baby is born, you want me to break up my relationship to get with you? He was trying to do the right thing and be a father. And, you know, see the boy, buy stuff for the boy. And that wasn't enough for her. So what she tried to do? She started doing mad little shit. Like, she tried to get him to sign his rights away of being a father. Then she tried to take him to court for child support. Now, mind you, at the time, he was dibble-dabbling in illegal shit. So he had a good amount of money. And the amount of money he was giving her, it was more than enough. I'm talking about he was giving her enough bread where she could pay for her rent, her car note, and still have money left over for the kids, because that's usually what y'all be wanting anyway. The kids be the last resort, honestly. From what we be seeing on the internet, a lot of times when joints get that...
You see, that's the problem. And that's why a lot of women are trying to take the instant cash out, especially when you have the money, whether it's illegal or not. And that's why they will hold the law over your head, because they know that you don't need them people all up in your business. And they know you won't get the kid neither, because you're dealing drugs and have a little bit of disposable cash. Even then, because they count in your pockets, you got to be careful with giving her all of that money and you know, resources all at once. You got to be careful with that. It's a privilege. Because you could give her a hard ass time. And that's a fucked up, that is fucked up for women to take the instant cash out than the father being in the kid's life. It's nasty work. We gotta talk about it.
Child support money, the kids be the last resort. But anyway, he had enough bread, and he was giving her enough bread for that. But that shit wasn't enough. She was still bitter because he wouldn't be with her. So what she do?
Yeah, he with another woman.
She took him to court. Still trying to figure out why she took him to court. But during the court proceedings, she tried to get him locked up. The same money that he was giving to her to take care of her kids and take care of herself, and he didn't have to. She tried to get him locked up based on how he made that money. She told the judge, hey, he's a scammer. He sells drugs. Like, she literally telling the judge that. I still don't understand that. Like, that's mentally, I feel as though you do something like that, you must have took the short bus to school. Like, why would you try to fuck up how this man is making money to take care of your child? Now, I'm not saying it's right what he was doing. He definitely was dibble-dabbling in some illegal shit. But still, you that bitter?
You know, everybody always loves saying, oh, I got options. It's like, okay, are those options ones that you really want, or are they just there to make it feel like you have options?
Facts.
Because let's be real, half the time, the people who are your options, you're only entertaining them because the one you want isn't acting the way they're supposed to.
Facts.
So now you sitting there happy yourself up like, oh yeah, I got a roster. But if the one you wanted to act right was acting right, called you right now, like, yo, pull up, you coming, right? So do you really have options, or do you just have distractions? Because I promise you, baby, there's a difference.
You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I can have enough of you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute.
And let me tell you something. Songs like that, if y'all pay attention to all the game I've been giving you guys, songs like that been coming out when the internet was forming. See, women actually paid attention to you and held on to you a little bit longer when they didn't have an overinflated dating pool. And everybody has an overinflated dating pool, meaning that you have dating options, but that don't mean you know how to take advantage of your dating options. See, around that time, when we started getting these dating websites, a lot of y'all fellas start getting duped into it. The reason why I tell y'all, have y'all noticed on here, I don't really promote y'all using internet dating sites. There's some you can use. I gave y'all endless game on how to use them as a tool. But y'all notice I don't promote using social media. Because it's fake. It stimulates the ego. It gives women what they want, and it deprives men. All those women that y'all swiping left and right on Tinder and stuff like that, it makes it seem like you have options. And you probably do, but you don't. You didn't approach all those women. You didn't earn the swipe left and right on those women. Half those women, you wouldn't even have talked to them in real life or dealt with them in real life. And what it does is it hypes up your ego in an unsatisfactory way, because guess what? You just sitting up there, a fool with a phone. You sitting up there swiping left and right all day and don't got no dates. You dived in everybody's inbox and ain't get no play. And you still find yourself in red pill spaces on the internet trying to figure it out. Horrible. That shit is a tool to get women on the phone, and honestly, it's better to get their Instagram than their phone number. But see, y'all still gotta learn rejection. There's a whole bunch of stuff y'all gotta learn. Y'all gotta support y'all interests, man. Throw something on the Rice Fund. Y'all show the show some love. Hit the Player Talk tariffs. Support your interests for people that supports your interests. Y'all still gotta learn that rejection is real and it's a good thing. It's a safety curve. You have no business dealing with every single woman that you want to deal with, or every single woman that you're attracted to. It's a blessing to get told no by a woman. Trust me on this one. You have no business dealing with every single one of them. If you got every single woman that you ever wanted, your life will be fucked up right now. Either by her or you. It's a beautiful day to be listening to this game. And it's a beautiful day to be here. Support the show, y'all. You said problem is dudes used to write those songs. Yeah. Neo. A lot of y'all don't know. Neo wrote that song for Beyonce. Neo got like 5 bitches now. That independent single woman bullshit, he threw that shit out the window real quick. Neo. Go find Neo and Jaheim. Put them on Club Shay Shay. That's what he need to have on. He need to have on Neo next. Neo started creating the same bitches that he hates. Shit, somebody go check on The Dream. He probably changed his musician name to The Reality. 2025, y'all. If I make you laugh, you owe me a like. Share to get everybody aware. Share the show, y'all. Support the show. That shit crazy. Shout Shouts to UFO Kamikaze. I said the same thing. You got people still trying to figure out who they are online. That's why them kids acting a damn tomfoolery, and adults the same way when you take their phones away from them. Your phone, y'all, and you heard this on Player Talk Radio, is an external organ. You have an invisible umbilical cord attached to your phone. It took some of y'all to figure this out in 2025. You said, but if you can't say if you meet a chick in the physical, get her socials, that's fake too. No, I absolutely can say that, new. You absolutely, if you meet a woman in the physical, get that Instagram. Because sometimes you don't got the time to be qualifying her and asking questions and try to do instant dates and stuff like that. You go get that Instagram to see if you're wasting your damn time. You get that Instagram to see what type of woman she is. Does she have a kid? Who she know? Do y'all got mutual friends? That Instagram gonna tell you everything you need to know. You said Neo's from Vegas too? Damn, that's cold-blooded, new. Yeah, you need to get that Instagram. A lot of the younger cats, they don't want to get the Instagram because it's a dead giveaway. They're not ready to see that truth about the women that they want to project their insecurities and securities onto. Your imagination. Or what they seen off the internet. That's why they don't want to kill the fairy tale. That's why I said, if y'all got every single woman that y'all wanted, y'all would have fucked y'all lives up by now, whether by her or by yourself. Because also, too, we bend the rules for women that we like. We'll see it clear as day. She got an attitude. She rude. Whack jumper. And the woman that we would let get away with shit, that's the one that we would let lead us to our demise. Greater men have fallen. Don't think you better than greater men because you got that phone in your hand. That phone that you don't even know how to use these days, or misuse these days, or confuse these days. Let's get it.
Baby.
I remember that Beyonce song. That perfectly describes what she's talking about. Because let's be honest, since the beginning of time, it has been easy for women to get men. It's easy. You might have your girl, y'all break up. It'll take a longer time for you to get somebody than it'll take for her. That's not true. Because even while y'all together, I'm pretty sure.
Y'all copy us so much, y'all don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. For the beginning of time, it has not been easy for women to get men. It has not been easy for women to get men from the beginning of time. Women could get men, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're getting the men that they want. Women are a hot mess. The internet allegedly alleviated all of that. That's why they utilize it and run to it the way they do now. The internet is a man in and of itself. It substitutes it. All right? And men, it's hit or miss. Y'all got to stop being lazy. If you want to go get a woman, you got to kick up some dust and go get one. It's just as easy as both sexes to get a man or a woman. Pause. When a man approaches a woman, she gets a man. stop being lazy. The internet got men acting like women, thinking that something should come to them all the time. Because they don't know how to obtain it. And they got to use the red pill or manly talking points to pep themselves up to go talk to women. When you go talk to women, you stimulate their dating pool and you stimulate your dating pool. Why do I have to explain this in 2025? Why? The other day I was on his show and he couldn't grasp the concept that talking to women, just the fact that talking to women, you're in her dating pool. He couldn't fathom or grasp the concept to assume that women always are dealing with men or got men around. I don't know how that went over his head. And a bunch of content creators and people are on here have been saying this for years. And they've been copying and repeating stuff from the space. And it's like, how is this news in 2025? Because I could go on the whole tour and find a bunch of content creators and it'll rub them the wrong way because I said that. When it's the truth. Ain't nobody tell some of y'all to take up the mantle of talking about dating if you pick up a microphone. Respectfully. The niggas up here talking crazy about me because every so often I choose to pick up literature or learn about something or cover something. And not even just do that. I have field work put in. I have a unique education in this field that didn't come from the internet. Man, we doomed. We back in the civil rights era, damn near. Kanye got on a KKK outfit. He's putting out Funny Mustache Man music. The hoteps are getting extreme. Donald Trump's in office. Everybody think we going back to slavery. Goofy ass niggas. And for some reason, we still need somebody to sponsor this show. If it was fuckery, oh, there would have been all kinds of support. Y'all hit the like button and support the show, y'all. I got you, new. We gotta break it down on the show. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. UFO says, when you're really the same person offline that you are online, you can discuss shit like UFOs and not give a shit how people you've never met feel about it. Being real isn't always trendy. Absolutely. I'm the same guy, if not cooler, offline, you know? News said it's easy for them. It's easy for them. Not getting men they want doesn't matter. No. They've utilized men to get what they want out of them. You know, like resources, attention, and non-sexual attention. Rest in peace to Alan Roger Curry. But the internet makes it easy. The internet has an illusion. Because even with the internet, me telling you that you have to assume that they're talking to somebody. Cool. That don't mean that they're talking to quality guys, though. Or dating quality guys, you know? So that's why when I bring up certain things and I'm watching how people assume and stuff like that, you get a lot of information out of that. Big tip. Ray said, I wouldn't advise for any man to get with these westernized chaos goblins. You said slavery. I'd rather go to war and go in a blaze of glory, you know? Right, New. I've been the same person also. But let's get it. Let's get back into it.
Sure is dudes that wants to replace you. I can't say we should be blaming the women. It's really because us as dudes, we just easy. We easy. You don't care if you a distraction. You don't care if she don't really want you like that. As long as you able to clap them cheeks, you don't give a damn. Like, think about it, right? If you find out a girl is cheating on her dude right now, majority of these dudes out here that's messing with a chick, you're not gonna care if she's cheating on her man. You're not gonna care if she have a boyfriend. You still gonna clap them cheeks, right?
Actually, no, a lot of dudes would care. But you got a lot of women that line it up and backdoor their boyfriends. You got a lot of women that set it up. Trust me, I've been on both sides. Now, me, personally, I've never got cheated on. As far as I know. I never got cheated on. But I don't put it past me that a woman was slick and hid it from me. You understand? I'm not going to get on here and lie to y'all and be like, man, I'm that nigga, man. I'm that nigga. I never got cheated on. No, I never got cheated on as far as I know. But I don't put it past me if I probably did. I don't put nothing past no damn woman. And like I said, I've been on... By the time I hit like 27, 29, I've already asked God. I told God, man, look, I've already had standards. I already said, yo, I can't deal with married women. I'm going to stop that. Nah. Women can cheat all fucking day. They'll fight a bitch. Men, even if you willing to fight another nigga or glass somebody's ass, it don't last long. Rest in peace to Trouble. After a while, you're going to get tired of jumping out windows. You got to bring a gun with you. Got to make sure nobody fucking with your car. You know, niggas get their homeboys to fucking watch their crib sometimes too, or their neighbors. It's a cold game. For some coochie? Used up coochie, by the way? Nah, man. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Y'all support the show. Let's get it.
Now a girl is cheating on her dude right now. Majority of these dudes out here that's messing with the chick, you're not gonna care if she's cheating on her man. You're not gonna care if she have a boyfriend. You still gonna clap them cheeks, right?
I feel you.
Whereas I feel as though it's a lot of females out here that if she find out you have a girl, she's not letting you clap them cheeks. Now I'm not gonna act like it's other joints out here that's not gonna give a damn, but most chicks will give a damn. That's a level of respect that they have for themselves. The reason why it's easy for chicks to be
right, Evron,
you're replaceable, is because a lot of us dudes don't have no respect for ourselves. We don't hold the ladies accountable for their actions, because at the end of the day, if we're gonna get what we want,
no, you're not just replaceable, you're disposable. And that's another thing too. It's not even about holding women accountable for their actions. It's not about holding them accountable for their actions. as men, the real power that you have is the ability to step the fuck off. You get a better reaction out of women when you step the hell off. You're not even going to sit there and try to SBE or explain to them some shit that they know that they're doing. Women won't even date women. Women know they're giving men a shitty deal. They save a lot of that behavior for y'all niggas. They change up with whoever they with. I'm glad a lot of lesbians are starting to get a raw deal right now. I'm glad they're starting to get treated different. All right? Now I need you guys to do me a huge favor. I need you guys to hit the Cash App. We're about to go on 2 hours. We're about to go on to 2 hours. I want to open up the panel because we're about to get into some real flammable information. I want to open up the panel. So let's at least try to get at least 2 contributors to today's show. We're looking for a show sponsor. Let's at least try to get 2 contributors to today's show. And aside from supporting the show, I need you guys to do me a huge favor and head over to hempforfitness.com. Don't be an April Fool. Head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Head over to hempforfitness.com and use coupon code T-Tube 8 T-Tube 10 to get 10% off. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Feel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Yes, head over to hempforfitness.com. Give me 1 second. Let me put the website in the chat. Make sure you guys are 18 and over. Shout outs to 1,000 Sons in the building. Good to see you. Good to see you, player. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Shout outs to LT Man. Pin that to the top. All right, on the poll, I asked you guys, do you see the social reset we are living in through modern times? 22% says yes. It's back to civil rights. 0% says no, it's progressing forward. 33% says all of this sucks. And 44, majority of the people say everything resetting. Absolutely. I'm glad you guys see it. Head over to hempforfitness.com, y'all, and support Player Talk Radio. All right? News said, yeah, I don't care if she has a boyfriend. I ain't with her. Right. But you got to be careful, too, because, like I said, rest in peace, Trouble. it's best that you set up that situation than she sets up that situation. Women don't know how to set up a situation. Some do. Most don't. That man will come in that house and unsubscribe both of y'all. And won't give two fucks. 1000 Sun said, I used to always F side girls in my current girl crib or car. Women don't care. Yeah. And it's a little bit different too when you cheat on somebody in y'all bed. Can't come back from that. That's a personal attack. Psychologically. Do y'all homework on fucking bitches in y'all bed. Damn, they gotta throw the mattress away. Yes, the internet has taken over. Social media has become more important than social life. Women rarely admit to cheating. They admit all the time nowadays on this damn internet. But women we listen and we don't judge. Women rarely admit to cheating. It's a safe assumption that most men have been cheated on. Women are way better at cheating. Sometimes we try to keep the girl at a distance and shit like that. A bitch will cheat with a nigga down the hall. A bitch will cheat with your neighbor. Half y'all niggas already done played Xbox with a nigga your woman done slept with and don't even know it. Exactly. And women will say, I bet you tell all the girls that. And be like, no, I don't. I'm just telling you that today. I think you're cool. Or you could be like, what's today? Oh, Friday? Oh, I've only told one person that, and that's you. You're the first person I talked to today. You know, you get tongue in cheek. It ain't even what you say, fellas. It's how you say it. And how you set it up. Right. Not everybody has the same problems with women. Some guys, their cup overrunneth. I know my cup overrunneth and have overrunneth millions of times. Some guys, they're trying to get a girlfriend. They haven't even fathomed sleeping with women that are cheating on their men. Hasn't even crossed their mind. Yeah. It's cause you're pre-selected. That's why I tell you guys, if you're having problems with women, go to the middle of the mall and go get you a $60 fake ass wedding band. Put on a fake wedding ring. And you'll have all the women in the world. Some women will break up with you because you don't have a wife or kids. A lot of time y'all be thinking women want to get into relationships with you, and they probably do. But a lot of times, women will be okay with one night stands. They have them more than men. Mind you, women aren't just sleeping with heterosexual men. They're sleeping with other women too. And gay men. Mind you, women don't give a fuck. They'll break up with you because the particular relationship that they want with you is no strings attached. You know? Ha! No strings attached. You know? And this is why, listening to some of this internet jargon and shit like that is confusing a lot of y'all guys. You know? Confusing a lot of y'all guys. Right, I agree. I agree, UFO. Yeah, some ninjas are pre-selected. You said my homie used to call me new ho. That's hilarious. I wouldn't even say it's 20% anymore, Ray. It's about 30, 35. And then like the 20% will be like a hard concentration. Pause. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show if you're enjoying the show. Let's go.
Out the situation. Who cares? Who cares? Especially with social media. Before the internet, your girl could be walking down the street and 10 to 13 dudes trying to holler a day. Daily. Right? She can't go around the corner with somebody not catcalling her, trying to see what's up. Now she got Instagram.
No. That's a little bit of the equation. But also, yo lady. Your lady had friends and other people also. Women weren't just walking around all willy-nilly like that. Women used to walk around in packs, especially if they look good. Dimes had to be extracted. Nowadays that the internet is out here, the internet has fucked up beautiful women. It really has. It's diminished it. It's diminished it. We're going to get into it. I need y'all to do me a favor and support the show. I don't know how much times I got to keep saying this till I'm blue in the face. I should really put the show on pause because I want to open up this panel. All right, y'all hit the like button and support the show. Y'all are enjoying the show. We got more than 3 people here enjoying the show. We can at least get 3 supporters, y'all. Let's get a show sponsor. Let's open up this panel because we're going to get into Ruby Rose trying to blame DDG as to why she's doing OnlyFans and shit like that, as if she wasn't getting flown out and getting slawed out. And I love Ruby Rose too. She's a beautiful woman, but we're going to talk about that too. I want y'all to chime in on some of this stuff. All right? Y'all hit the like button and support the show. And that's another thing too. Shout outs to New. That's another thing too. Women will say, oh, no one night stands, no ons, right? No one night stand. Let me tell y'all something. If you have a woman that's saying no sexual talk or no one night stands on her Tinder or OkCupid or whatever the hell goofy website you're using to talk to this woman on, those are the main ones that's doing it. Those are the main ones that's doing it. Women that say, I don't want no one night stands or are having one night stands on that goofy ass app. For the women say, oh, I don't want to talk to misogynist men, they're the same ones sitting up there all day on that goofy ass app talking to misogynist men. That's the main shit they're indulging in. That's why I gave y'all a gem telling y'all on y'all social media websites and y'all description that you're using to catch women, you need to use chick crack. You need to tell them, hey, if you're a Scorpio, don't hit me up. But then go around and inbox and message Scorpios and stuff like that. Get they ass to read your profile and slide in your inbox. You become a little bit more appealing to them. Create a conundrum. They do it all the time. It's a part of their language. Learn to dance. Wake up.
You know, now she got Facebook. So that's even more dudes trying to see what's up. If you have that level of
1,000
attention coming your way, you know for sure if you choose, you don't have to go a day being single. And really, She's right. A lot of these things
Right,
is
right,
distractions.
UFO.
A lot of these dudes aren't dudes that your girl might particularly want. The crazy thing is, here's the crazy part. You might be a distraction and you don't even know it. You might be in a relationship for years with your girl and really you're not the dude that she want. You just a placeholder.
What's going on, Mr. F? Welcome to the show.
It's situations like that where a chick will be with a dude and he a placeholder, but then he eventually grow on her. And then probably 20, 30 years down the line, she like, you know what, man? I've been lying to myself and I've been lying to you and I'm so sorry. And I just need to go out here and live my truth. You might be a placeholder, dog. That's like when I was saying things like, I feel as though.
Shouts to Eric Bird. Eric Bird said, even the women with husbands/spouses or mates look miserable. Man, you got women that got husbands that are actively dating. Also, too, can't just throw it on the women. You got dudes that got rings on their fingers that are actively dating also. Hit the subscribe button, y'all. We are 5 subscribers away from 4K. All right? Y'all hit the like button and support the show. Hit the Cash App, y'all.
Right now, this day and age, we have too much options. And when you have too much options, you can never settle on one because you might think you're settling on this one, but in the back of your mind, you're like, damn, I wonder what this option would be like. And I wonder what this option would be like.
And see, that's the wrong advice. But shout outs to bro. The thing is to have a bunch of options, not even, because you don't really need all those options, honestly. Options are overrated. Nobody really talks about that. Options are absolutely overrated. Options breed confusion. Options breeds confusion. It's good to have options and say, this is the one I want. It's good to have options and say, this is what I want. You dig? All right. Let's try to open up the panel, y'all. Let's get it.
Cease to amaze me to the degree or the rate that these super bops come back later in life.
Shout outs to MTR.
Get up on podcasts regretting their decisions to ever join a paywall site like an OF to make money because it A, either limits their options in the dating game or B, limits their options from a working perspective into the future. But nevertheless, here they are. The case study that we have here today is none other than a young lady named Ruby Rose. Now, if you're unfamiliar with who she is, stay unfamiliar. Don't go look for her. But brief synopsis, alleged industry thought rapper, has an OF. At one point, was making $1 million per year.
Now, this is the thing. You know how much women that are regular, square women, that have OnlyFans? It's normal nowadays. Normal. Salute. Welcome to the show, y'all. Hit the like button on the way in. Hit the Cash App. Y'all get way more game out of me with it. So y'all support the show, y'all. All right. You said if you a side nigga in parts of your rotation of women, they don't count among real. You said if you're a side nigga in parts of your rotation of women, they don't count among real men. Yeah, a lot of women in your rotation don't count. Some women are just side quests and stuff like that. Honestly, if you a side guy, the main woman or the woman that you really like that or women that you hope making your main shouldn't be in that category. You know what I'm saying? The women that are the women that you know are cheating on their dudes, those need to be side quests. Cause some of y'all be seriously consider women cheating on their men as your main girl. You know? Goofy dudes. I get it. The deception's there. It's a little bit different. Cause there's an extra little edge to the shorty and there's an element there. You know? But honestly, once that shit go away, you realize you really don't have nothing. Some of y'all get off on the same thing women get off on. Meaning that little edge and that y'all could get caught. I hate to say it because like I said, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm a real player, bro. Like, that's what's keeping y'all together in a lot of cases. Because once that edge is gone, and she not dealing with old boy no more, and she ringing your phone a little bit too much, or whatever is going on, you're not really as attracted to her as much. She was a little bit more attractive and more appealing when she was cheating on her dude. But guess what? Guess what? Now that she not with him, she boring. She annoying. You see, when people are cheating, their spouse, a lot of times you get the real them, or when you're cheating, that woman gets the real you. Sometimes both of y'all are cheating. Or both of y'all are cheating and are together. Because your spouse are cheating, or just both of y'all are cheating. But y'all get the real each other. They get the real you. But the difference is that the spouse knows the real them. It's like getting somebody without all the bullshit or minimum bullshit. And once they get rid of their guy or whoever they deal to deal with you, then you start getting the real thing. They start nagging. They start getting annoying. They start, you know, it's a turn off. Real talk. You said exactly, Kuda. Women on my friends list complain about getting messages from married dudes. Yeah, but they deal with those married dudes, and they entertain those married dudes. It's a exhilarating feeling knowing that you're wanted by somebody that shouldn't want you. It's it makes you feel, it strokes the ego to a certain degree. It makes you seem more desirable than probably what you really are. Some people just want to get away from their spouse. You dig? Women can't really gauge it. You said, yeah, because those husbands are tired of the goblin they chose to marry. Dummies. Exactly. You know? And I explained it too when I was explaining certain people's situation when they wanted to, speak on my situation. You know? A lot of you guys, when I gave y'all the concept and revamped the concept of the starter chick, shout outs to Rom Wills. A lot of you guys deal with adjustable sevens, adjustable fives. A lot of you guys don't wife up the dimes. Y'all wife up regular women, or just, or over time your wife's looks, she gets comfortable and she starts to let herself go. She doesn't dress up for you anymore. You're not, some of y'all, once they got to know them, again, like I said, y'all get to know each other. They slow down. They don't dress up no more. They don't do nice things. They don't do their hair up anymore. And sometimes when sometimes it's hard for y'all dudes to gauge, because when they continue to do that stuff, you don't know. They out there looking for a new man. Instead of really dressing up for you. You get that bonnet. You get the bonnet biatch. But a lot of you guys are cheating on your wives, not just because they become annoying or they let their looks go and stuff like that. A lot of you guys, y'all don't want a lackluster woman, because I mean, you end up becoming a tyrant too. You end up riding on cloud nine every so often, or misused. But a lot of you guys won't allow a woman that you probably look better than or carry yourself better than to make you become an incel if that's your wife. And a lot of you guys will cheat, you know. And honestly, women lie to themselves also. A lot of women want a guy that they know could cheat on them, but don't. It puts a lot of the monetary value on their value. It puts a lot of fake value onto them, or real value for that matter. You know? Y'all be giving them a little too much credit. At least they have somebody that's desirable that other women want. You know? Peace. What's going on, BS? Shout outs to BS in the building. What's going on, player? You said, Kuda, I have a Muslim Bangladesh chick hitting on me. How should I deal with such a situation? Those type of girls, just keep taking them out to eat. And then work your way into so suggest she go out to eat with you. Go eat some Middle Eastern food. Go eat some couscous or some quinoa, or go out somewhere with her and go eat some baba ganoush or some hummus or some falafel. Take that bitch to go eat some goddamn falafel and some Bahraini chicken or some shit. You know, take her out to go eat some Middle Eastern food and talk to her. They like that. They love that. That's what you should do if you want to get her. And then slowly progress on to like going to movies and doing other things, you know? Y'all go grab some drinks and go eat some Middle Eastern food and enjoy y'all night. That's how you get those women. Talk to them. They like to talk. Dish. You know, do your thing. Bangladesh, right? Do your thing. Yeah, that's why Costco give you too many options. They know if they give you all those options, you're not going to choose the right thing. You're never going to choose the right thing. You know? And honestly, the option piece, because other races and people know how to handle options better. Americans, we get inundated with options. We get overwhelmed with options. You know, you have a PlayStation, but you don't just have one game. You have a variety of games. Speaking of food, go to a carry-out, not a carry-out, but go to a all-you-can-eat buffet in America. We have so much options. The funny thing is that us in America, we suffer from gluttony and we don't even know it. And that's one of the sins in the Bible. What's going on, Joey? Good to see you, player. Good to see you. A lot of us don't even know it, that we have options and we suffer from it because we believe we got to catch them all like Pokemon. Now, you can never catch them all. The thing about our options is when you go to a carry out, it's all psychology, right? For example, a lot of y'all want multiple cars. You can only drive one at a time. When you go to a carry out and you see all of that food, you are engulfed by gluttony because your brain believes that you're obligated. Not if you will. You probably could, some of y'all. But your brain feels that you're obligated to eat all of that food. All right, my bad, y'all. I'm back. Yeah, like I said, hold on. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. You know, we've been going for about almost a little bit over 2 hours, y'all. Let's open up this panel real quick. I want you guys to chime in. But like I said, like you feel like you're overly obligated. You know, you're obligated. You feel like you're obligated to, you know, to eat all of that food, and you won't. You know, you won't. You'll just waste a bunch of food. We suffer from gluttony. We suffer from gluttony really bad. And a lot of us, it's you know, it's in our culture. Somebody has to bring it to your attention before you even make any changes or say anything about it. It's like, oh damn, I do kind of act like that, or oh damn, I do go to carry outs, or not carry outs, but like buffets, and a piece of me does feel obligated to all of that food, whether I'm gonna eat all of that shit or not. You know, it's a phenomenon. It's not even a phenomenon. It's so common that it's culture at this point. American culture. America tells you to have variety. It teaches you variety. There's a lot of stuff that you have. There's a lot of stuff that you have access to that you will never use. And the irony of it, and the irony of you not using certain things that you have access to, is because you have access to it. Over access. You know? And some of this stuff, before you even realize or would use it, it has to be taken away from you first before you realize its use. You know? Exactly. Too much of anything, Mr. F says too much of anything can make you confused or an addict. Yeah. Being stimulated a lot. Shout outs to Joey in the building, man. Good to see you, man. Let's open up this panel, y'all. If she doesn't acknowledge you, if she doesn't acknowledge you publicly as a relationship partner, or just or just a sexual partner, she don't respect. Play dumb if you want. That's true. There's a lot of truth behind that. There's some truth behind that. You say y'all still saying adjustable. Yeah. Most of the women you really want are sixes that you can adjust or influence. Well, what it really is really it's subjective, and it's a man's mindset. Most guys don't know how to navigate or use a scale of 1 to 10. Most people, and most of the women and people that you want, especially as guys, women, it fluctuates. Obviously, you know how picky they are, but most of it, most guys want or will take a woman that is at, if they like, if a guy says that he's a 6, he'll be okay with a 7 or a 7.5. He'll be perfectly fine with a 7 or a 7.5. So most guys would like a woman that is slightly more attractive than them. You know, most guys will prefer and will take a woman that is slightly more attractive than they are. You know? Yeah, a lot of people started copying a lot of the content I've been putting out over the years, because a lot of people wasn't calling, I'm pretty sure you know, and we talked about it before, but a lot of people wasn't calling married guys incels. You have a lot of married incels. True incels are married men. You know? Because a lot of you guys are listening to guys that never got sex like that, so they don't know. But if you're a guy that you know it's abnormal for you to not have sex weekly, or you're in a relationship where you have a partner and y'all are having sex weekly. If not, you know, when you get locked out of that, it's a big deal. It's even more of a big deal for a guy that used to get it on a daily basis because it's a part of your routine versus a guy that can't obtain it. Two different two different things. Two different school of thoughts also. You know? Real incels are the married people that can lose it all if they cheat. And they're getting, and they get held out on. You know? Yeah, a lot of the 7.5s and ups have been flings for me also. Shout outs to Coach EO. Coach EO said it. Date the baddies, marry the average. Yeah, that's how it usually works. Average women get more men than baddies though. The internet is doing baddies dirty now. The bad bitches got to fucking, everybody's bad now. Bad bitches got to eat ass to stand out. What's going on, Rainwater? Pause. Some dudes and chicks deserve the abyss. Absolutely. I know she likes to talk, brown sausage. Pause. Man, y'all hit the like button. Support the channel, man. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Support the show. Y'all getting a lot of game out of this show, man. Show the show some love. Show the show some love. You dig? Oh, she like to talk. I'm telling you, take that woman to go eat some hummus and stuff like that. Even if you don't eat that shit'll surprise her that you eat hummus and Middle Eastern food and stuff like that. Shows her that she can bring you into her culture. Go get some curry, some Indian curry chicken and shit. That shit good as hell too. Speaking of video games, Nintendo's getting hella backlash for their new game prices. Certain games are coming out $80 to $90. Yeah. 80 is the going rate now. Games used to be like 50, 60, 40 bucks. What's going on, Bros? Flat Power God? Good to see you, man. Okay, I got to check that out. Coach Greg Adams had a rant about Anthony Edwards. Yeah, some of these dudes going to start getting mad. Some of these dudes going to start getting mad because you got the next wave of dudes coming in doing what they did. Making content and not giving people their credit. And then get credit for creating a space they never cared about, gave a damn about, or created. Wait till they start doing damage. I mean, they've been doing damage and destruction and stuff here. And start doing damage and destruction like that. Niggas getting mad and shit. Oh no, I'm gonna have to delete that comment, Ray. I'm not cool with Mr. Fantastic. I'm not cool with Mr. Fantastic. But I'll check out Coach Ray. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I ain't cool with Mr. Fantastic, bro. That nigga is another nigga that helped destroy the space. I don't want to hear shit from him. He over there assimilating to other channels instead of continuing with the mission. He over there SB simulating with the channels and stuff like that. He doing it, y'all. What's going on, Brownie? Shout out to Brownie, yeah, in the building. That dude a whole sellout. Was Chris G? Chris G in the building too? Welcome back. Chris G said, I saw a nigga say the game is a scam. Man, these people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't listen to half these people. They don't know what they're talking about. Hold on, y'all. You said perfect example. Derek Jackson, his ex-wife is attractive. His I don't know if he's still married to her, but that woman is a weirdo. That woman is a weirdo. But if she does herself up, yeah, she can be attractive. But that woman is a full-on weirdo. You know, that woman is a full-on weirdo. Oh, who is it? Chris G. Who used to hang out here and they say game is a scam. They know better. That's why a lot of people fell out with me. It's like, okay, well, if you don't know how to obtain no broad, and of course, you bound to get mad. You bound to get mad at somebody that has a little bit of game. All right, I'm gonna drag the show a little bit. We need some supporters. Hold on, y'all. We need people to support the show. I'm gonna just take my time because it makes no sense. I'm gonna be sitting up here and dropping all of this game. And y'all getting the content, but barely supporting the show. Shout outs to the real supporters of Player Talk Radio. You guys are greatly appreciated, but we need y'all to support the show. Get I don't know why this isn't working. Hold on, y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's common. You don't even have to hold on. You don't even have to I'm trying to get this thing to work. You don't even have to be dating no exclusive chick. She gonna be on OnlyFans. All right, we should be back. Yeah, like I said, you don't even have to be dating no exclusive chick, and she gonna have her OnlyFans. You know, you be thinking you're dating Gabrielle Union. Hold on, what is going on with this thing? Hold on, y'all. You be thinking you're dating Gabrielle Union or somebody like that, and it's like, no, you're dating a regular chick, and you got to put up with OnlyFans and twerking on the internet. What the fuck is going on with this damn thing? Hold on, y'all. Yeah, it's Friday, y'all. Let's get it. Hold on.
It will never cease to amaze me to the degree or the rate that these super bops come back later in life, get up on past, regret it, never join an OA because it either limits
And that's
their
another
options
thing
in
when
the
I'm
dating
telling you
game or
about
B,
the internet and how it's changed society and stuff like that. Women are overly abusing the internet. overly abusing it. Pay attention.
Options from a work into the future, but nevertheless, here they are. The case study that we have here today is, but brief synopsis: alleged industry thought rapper has an OF. At one point, he was making $1 million per year, putting up her cakes, standard modern issue shit. Anyway, Ruby Rose trauma dumps about her ex-boyfriend DDG talking her into doing OF and the consequences.
And y'all are seeing some of these beautiful women resort to doing this. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what's going on with this Wi-Fi. Hold on, y'all. Let me fix this. I want to bring y'all a really good show. All right, we should be a little bit better now. Okay. Un momento. My bad, y'all. All right. Shout outs. Thank you, bro, for starting off the support. Shout outs to my brother KM. Dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for starting off the support for the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you, bro. Let's get it.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Thank you, bro, for starting off the show support and being the sponsor of today's show. Thank you for supporting Player Talk Radio. As always, shout out to my brother KM. I appreciate you, bro. Like I said, now is the time to go get you a dime because the dimes and the baddies, they're on discount. You know, they're on discount right now. They're on super discount. You dig? Go get you a dime. Go get you a baddie. You know, they're on discount. Okay? Because you got to go through this shit with regular women. And a lot of you guys are going through way more hell because this is the thing. See, a lot of you guys, women are taking y'all by storm because they're really not. But in y'all minds, they are. And in society, it don't pan out even better. See, if I was dating a corn star or a Doja Cat or a SZA or a high profile model, I would be prepared to understand what type of woman I'm dealing with. But to date a regular Joe Schmo average chick that maybe got a booty, that might look good with certain hairstyles or got a little body or a cute face or something like that, it is a fucked up deal for you to have to put up with her on OnlyFans. You know? And I'm not knocking no woman's hustle and stuff that she's doing, but yes, bitch, you are warped. And you know that. Most of y'all don't know what a damn pimp is, much less a player, much less a Mac, much less a gigolo. Imagine if you could say the average man or a good percentage of men were gigolos. You don't think that would change the landscape of dating? And woe is me for a lot of men try to hold on to being a square. The average square man nowadays will date women that have OnlyFans. And he's a square. He's a square. He has to put up with it. He has to accept it. You see, when niggas talk about bringing shaming back, yeah, men are still getting shamed. Now, us in the manosphere, we taught y'all not to get shamed, but men are still getting shamed. It's women that aren't getting shamed. But guess what? Deep down inside, they are ashamed. Because when they go on these shows, what they say, I create content, but they leave it out. They omit. What type of content? Oh, no, they're ashamed. These bitches will go to job interviews and they be like, well, so what do you do? They don't tell them about that OnlyFans account. They'll tell you. They'll get on here all day. Oh, stop objectifying us. Oh, my God. That's misogynist. Oh, stop objectifying us. But for $10, you can see my booty hole in possibly 4K. And y'all niggas pay them like they're professionals. They're not even professionals. Amateurs. But then, like they say, amateurs built the Ark and professionals built the Titanic. Shout outs to KM. Y'all know when y'all support the show, I drop more gems. I be holding back. Y'all know when y'all support the show, I drop way more gems. Y'all hit the Cash App. Support the show, y'all. But yeah, you know, it's ridiculous. You know? And you can get some clearance rack dimes these days. And you'll be happy as a nigga with a new gun. Right? So you can go get a Ruby Rose on discount. She might not respect you, but you can go get a Ruby Rose on discount. As a matter of fact, there's a bunch of bitches walking around looking like Ruby Rose. There's a bunch of clones and copies. I hate to say it. I had a player partner named Tokyo. Shout out to Tokyo. He used to run around like a Wiz Khalifa lookalike. But he got a bunch of bitches. A lot of guys will be happy with a Ruby Rose lookalike. As a matter of fact, they'll be more happier if they didn't know who Ruby Rose was and they were running around with a lookalike. There's some guy in Eritrea or Ethiopia running around with a Ruby Rose lookalike. And funny as hell, quiet as kept, there's an Eritrean dude that looked like DDG. And there's some probably woman running around with him too. But, yeah. She mad because a lot of dudes that's worth something. Shout outs to KM in the building. Yes, Sirski. Thank you for supporting the show, bro. She's, you know, mad that a lot of guys that's worth a damn don't want to date her. But then want to brag about how she has her own money. Well, then just go get you a guy, my girl. Why brag about you got money and you can control the situation when in reality you can't control the situation? Like I said, Tony Anthems, yeah. Shout out to Tony, but you know, it's what it is. He know better too. But you know, he around certain other people, so he kind of got to say certain things to keep his friendship with other people, I guess. You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. right? But like I said, the average guy is not a gigolo. So why is the average woman that you guys want to talk to and deal with, why is she showing her coochie on the internet? Like, and you got celebrities too. I just saw the K Michelle woman. She just don't give a fuck. She showed both her titties on the internet, act like it was a accident, and then just kept showing off her titties on the internet. Y'all guys don't even realize that y'all are being weaponized. Like your own attraction is being weaponized against you. Your own attraction, things that you're attracted to, is getting weaponized against you. I'd love to see some titties, but I understand, man. We used to have junkies, J's, crackhead bitches that sell pussy in the DMV area and in PG and all them places and stuff like that. We used to make fun of this one lady, and she used to walk around. She'd be like, "Y'all want to see my titties?" And like, no, ma'am, no. I remember y'all goofy ass niggas was a couple years ago was lobbying for that shit. Hold on, let me yell at y'all about some bullshit real quick, cause I remember it was a lot of y'all niggas that wanted to see that shit. Remember when it was a couple years ago and women were complaining, even to this day they're complaining that they can't walk around topless? Like, oh, men can take off their shirt and women, we're so oppressed. We can't walk around with our titties out as freely as men can. Y'all remember when y'all were feeding into that bullshit? Oh yeah, I didn't forget. And I'm like, I'm a titty man, but I don't want to see everybody's titties. I really don't. Y'all ruined a lot of shit for me as a player. I don't want to see everybody's titties. Keep that shit to yourself, bitch. I don't want to see everybody's titties. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to see everybody. Not all titties are meant to be seen. Y'all gonna ruin titties for me. And whoever else is attracted to breasts. I don't want to see everybody's titties. Some real shit. You know? But y'all, a lot of y'all are so depraved and shit like that. It's like, oh, yeah, I want to see some titties. No, I don't. You know? But I hate to say it. If you look at a sister on social media, for the most part, they're going to make sure they show you their titties or their ass. In both. They have utilized the internet to objectify themselves. And if any of them want to argue with you, tell them, well, what about OnlyFans? And the funny part is that the majority of them that will argue with you probably has an OnlyFans or tried it. You know, you have a lot of women that got failed OnlyFans. They're failed. They have failed OnlyFans. They started an OnlyFans during the pandemic and thought everybody wanted to see their coochie and their titties, and they can't get people to. There's really no big circle that woman can really share her coochies and her titties with. Like, you really have to don't give a fuck. You know? She got to get y'all to follow her on the low, for real. Because, you know, she don't want her co-workers following her and other people and stuff. She don't want, some of them women don't want word to get out. As a matter of fact, you will get kicked, you will get fired from your job for having a YouTube speaking your mind, and you have to look over your shoulder while this bitch can smoke weed in front of her kids and twerk and pop pussy and have a stripper pole in her living room, and they don't say shit. Yeah, it's a digital peep show. Yes. The woman that was on Bernie Mac, yeah, she got an OnlyFans. Bad Baby, Cash Me Outside. She done made about more than 10 million off of OnlyFans. You know? The woman that played Tyrese's mother on Baby Boy recently got a train ran on her. They've taken OnlyFans and turned it into something that it's not. They've taken OnlyFans and turned it into something that it's not. OnlyFans is the easiest way to put whatever you want behind a paywall. Yeah, and then a lot of them, they got regular jobs. A lot of them, they, you know what I'm saying? They got, they got regular jobs. Y'all do me a favor. We need at least 2 contributors, 2 more contributors. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. We're trying to reach a goal of 50 today. Let's get some more people on the Cash App. Y'all support the show, okay? Yeah, summer 2025 is going to be wild. Y'all stay y'all asses in the house. What's going on, Fighter? Good to see you, bro. Welcome back. You know? Yeah, I got you. I got you, Chris G. Yeah, I got you. They got to keep their friends intact, you know? So they, well, shout outs to Tony Anthems. Yeah, Fighter done made a diss song and everything. You got a new one? Oh, I got to check that out. That's crazy. AM going in on Izzy right now. So I've heard. They having fallouts. I heard Grinch over on AM show not too long ago. You said that AM3 imposter syndrome was interesting. Him and Izzy going at it though. Yeah, I saw that. But y'all got to remember, all of this stuff is stuff that they wanted. Izzy is new here, so he don't know half the stuff in the conversations we done had here. He's new here. He kind of just going off of what he sees and what he's around. Yeah, police are using women to trap men. Yeah, Areola 51. That's funny as hell. Nah, you good, Chris G. I understand New don't believe in game. I understand a lot of guys don't believe in game. You just got to get to know the guy that's actually saying that they don't believe in it. You know what I'm saying? Even naturals, I'm going to give y'all the game. Even naturals don't believe in game. Most guys that are even using game don't believe in it. All right? Don't be off put by it. I know a lot of naturals. I was a natural before I got gamed up. I know a lot of naturals that don't believe in game or believe it's silly. You know? Let's open up the panel, y'all. Hit the Cash App. But let's get into it. All right, we're about to drop some major gems. Y'all support the show. Support your interest. Let's get it.
No, I have to keep doing it. The reason I wanted to go over this is because, number one, I love to bathe in the tea.
And she don't have to keep doing it. Ruby Rose can easily get wifed up by a simp. It's just that she doesn't respect simps like a lot of women don't and use them. And the reason why she got to keep doing it is because she got to make sure she has her own money. A woman, listen, I'm about to say some real cold shit. Put a fax machine emoji in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. I'm about to say some real cold shit. I'm about to shoot from the hip. Yeah, mama gotta have a life too, right? I'm about to say some real cold shit. Put a fax machine in the chat room if you picking up what I'm putting down. What's going on, Third Ward? Put a fax machine in the chat room if you picking up what I'm putting down. I'm about to say some real shit. Y'all ready? A man being married to a woman that gets cut off from sex and becomes an incel in said marriage and does not want to be an incel is the equivalent to a woman in a relationship, not a marriage, in a relationship with a simp and has to and dreads him telling her to do anything. It's the same exact thing. That woman does not trust that simp to lead her or tell her anything. He's just a placeholder as a man. And she will practice hypergamy with him or on him. My bad. She's in the same position as that guy that's becoming an incel in his own marriage and has to bankroll his own demise. That woman don't want to be under no fucking rule of no damn simp. So she can't really trust him to say, hey, if you with me, I'll take care of everything. She's like, no, I need to have my own shit going on. Because when you met me, I was running this, I'm independent. And first of all, you met me on OnlyFans. Remember that guy, that white guy that came out a couple years ago that allegedly was a crypto investor and he hit it big on Bitcoin? And he took a picture with Ruby Rose. And they say he sent her like $300,000 or something like that, some big sum of money. Then it come to find out he didn't send her nothing. It was fake. You know, there's guys out there like that. But she don't see herself with a guy like that. Guess what? Because the guy, oh yeah, he's selling her the steak. But you know women, they want more. Stop playing with me. They want more. So there's no use in being the guy that can sell her the steak when you don't have the sizzle, baby. It's the same thing that guys want. Oh, Ruby Rose is the steak, but she can't sell the sizzle. And what you think that a guy that got money and that's on that level that she's used to being around, what do you think they want? Nothing less. They want the steak with the sizzle. Who the hell buys steak and don't want the damn sizzle? Motherfuckers be like, you want your cake and eat it too. You damn right. Who the fuck buys cake and don't eat it? Who just want a hard ass cake just sitting on their table? Nah. When you buy the steak, you sell the sizzle. All right.
Years of these now regretful super bops, but then also it tells a story, a modern story.
And I'm not gonna lie. Respectfully, me, MTR, and all these other people, maybe we might deal with them with a little bit more crass and game. I'd say that. I wouldn't say I would completely fold. But let's keep it 100. If Ruby Rose knocked on MTR's door, he gonna take it. You dig? As anybody else in this space, niggas will fold like a damn origami. Fuck a lawn chair. Niggas will fold I was about to say like that J. Cole song, the fold clothes, but nah. Niggas will fold. Niggas will fold up like a damn beach chair. Niggas will fold like a loaf of, like a piece of bread. If she showed up on that nigga porch, he will fold. I know broads like Ruby Rose. They look better in person. A lot of y'all are lying to yourselves claiming that you won't fold because you're like, well, I don't see the hype. I don't. And then you get around that motherfucker in person. Niggas will fold like King Cold. Niggas will fold in record time. So I need to give y'all that grain of salt because niggas will get on here and fucking lie. They lie all the time. They lie on my damn show. All the fucking time. I wouldn't go after Brittany Renner. I don't know what they did. I wouldn't. Shut up. Brittany Renner wouldn't go after you. Niggas be really gassing it. As if they turning down Brittany Renners. If I've never seen you really personally turn down a Brittany Renner, I don't want to hear it.
Think that they will not have consequences for their actions, so they create these accounts, and they also influence other women to create these accounts, especially after they start talking about how much money that they make while prioritizing that money is going to make them happy and that there will not be consequences.
Should have stayed with Drewski
for their actions.
What did Dewski?
So when you do these, is a part of you thinking that it'll boost specifically OnlyFans numbers? Like, I imagine a large part of our audience will be like,
I mean, like my main, like this is where I'm at. Like my shit grows every month. Like it's gonna do what it does regardless. Like, but also like me as my Instagram, my Twitter, my everything, because all that shit, it goes in tandem. So like it just, you know, like of course I would hope it. I mean, my main focus isn't my OnlyFans. It's really like social media in general. Like, I gotta keep my shit.
So the OF is the main focus. Pay attention.
Going.
Yeah.
Like,
So again,
her OF is not the main focus. A lot of y'all be doing stories on girls that y'all not really familiar with, but I got you. The OnlyFans is not her main focus. She goes out on dates. She catching flights. She gets flued out. You know, just the other day she was wearing a hijab and was around some famous African, some famous Nigerian dude. She was around his family and being respectful. And I'm not gonna lie, she does look good in hijab. But her job is OnlyFans. But she gets flued out. So she's not really dependent on OnlyFans like that. But that is a main ingredient to her income.
To the question of like, rapper first, social media star first.
I don't want to be known as an OnlyFans sex worker. Like, no, no, thank you, please, guys.
Got it.
And you see how it fluctuates? You see how it fluctuates, guys? We were talking about coming up back in the day. A lot of you guys don't remember because you're so engulfed in today's social media world. Y'all hit the Cash App. 3 hours into the madness. And 50 minutes past the hour. Giving y'all some real game. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. Remember when we were coming up and y'all would see the divas and y'all would see like a lot of different types of women out here? Like the Playboy bunnies. Models. Back in the day, there was an actual such thing as models. I knew when Instagram came out, that shit was over with. I knew when Instagram came out, that shit was over with. That shit over with. Now everyone can be a model. No, that shit wasn't for everybody. But guess what? Guess what? Back in those days, Playboy bunnies would never want to be called Instagram models. Those women were like, hey, I'm a different caliber type of woman. I'm not no Instagram model. I'm not no Instagram model. Hell no. Don't call me that. I have a little bit more class to me. Y'all remember? Or do y'all need me to jog your memory in 2025? They would hate if you call them that. They're like, oh, I'm a Playboy bunny. I'm more professional. Yeah, if you've never been signed to an agency, it doesn't count. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even high-class escorts, they have agencies too, but that's something else. But those women, they didn't want to be referred to as a model. I mean, they were a model. They didn't want to be referred to as sex workers. But with the internet, again, it blinded a lot of people. The internet blinded a lot of people, especially women. It blinded a lot of people, especially women. It blurred the lines. You had women that would model and would sleep with guy to guy to guy to guy, but she didn't want to be known as a prawn star. She didn't want to be known as a corn star. That diminishes her value. That even diminishes her pay. But like the GDs got let in the door, yeah, so did the streetwalkers. Stupid women. Because now this streetwalker can say she's you. And all of that work you do and all of that stuff that you put in and other greater women have put in, it gets diminished. You can't blend in with them people and then try to double back and be like, hey, sir, don't treat me like that. I have class. No. No. You're selling the same thing. No. This is why the price of pussy is dropping. And in the future, women have sold themselves out. You don't sell the kitchen sink, bitch. You're looking at you're looking at a creature that's telling you that everything must go. Oh, yes, Marlo, we're going out of sale. You know, Marlo, people that give you the good furniture, quality, way more expensive than IKEA. We're going out of business right now. Everything must go. That's what women are telling you. Like I said, I remember sitting down with Scott a couple about like a month, maybe 2 months ago. Sitting down having a beer. And he was talking about how he bought pussy everywhere. And I'm like, oh, that's funny as hell. We were just having a laugh about it. Just two men talking. Now I look across the street and I see a lady out there slaving over a hot grill frying chicken. And I said, I hate that women have reduced themselves to a piece of chicken over there. Like that, just like that piece of chicken over there. And even he looked at me and said, damn, that's true. It's an older man. He in his 60s. Late 50s or mid 50s, 60s. And it's the average woman. I remember I told you guys, when I jump into my pimp bag, if we get into the pimping, I remember I told you guys about the story of Hagar. right? And it's before the internet. Take your mind off the internet for 2 seconds. Imagine having a little village, men and women, some married, some not, some dating, some not. And these women carry themselves good. They dress. They're, some of them are beautiful. Some of them have to work. Some of them have to do something, right? Do certain things to, to survive. But there was this young lady named Hagar, and she wasn't necessarily a dime, I would say. There's a lot of women that you guys have been lied to over the years and been told that they were dimes when they, in fact, were not. Hagar was one of them. Cleopatra, believe it or not, wasn't a dime. Cleopatra was a strong 7. But see, if you know men like I know men, a lot of that stuff to a certain degree don't matter. Right? A lot of that stuff don't matter. Shout outs to Fighter in the building. Shout outs to Dollar Washer in the building. Y'all please hit the like button and support the show. Hit the Cash App. I got a story to tell and I got some game to drop. Throw something on the tuition, y'all. I know y'all are enjoying the show. And we got hella more stuff to go over. So please hit the like button and support the show. Right? And give y'all the game. Now, this woman, Hagar, she was known as the neighborhood hoe. She was sleeping with a lot of these women's husbands on the low because she was the neighborhood hoe. A lot of these women, a lot of their husbands would pay her a visit. The women in this small town, they kind of knew about her, and they kind of knew what their husbands were doing with her and who she was. Now, Hagar was so busy with men, married or single, that a lot of the men knew that she was a hoe for show. And they didn't want to be seen in public with her. You see what I'm saying? You get me? But they paid her visits when the lights went out. They paid her visits behind closed doors, right? They loved her. She satisfied them. She was a queen in her own right. Right? She was a queen in her own right. And when she was out in public, a lot of men didn't want to be seen with her or associated with her. And once word got out, women didn't like her too. They would throw stuff at her. They would try to stone her or throw rocks at her and treat her horribly. But men, even other women's husbands and stuff like that, when they would go to visit Hagar, they would bring her gifts. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. They would bring her gifts. Oh, yes, she had gifts. As a matter of fact, she had too much gifts. Outside of her house, she was a hoe. But inside of her house, she was a queen. She can afford the food that she wants. She can afford to pay her bills. As a matter of fact, she started getting rings, gold, jewelry. She started getting money. She started getting food. Men would bring her all kinds of resources and do all kinds of things for her. She was a queen. She was a man's dream, but she was a hoe. And guess what? She started having and buying nice things, funded by the man and the men in this small town. And you know what a lot of women started doing after a while, fellas? I'm using this as a metaphor. Pay attention to the women of today. You know what a lot of women started doing after a while? They started trying to imitate her. They started trying to imitate her. They started trying to copy her. Yes. Who you think used to sit on the track all day and wear bright colored wigs and stick out like a sore thumb so people would know what they're doing? Prostitutes. Average women are doing it too. Sold themselves out. So Hagar went from this nuisance, this nuance amongst women to the poster child. To the poster child. Women try to run around like Hagar, who was low-key a queen. We'll get back to that.
I do music. That's what makes the most money is my OnlyFans.
So
but I do other things. Like my main focus isn't that.
So how did you
I started
make so when you do the decision, to
in 2020 during COVID, during the pandemic.
For what reason? Because
my ex did it, DDG. He started it first, and he told me to do it.
Oh,
You gotta blame it on the man.
He did. Congratulations to them. And yeah, so
I gotta blame it on the man. She would have been doing OnlyFans anyway. Let's keep it 100. She would have been doing OnlyFans anyway. She would have. She would have been doing OnlyFans anyway. As a matter of fact, women get other women into OnlyFans. They get other women to go do OnlyFans. They get other women. They dupe other women and their female friends into doing OnlyFans. And they will like you at first because it's a business decision that makes a lot of money. But it is what it is. This woman dated Playboy Cardi. She was going to do OnlyFans anyway.
I love children, and he has been wanting a child, so I think that's lovely for them.
But no
ill feelings. Absolutely not. It's a baby.
No, she hate that.
So he convinced you, right?
Yeah, he was like people had been telling me to do it because I would like twerk on Instagram for fun already.
Yeah.
You were butt naked on the internet already, just like every other woman. You butt naked. You somewhat butt naked right now.
I dropped out of college and moved to LA, and my life has just been like.
It is fascinating to me to watch women that inevitably regret their decisions. You see the content of them initially rationalizing why it was a good idea for it to get done, while also giving slight credit to usually some man in their life, convincing them that it was okay for them to do, rarely acknowledging or completely avoiding that you need to take personal responsibility for the decision that you made. Oftentimes, you'll see these women not only talk down about those who got them involved into the industry, but also talk about how much that they don't like the customers or the audience that they willingly serve. She could change directions and stop doing this at any time, but I think deep down at her core, she's a mega bop, where she realizes that her talent or the way that she can get popping is not through talents, but it's through the God's gift of twerking that was handed down to her.
At this point, that's all she knows.
It's hilarious. Nevertheless, let's look at her recent interview with Bobby Atloff, where she trauma dumped about DDG.
My trauma dump is I was talked into doing OnlyFans by my ex, and it was cool for the first couple of years, but now it's like I have to keep doing it too. So I kind of like relate to you in that way, and it's just like definitely like put a damper on my representation, but you know, it's a choice I made, and I'm just gonna stick it out.
Richest bitch, no, baddest bitch never hit. I'm straight about that bow, what that mean? I'm the shit. They know I can't quit, what that mean? I'm legit. I'm right on fuck my ex, I'm a different type of bitch. I get paid to hit the club, I'm a different type of lit.
You damn right that is a choice that you made. You should be taking
That's
accountability
funny. I mean,
for it.
imagine
Nobody
having
talk-
a face and some titties and you look good and all you do is turn around. All you do is turn around. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. We're still behind on likes. Hit the Cash App. I'm about to put on Saucy Santana. I'll go from this to Saucy Santana. I'm gonna just keep playing. No voting, no fucking. I'm gonna just keep playing that. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Y'all got wrenches. There's a responsibility here, all right? Y'all got wrenches now. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. All right? Oh, I'm threatening it, Raven. What's going on, player? Good morning. I'm threatening it. I'll go from Ruby Rose to Saucy Santana. Nigga, this shit like night and day. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Shit, on repeat. Let's get it. It's sad. I mean, she's a beautiful woman. And this is what she resorted to. As a lot of beautiful women have resorted to. Beautiful women, actual beautiful women, have painted themselves in the corner. You dig what I'm saying? Actual beautiful women have painted themselves in the corner. Regular women and subpar women have won. Y'all don't see the play that the internet was used to take out actual pretty women, pretty privilege. Every dime that you've seen, if you had came across her in the wild, you would have given up a good bit of your life for that. Absolutely. It seems crazy now because guess what? They're common. You said the pretty girls are now the nastiest. Yeah, women like Ruby Rose have to eat ass to survive in today's climate. Pause. Yo, I'm being dead ass serious. Anybody that's in the industry or been around the industry or know girls from the industry know what the fuck I'm talking about. Actual dimes now gotta fucking eat ass to survive. Y'all are clogging up the drain pipes, ladies. When everybody's doing the same thing, it becomes a lottery. You feel me? It becomes a lottery. They gotta overtly be freaky to get to get attention. And the fucked up part is that the pretty girls, the dimes, the cuties, those are the ones that y'all want to fucking kiss in the mouth or do all that romantic shit with. But guess what? I'm sorry. Some of y'all are better off kissing the 6 than a Ruby Rose. Some of y'all are better off kissing a frog than a Ruby Rose. It's a lottery now. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Nobody else is running around giving y'all gems, giving y'all metaphors, telling y'all these stories off the cuff. If you a real one, you support. All right? Support another real one. Let's get it.
Talked you into this. You already putting your areolas up on Instagram long.
All of them are doing the same thing. Every last one of them.
before you created a barrier to entry for it. But you're looking at the regret. She's essentially typecasted
Raven.
herself into being the 304 that she's always wanted to be. So that's going to reduce the amount of jobs open to her, as well as the amount of brand sponsorships or deals that she'll have at her disposal, while claiming a year ago that she doesn't want to be known for this. Stop showing the tip of your gooch and find God, ma'am. Let's keep watching.
How much do you think I would make if I started an OnlyFans?
A ton.
Look at that.
Like you probably, if it ever.
They're trying to get Bobby Adolph into that shit because she's like the bland, plain Jane white girl. And honestly, she would make a ton because she is the bland, plain Jane white girl. OnlyFans is the wolves nowadays. You know, if you say you threw her to the wolves, or you say she for the streets and stuff like that, that's OnlyFans in a nutshell.
A Delilah and a Lilith influencing Eve.
Or like, I mean, I don't
Bobby
see anything
Adolph
ever
is a freak,
dwindling.
though. Don't get it confused. Them bitches that be wearing the mom jeans. Y'all niggas be thinking the Ruby Roses are a freak. Nah. You'll have more fun with a Bobby than a Ruby Rose. Trust me.
Down, but
Just hop on. People say that all the time. They're like, you'd probably make a lot if you just. I don't think I'd.
Right.
What do you do on that?
I do whatever my supporters
You
want me to
take
do.
pictures?
Pictures, videos, voice notes, messages.
Really?
Yeah.
How much do you make a month?
Mind you, they're all sexual in nature.
It depends. You know,
Look,
good ones,
It's an
bad ones.
online peep show. And then it's like they have the audacity to double back and say, well, I ain't a sex worker. Yes, you are. If that was the case, you would have stopped sex workers from taking over that industry. Message.
On like a horrible month, what would you make?
A horrible month? Probably like 400,000.
By the way, don't believe them when they say that. When they say a number like that, it's to gain more interest
gotta
in what
lie.
it is that they
That's
could
a
be.
lie. She don't make that much money on no fucking OnlyFans. And guess what? OnlyFans take a cut. Not about to be slanging pussy on my fucking airways and ain't no cut. OnlyFans take a cut. OnlyFans is their pimp. All right?
Be providing. It's a marketing tactic.
Okay, I wish I need to do that.
And you would do I don't like talking.
This is how the
I know you
influence
never do it
starts,
like that.
baby.
I don't like to tell like people or influence people to do it, but the
Also,
reason why
too,
you would
y'all, this conversation that she's having with Bobby Adolph, this is a conversation that happens amongst other women before they recruit them to being on OnlyFans. How much money does it make? Look at Ruby Rose's posture versus Bobby's posture. Shout outs to New. Bobby's in pout mode. Bobby's in pout mode. She's considering it. That's how easily duped women are. I believe that Eve would have done whatever Eve would have done, even if Satan wasn't in that garden. Message.
succeed is because you give like innocent, but you're probably freaky as fuck.
No. What would I even post? There's no. Just do people?
Like what you post on your Instagram? Like honestly.
Really?
Like you like being in like doing a little.
Oh my gosh, that's
work.
crazy. And guys.
You know what's crazy is that.
What's crazy is that women will call everything that men talk about grooming, but they won't call actual grooming grooming. This is absolutely grooming. All right, let's get it.
is a mother, was married, got divorced. A lot of rumor around that is regarding a conversation that she had with Drake in her first big interview. And now a single mother is being influenced by a mega thought to show her taint online.
But you said it messes with your image.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do you feel like that?
For sure. And especially like in my relationships, I feel like, you know, like
Yeah.
guys probably don't take me as serious because I'm an OnlyFans girl type of thing.
Yeah, I will say though that I, as someone like I guess I don't know, when I heard of you and stuff, it's never even, I don't associate you with OnlyFans, and I can't believe one.
Thank you. I don't know, some people do.
I just associate you with like being on Instagram, but I don't have,
That's cap. And the thing is that you're not gonna date. You're not out there to date Ruby Rose. So the guys that she wants to date, the ones that she wants to take her seriously, are not gonna take her seriously because guess what? She's on fans only. All right.
Thank you.
I actually double checked before our interview if you did OnlyFans because I was not sure if that was.
Really? No. I don't get butt naked on it.
Okay.
You know?
Yes, you do. And who says you need to get butt naked on OnlyFans? I mean, OnlyFans would love you to get butt naked on there, but you don't need to get butt naked. You done showed everything. You done showed us your birth canal. We can see through your dress. We see you. We know what color your areolas is. I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. And why the fuck do I gotta censor myself? Why I gotta get on here and say I hate to say it like that? Why I gotta get on here and say it like that? When they just post it. You know, but anyway.
It's not
like
porn.
No porn. No fucking. I don't get fucked.
Yes,
No.
you do, off camera. Man, y'all be just lying for no reason. All right.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
What would you do if a sex tape was leaked of you?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure I'd be very devastated and very sad, but
I'm sure I would.
I know it would
because she know it's out there.
Probably very amazing, but still I'd be very devastated and like, you know, seeing somebody.
I can't believe on a bad month you make.
This is y'all leaders.
That's why you're so adorable, because you're just so stress free with that money.
Stress free? Are you serious?
There is. Yeah.
Because the more money you make, the more bills you have.
That's true. The more I talk to you, the more I'm like, I should just start an OnlyFans. Ruby's saying she makes $400,000 on a bad month. That's
lie. Nigga, Gabrielle Union and a whole bunch of high-class stars don't even make $400K a month. Cap. That's super cap. All right, let's get it.
Unbelievable. I feel like people can talk whatever shit they want, but that is a lot of money and does have me thinking. Do you get brand deals and stuff?
Yeah, I have a deal with Price Picks.
Okay.
But, I make so much money. It's like, if it don't make, like, if you're not paying me what I want to be paid, like, I can take
easy money from being a digital strumpet, from OF to other adult sites. Quick ticket for low-value women to just rake in the cash. Yes, somehow after regretting it and finding themselves locked into the lifestyle because of how much money that their life takes to live, blaming a man for the consequences of their own decisions and the reputation that they built because of it. There was another lovely young lady that you guys may or may not be familiar with who regrets the same thing.
Of course it affects relationships. And porn addiction is...
Now, I went to school with this bitch. And she's still profiting off of her tapes. I went to school with this woman. I went to school with Mia Khalifa. And she did not look the way that she looks today. Furry forearms. She had hairy forearms. This before she got surgery and work and stuff done. I was a senior though. I think she was a freshman at the time, so I didn't look twice at her until somebody pointed it out to me, and I was like, "Oh." Later on, Mia Khalifa. Okay.
Very prevalent in America, and I'm sure here too. The things that men see in videos, they expect from the women in their lives, and that's just not reality. No one is going to be that perfect. No one is going to do those acts.
My assumption, and again, tell me if I'm wrong, is that, sort of your moneymaker is OnlyFans.
Yes.
Where you're also extremely popular. I mean, I've seen in interviews, I think someone once asked you, like, do you make $10,000 a day? And I don't remember if you said yes, but I think you're like, it's in the neighborhood of that. Or I've seen stories that suggest.
So y'all think that Ruby Rose makes more than Mia Khalifa? Well, she probably does. She probably does.
Like $6 million a month. Like, just really, is that not?
Oh my God, no.
No?
That's insane. No, that's like Googling someone's net worth. That's never accurate.
Those aren't true?
No, of course not.
So we have like the sex work industry, and then we have like actors. Is there a difference between these industries?
There was a difference. There
are
was
we-
a difference.
Honestly, I think that's selling your body. If we're going by that definition, being in the army is worse than being on OnlyFans.
Wow.
Y'all, did you hear what the fuck this woman just said? Oh my God. That had to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard today. Did y'all hear what this fool just... Let me run this back.
Fundamentally selling our body in some way.
Honestly, I think that selling your body, like if we're going by that definition, being in the army is worse than being on OnlyFans.
Wow.
You're selling your body to the government.
Nigga.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yeah.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid.
Oh God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone! I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures. And I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
These are some of y'all idols, man. Hold on. She just equated what she does to the military. Them niggas taking bullets and you up here taking dicks. She just equated what she does to the military, y'all.
I with her, but what they're not thinking about is the moral difference between the two, right? Putting your body up online is not only a personal decision and depending upon your morality is immoral, while joining the military is not immoral. But I get the part about giving your body to the government, but there's only a handful of nations in our world that do not have a military. It is necessary to have a military. It is not necessary to have adult actresses. The code that they utilize or the way that they rationalize their decision making so they can avoid accountability is Oscar worthy. But nevertheless, back to the topic at hand, these are their leaders. This is who they look for inspiration on how to conduct themselves. No wonder modern dating today is up in smoke. We have social media and women lying to themselves while blaming men to thank for it. The lies that they will spread, false marketing and or false advertising. These women love putting their asses up online without realizing that 99% of them won't make enough to ever say that it was worth it. The internet is forever, and just like women are looking at our futures, we looking at their past, and we will make relationship decisions because of that. There used to be a time period when just being a strumpet in general was something not to be glorified.
They're not looking at our futures. They probably might be looking at some of their future, but they're not looking at our futures. Hell no.
I think that it's time to bring back accountability and shame to set better examples for the future generations to come. Do more, expect better, accept accountability. And if you treat yourself cheap, don't expect me not to treat you cheap either. All right, guys, that's all I got for this here today. Leave me your comments down below. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop me a line and I will see you soon.
Shout outs to MTR. Y'all got to stop holding y'all SM7Bs, man. But then again, well, the other day I was holding mine. I ain't gonna lie. Well, I was holding an MV7, but it's on the stand now. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Yeah, I guess y'all don't want no panel today. Let's see. I forgot. Shout outs to Messi. I'm glad a lot of y'all are watching her a little bit more now. I got sent this video, so let's go over this. Let's go.
Just over here talking, talk. And like I always say, people just be out here saying any old damn thing. All right. Come on, child. One more game.
At least as a man, there's like a 98% chance that
where'd she get that percentage from? She's just out here just pulling percentages out of her ass.
You don't know what
she's probably gonna ghost you or move on to a different man. Okay. This tends to perplex a lot of people, and they often ask the question of why. And some people are just so jaded they stop asking why. They just decide that women are just like this and they live with it. But women often see men as ideas, not really who they are as an individual.
Oh my God, such a big...
Women see men as ideas.
Such a big revelation. It's not like a man didn't get on here years and years after years saying it. That he's just a figment of your imagination. It's not like we haven't got on here and broke down the Barbie doll effect with the Barbie house and how stories are and women are directing stories, star of the story, and orchestrating everything that's going on. Yeah, not like we didn't get on here and talk about that. Look at Gen Z trying to flip something. Oh, you know, you found something out. You know something all of a sudden. The internet The internet gods have blessed you with esoteric knowledge that you can't get in college. Let's get it.
Any MSDs know what the fuck she talking about? Because I don't get. Shout out to the shareholder. Shout out to you. He said, "Pop the balloon." What in the hell, child? I hear you. I hear you.
So essentially, if you open up to a woman, you're becoming a real person. You can no longer fit in the confines of the idea, the box that she has placed you in.
In the confines of the ideas of the box that she put you in. Who listens to this, Bueller? Any MSDs listen to this? Please show yourself, because I'm going to have to kick you out, because ain't no way. This is dumb. This don't make no sense whatsoever. But she also 20 some odd years old. And somebody will go and listen to her and say,
why are we listening to her? I wouldn't listen to her. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. And shout outs to them, but it's kind of the same thing like with Fresh and Fit. Like, it's like y'all are only listening to the young girls that haven't even lived. That's like the manosphere being ran by YNs. And it's like, no. No. You niggas haven't jumped off the porch yet. Like, why the hell would y'all be running this space? But anyway, let's get it.
Yeah, girl. Yeah, girl. Yeah, sis, go, sis. Yeah, sis, go, sis.
It's very similar to like if someone kidnaps you, right? They teach you to make yourself personal, like start telling them facts about you, etc., because it's supposed to be.
That must be stranger kidnapping, because that's not how my kidnapping went. But then there was somebody I knew, so he already knew who I was. She must be talking about not unknown kidnapping. Anybody know about that, Bueller? Anybody? Bueller? Yeah, Switchblade. Switchblade says she's trying to sound intelligent but dumb as hell. Right. Dodge the Trap says she's telling the truth. Do tell, child. Do tell. Help me understand, because I don't understand what she's saying. That don't apply to me. This sounds crazy. Imagine me saying, yeah, you open up to me and tell me things, your deepest, darkest secrets, and I'm going to just leave you. Well, I guess that you wasn't trying to be there to begin with, right? Right? That's what I'm saying. I Dodged the Trap said, never tell your pain or struggle to a woman. Well, whatever. Because you think that they're going to ghost you? Or do you think they're going to use it against you? That's two different things. If you think that they're going to use it against you, I can see that. But she's talking about 98% of women, which would include someone like me. And I know you're going to say, you can't include you. No, she said 98%, and the odds are that it would include me. And I'm not going to freaking, we don't do that. Stop listening to these bitches, y'all. Come on now. Is anybody listening to this? Child. If you really are saying to use it against you, I'm completely with you. And I don't think 98% of women do that. I don't think so. Child, who are these people? Child, who are these people? This is a child as far as I'm concerned. She probably ain't no old. She probably same age as my youngest child. Do you think that my youngest child don't know shit? She can think that she knows whatever she wants, right? She don't know shit. I see her life and how it's going. I just be like, child, whatever you do, that's on you, boo. I know people think that I don't, but I promise you I do. I allow them to make their own decisions and be held accountable for it. When it gets to be too much, they'll come back, and then they got to hear my mouth. And that's why they don't come back, because they don't want to hear my mouth. So do you, boo. I'm going to let you do you. Those kids better not be hurt. That's all I ever say. Those kids better not get hurt from both of them. That's all I care about at this point is my grandchildren.
Be less likely that they end up murdering you or harming you because they can actually see you as a real person. Humanizing yourself, right? Yeah. If you open up to...
Child. Hold on, y'all. Oh, Lord, help your people. Lord, help your people. Shout out to Reaper that sent me the video for the Marvin Sapp. I appreciate you.
Shouts to everybody sending me videos too. This one got sent to me.
And he also sent me some of the giggity stuff, child. I appreciate you. Thank you for all of your MSG help. Shout out to the MSGs. Okay. Y'all. Only y'all. Okay. Shout out to 1.2 that's going to be saying that I differentiate. I do differentiate, and I think that we need to be differentiated. I'm going to differentiate myself, child. I don't care. I don't give a fuck what these bitches say. I'm just saying. Live in Real Life said, thank you, Messi. I'm vulnerable ATM. You're a vulnerable ATM?
Vulnerable at the moment. All right. Yeah, these acronyms be whipping us over the head, y'all.
Tell me what that means. Shout out to 1.2. Appreciate you. He said triggered on 98%, but not y'all. But y'all. Listen, I'm not triggered at all. All I'm saying is that some of y'all be lumping us all in together, and I'm going to make sure that I differentiate, because this sounds crazy. This sounds crazy, what she's saying. And who the fuck believes that?
Now listen to me. Shout outs to Messi, and shout outs to the other righteous women that are around in these spaces. But you too. Y'all too. Y'all. Yes. Kuda's saying y'all. Y'all also have that honeymoon, starry-eyed, I want to control my man vibes also. With men. Y'all have it too. Whether it might not be in the dating phase. It might be when he's your boyfriend or a husband. But every single woman has imposed their imagination and their imagination and and they've projected their imagination and their thoughts onto their men. Y'all wouldn't be women if y'all didn't. This is why y'all are horrible communicators in a lot of cases. And men can't communicate with you because of that reason. Because y'all do communicate, but y'all are horrible communicators. And men don't communicate with y'all for that reason. Y'all want men to be, y'all wake up one day, y'all be in y'all feelings about something, sometimes even unrelated. And y'all want y'all man to be playing Blues Clues with y'all and, why are you sad today, baby? Because I got a lot on my mind and blah, blah, blah. Like, who just wants that shit get dumped on them? If he woke up in a good mood and you woke up in a shitty mood, respectfully, yeah, he might want to listen to you and calm you down and stuff like that and be your rock and your safe haven and stuff like that. But who wants all of that shit get dumped on them? You feel bad, not him. Like, I saw this video with this woman, and she was like, I gotta what'd she say? I gotta decenter men. That was the name of the video. I'll probably pull it up and play it for y'all. Some weird looking chick talking about I gotta decenter men. Bitch, what the fuck you talking about? You gotta decenter men. What does that mean? Then she started getting into, well, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I want to be with a man that I can lead and take instructions from and stuff like that. But I want to do my own thing, and I'm like, everything she's explaining is a personal problem. Everything that y'all be explaining is a personal problem. How the fuck is that man's problem? That you want to be with somebody, but you want to be independent also. Well, bitch, why don't you go find somebody that you can be with and be independent also? And don't complain about it. Because that's what you want. And anything else behind that is a personal problem. Some of y'all personal problems should not be your spouse's problems. They can make you happy and stuff like that and whatever, but ultimately it's up to you to make yourself happy. That's some selfish shit for me to be like, man, she's supposed to make me happy. She can make me happy. And yes, to a certain degree, she might be supposed to make me be happy. But ultimately, it's up to me to actually be happy and accept what she's doing. And then be happy. She could be doing everything within her power to try to make me happy. And guess what? The fact that I'm not happy, there won't be no happiness. That shit ain't up to them. And women are horrible communicators because what they're trying to say is that the source where I draw happiness from is not making me happy no more. And that can be internal or external.
Who the fuck would listen to her? What life experience does this woman have that anyone would freaking listen to her anyway, except a bunch of dumb bitches that are her age? No shade, my kids would listen to her.
Right, Thousand Sons. We're going to check it out.
Allegedly.
Y'all hit the like button and support the show, y'all. Damn. Y'all get more gems out of these shows than all of YouTube. Yeah, cyber feminism, bro. Right.
Hopefully they're not that silly. Welcome the MSG King.
Yo.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Yes, you can.
What's
Start this video over.
It's about to start over. I was waiting for you.
ATM is at the moment, by the way, love.
Oh, shit.
Not a vulnerable money machine.
All right. Listen, y'all. Listen, don't get mad at me. I'm old, okay? I don't be knowing, all right? That's why I'm here. Y'all got to help me out. I'll tell you what I don't know. I tell you what I do know, but I have no problem telling you what I don't know, all right?
Yeah,
so shout out to At This Moment, because child, I most certainly thought the fucking ATM.
A lot of this shit I learned from my baby.
I'm sorry?
This shit I be learning from my baby. When she texts me or some shit.
ATM means At the Moment.
I just use the context clues to try to figure out what she really saying.
Oh, you the acronyms and whatnot.
Yeah, it's because of the context of the conversation.
Like ISTG, I swear to God. Come on now. We on the internet, so we can't be that far behind.
I kind of figure out what she's alluding to or what she's trying to say. Like she don't say all right. She says ALR.
ALR.
All right. It means all right. It's like RN means right now. They weird. They text differently. They talk completely different. They talk in code.
To a woman, at least as a man,
hold on, y'all.
There's like a 98% chance that she's probably gonna ghost you or move on to a different man. Okay. This tends to perplex a lot of people, and they often ask the question of why. And some people are just so jaded they stop asking why. They just decide that women are just like this and they live with it. But women often see men as ideas, not really who they are as an individual. So essentially, if you open up to a woman, you're becoming a real person. You can no longer fit in the confines of the idea, the box that she has placed you in. It's very similar to like if someone kidnaps you, right? They teach you to make yourself personal, like start telling them facts about you, etc., because it's supposed to be less likely that they end up murdering you or harming you because they can actually see you as a real person. Humanizing yourself, right? Yeah. If you
if Watch Gamer's in here, shout out to you if I missed you. I appreciate you. Always good to see you. Gone.
She's not wrong. She went off the rails, but the beginning she was absolutely right.
Well, you see it your way, I see it mine.
In the beginning, she's absolutely right.
She said that 98% of women will leave a man if he starts to open up to them. That's bullshit.
That number's too high. I agree with you on that one. That number's way too high.
Because these people just be on here talking.
That number is way too high.
That's why I said I would be included in the 98% at 98%. And I'm telling you that that's not true.
Right.
And people always say something with these numbers with no, where did you get this from? She pulled the shit out of her ass.
Yeah, that number is way too high.
I don't disagree that it might be the case that it might happen to some people. So, and then if like whoever said, I'm sorry, I forget. But if you think that they would use it against you, whoever said that, I believe that for sure. Go ahead.
No, it's this is the thing about how I get down, right? You have to have substantial standing in my life, if that makes sense. This can't be the first date and I tell you about the things that happened to me when I was a youth.
Right, that too. Let's understand that part. But if you're looking at her, I'm putting her at under 30, first of all. I don't know why people are taking life advice from people that have a 20 anything in their name, but that's just me. So if you want to listen to her with no basis except for this is just what she said, and that's what they do over on TikTok, and then you're going to follow it, then that's why there's so many problems and issues with relationship. In addition to it, and people that do that.
Yeah. Yes. It's the same way. It's kind of like people tend to lack discernment and have a tendency to make bad decisions. It's the same thing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What I was saying was, it's just the same thing when you hear some shit from me, from you, TLA, AV, Medium, motherfucking O'Shea, MTR, Corey, whoever you hear it from. You still gotta filter this shit through your brain.
Exactly.
You still gotta use your filters. You smell me?
I agree. But go ahead.
So I don't get it where people can't just say, well, that don't sound too correct, or that sounds a little jaded, or that sounds a little bit skewed. You smell me? Mm-hmm. Because they're not filtering the information out properly. And that's exactly what the fuck happens, honestly.
That people don't do their own research, basically.
Pretty much.
I say that all the time. No, nobody has to listen to me. This is just me, my thoughts and my opinions. But I also refer plenty of places to go and do to find the fuck out. It's not my job to do that for anybody. Fuck y'all, not y'all. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, either you're going to just this is like blindly listening to blogs. I say that too. Even a lot of the stuff that I get from the
most people blindly listen to blogs. Okay.
Blogs and now just Instagram, period. Like this was sent to me. But I'm just saying, if I go to what they say, and sometimes I just go ahead and go with it because it doesn't matter at the end of the day, or I will go and find the whole thing and then we can talk about it at that point. I don't just look at them saying Donald Trump, for the most part, said and did this and be like, oh, that whole racist. No, I don't, because they're there to rile that flame up. But I can then go, oh shit, let me see what really happened and get the full context. People don't do that. I can see, but that's why I started reading comments, because people just go by what they say. I don't comment on much on the internet. I just don't feel the need to. I would just bring it to y'all and we can just talk about it.
Boom. That's it right there.
Now, I agree. Sorry, let me go ahead and acknowledge
go.
Because she's like, shout out to my girl. She said, first time my husband opened up to me, I felt special because it's not something you see often. The difference is a man who cries and does nothing about it. So I agree with her, and that's my experience, and that's what I'm saying, because I wouldn't. Because I look at something like that, like if you are going to be willing to share something with me, the odds are I'm also sharing something with you too. Why would I do that? Even so, I know people are like, oh, until you break up or until somebody is mad and upset. So then when people get upset, then they want to, toss your business out there. Right. I also think that you should be, not you, but people should be able to figure out if you're dealing with this girl or you're dealing with a nightjade, right? Why are you confiding life into this I'll give her 26-year-old and telling her anything? Y'all not making that type of discernment? Whereas someone like my girl, I'm pretty sure that you can talk to her and get to know her and be like, all right, she ain't a vindictive biatch. I can go ahead and confide in her. And then if we break up, she's not going to be out here blasting my life.
Right.
We're responsible to learn that as well.
Right.
That's just my thought.
No, you're right. And this is exactly why you're right. We just talked about 2 minutes ago, we talked about discernment and filtering things out, right? Same skill you have to use to know who the fuck you talking to. You have to know what you could talk to somebody about, in a sense. So let's say you put them on oppositions, right? You say Nightjade stands here and a girl stands here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. you will figure out if you could tell the young girl the deepest parts of yourself, right? And then she takes it and vaults it.
Takes it and what?
Puts it in her.
What are you talking? Jesus. All right.
Her vault and never be spoken about again. She would take it, decipher it down for herself, either A, to help you, right? Be aware that these things might be triggers for you, right? To stay away from these things to help the relationship move forward. Night Jade is saying that she received what was given to her, right? And not and she took it in. For one, she said she took it as her feeling special to hear.
Even she getting bored. Shout outs to Nicer. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the show. I need to reach out to you. Shout outs to Nicer dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for always supporting Player Talk Radio. Hold on. Shout outs to Nicer. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. Let me throw this on real quick. Dropping lava once again. Let's get it. Hold on.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, maybe get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Nicer supporting the show. Thank you so much. Oh, Lord. These people don't do their research on a damn thing. That's the crazy part. You know, I try, even with this radio show, right? I try to do, I wouldn't say, I try to add in a little bit of journalism. Like, I'll literally, before I talk about a subject, I will you know, do my research on it. You know, I would do my research on the subject. This latest generation, what the hell is research? What is research? You know, there is no research with them. They just blurt it out. See, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Yeah, they just blurted out. Like this generation, there is no, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to go as far as to say they're black pilled. I would never say they're black pilled, you know. But there's really no such thing as good or bad. You know, there really isn't no such thing as good or bad. They don't give a damn about looking bad, this generation, you know? Who's going to check them? Somebody else that's on the internet doing the same shit? There really is no generation that looks bad. Like a lot of people, they're not afraid to be up here and be wrong. Loud and wrong. You know what I'm saying? They're not afraid to be up here loud and wrong. And not even like loud and wrong off of something that they believe or anything like that. More so off of something that could have been researched. You know? So like listening to a kid about dating, that's comical to a certain degree. And then listening to people that are adults that have you know, not saying messy, but it's a bunch of them, you know. But listen to like a bunch of adults that run full-fledged shows and they run full-fledged shows and claim to specialize in relationships or something like that. Man, listen. They run full-fledged shows and claim to specialize in relationships and stuff like that. They the people that's supposed to know what they're talking about don't know what they're talking about. And it could have just been basically, it could have been done with just simple research, you know. But then again, as I've gotten clowned for actually doing research. I've actually gotten clowned for knowing what I'm talking about. So imagine that.
That her husband trusted her enough with the things that's deep inside of him for him to give it to her. To have this information and have this knowledge and have this experience about him and not use it in a vindictive, evil way. But at the same time, the person that opens up their mouth and shares it is absolutely culpable at the same time.
It's a real person. Humanizing yourself, right? Yeah, don't humanize yourself with a woman, especially in the early stages of being in a relationship with her, whether that's dating or whatever, because she still needs time to feel a certain way about you before she starts accepting that you are no longer an idea. You are actually an individual. It's a real person. Human.
Go ahead.
She's not off. The number's too high, though.
Well, the number is definitely too high. I think maybe she's right. Maybe she's right in some aspects to some small ass percentage. However, if your ass is out here confiding into somebody that you don't know, that's your fucking fault. That's your fucking fault. If you had a problem with it, like when she started talking about the kidnapping, I done told y'all that I've been kidnapped. If I didn't want anybody to know it, then I wouldn't talk about it, and I would be an asshole, right? It's not a big deal. I don't have a problem with sharing something like that. But there's other things that I'm clearly not going to bring out here on this internet. If you can't figure that out, especially as people who are out here dealing with people, y'all, we up here talking about this shit almost weekly. I'll say weekly about this relationship shit and how these people feel and how these, people are acting and what they're saying and taking this advice from TikTok and taking this stupid ass advice from people that don't really have any life experience, don't make any sense, just talking, no reference. And y'all still dealing with those people and telling them shit that you, one, might want to take to your grave, and two, is just shit that you shouldn't be confiding in people like that, especially if all you're trying to do is knock them off. You're an idiot. I said it. I meant it. Go ahead.
She's mixing two things that don't go together, right? It's the vulnerability part. When you
y'all getting into useless stuff. She's basically just putting her imagination on a relationship or whatever it is. She's putting her imagination onto that. Women do this all the time, even adult women. You can expect adult women to do it. Actually, you can expect adult women to do it more. Hold on. Anyway. But yeah, like I said, with adult women, you can expect more issues. With adult women, you can expect more issues. The adult women do the same thing. They just try to conceal it under preferences and stuff like that, Hold on. I got a lot of stuff going on in the background here. All right, hold on. We're going to get to the next topic. Give me 1 second.
Constantly here, I want emotional intelligence, right? I want a man that's vulnerable and that could share. They don't want that shit.
Who don't want that shit?
Women really do not want to hear that shit, to be honest.
Hear what?
Men complain and talk about their fucking issues. Don't. Now, if I share something with you.
Hold on. You're going to complain about me, though.
Am I going to complain about you?
Yeah. You're going to have no problem complaining about me, though.
Me complain about, yeah, I'll complain about
I'm
you.
not even saying you in particular. I'm just saying, but you're gonna have no problem with complaining about me though. But
Okay.
you don't want to, tell me.
See, now Messi, she's supposed to be for the men, and she's still falling into a basic trap that she's ridiculed other women for. And honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. Most men don't tell women about themselves unless they start doing it, and then it becomes a problem or an issue. A lot of these dudes are afraid to tell the women that they're dealing with about themselves. It becomes an issue.
What it is that you might be struggling with.
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's just not a man thing.
I don't disagree with you.
We just deal with the fuck the cards we've been dealt, right? We figure it the fuck out, because at the end of the day, bills need to be paid, kids need to be taken to school.
Shout outs to Nice.
Card note need to be fucking sent. Insurance got to. So what the fuck am I sitting here talking about this shit for when I could just go fucking figure it the fuck out and get the solution done, and we keep on rolling smooth?
I'm assuming she's talking about relationships though. And I don't disagree with you, because I only recently found out that Mr. Messi felt some kind of way when I said it's time for us to buy another house. And I didn't know. He never said anything about it until, 4 houses in. But he said, I was scared that we couldn't afford it. I was scared that that's additional responsibility and money and all that type of stuff that we had to do. He said, but you wanted it. So I did it and just went along with it. Never said a word to me at all. Okay. He could have, but he chose not to. So I don't disagree with you. But how I hear it from her, we're talking about, so you start talking to someone and they tell you something, and then a woman's just going to run away like a crazy person, and just run away. That's what she's saying. That's what I'm hearing from her.
Right.
If it's somebody that you care about, and I hope you know that, whoever, then you know that they're not going to be running away like an idiot. This sounds childish to me. But again,
she's a kid.
I'm a different generation, we'll call it.
It sounds childish to you because how you give it up, right? Is that once you lock in with somebody,
I'm not gonna entertain this conversation for too long, but this is the thing. Women change over time. For example, when you guys are growing up, right? And let's say you start to crush on what you call it, on girls, right? And you go to your mother again, because we started this off. I was telling y'all about the meme that the picture that Fasting sent me with from Base Pluto, and basically said that no, I don't have a mommy issue. He's saying that he doesn't have a mommy issue. He basically believed his mother, and when he got older, he started realizing that women lie. That's kind of really the main theme of guys who quote unquote take the red pill or are in the red pill. Basically they kind of that's like really the bulk of the rage, honestly, is about getting over the world. The world basically lied to you about women. You've been lied to about sugar, spice, and everything nice. You've literally, it's a bunch of guys that been lied to. Rage naturally comes after you've been lied to. That you've been duped. You've been it sinks in. The rage, right? From being lied to. You've been deceived, and especially the years behind it. A lot of you guys been deceived for years, or not necessarily deceived, but misled. Well, when you're a young man and you go to your mother for the most part about dealing with modern women or dealing with said girl that you like or crushes and stuff like that. Well, you get told the wrong thing. Your mother's not going to tell you the exact truth. Your mother's not going to tell you what actually attracts a young girl at that age. You know what I'm saying? Your mother not about to tell you what your father did to get her. You understand what I'm saying? She's not gonna tell you to have some Hennessy on deck, a grape swisher, and some weed. Let me stop. I'm not gonna even go that far. But your mother will say something to the extent of, "Oh, well, you're getting to the age where you're liking, the younger girls. Do something nice for her. Bring her some flowers. Do this and do that and stuff like that." What I'm saying is that your mother is going to tell you the stuff that she would want at the age that she's at now, like in her 40s or maybe her late 30s or whatever. Some of y'all go to the clubs with y'all mothers. But what I'm saying is that she's not going to tell you the exact right thing. You understand what I'm saying? And as a kid, you don't know this, you know? I've always said, and there's a lot of questions in game that I can offer you guys, granted. Thank you everybody that's supporting the show. You guys are the real MVPs, the ones that hit the like button, the ones that share the show, hit the Cash App, and support the show and participate in the chat. You guys are the real MVPs. What I'm saying is that some of y'all are never gonna understand women until you date a younger version of your mother. And in a weird way, you would know. You would know. As a young player coming up, I would always know I would have action with women. When I and be able to catch them, when I would hear, "Oh, you remind me of my dad," or "Oh, you remind me of my bro." It's a weird compliment, but it's a real compliment. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird compliment. And women just kind of blurt it out, "Oh, you remind me of my," if she says you remind her of somebody that's close to her, that's a compliment. I know it's weird, and honestly, if I'm not even gonna lie. I've been so good at what I do. I will even tell you how a lot of the stuff that people say that women say go into incest. Like a woman is supposed to call you daddy. No, that's your daddy. Call me Lord. Let me stop. What I'm saying is, being a young player, hearing a bunch of women saying that, because I've always wondered what that was. I knew what it yielded, but I've always wondered what that was. I always wonder what women mean when they say that. You know what I'm saying? Because it is an awkward compliment. Men don't really be receiving compliments like that. I've been fucking lucky to receive a lot of compliments for various things, right? But I remember vividly dating I mean, not that much, less than a handful of women, and they remind me exactly of my mother. They remind me exactly of my mother, and I'm like, damn, you like, and it's so weird. I had this, I just had, it was just weird. It's like, oh, okay. Like after a while, we got a couple of shows coming up talking about Umar and going over because we've been heavy on that for more than a couple months now, right? And we got a couple of shows talking about child support and stuff like that. And shout outs to a bunch of the the guys here and the ladies here that chime in on that topic. But there's a saying, and it goes a little something like this: you kind of never really. One day you're gonna date a woman that's like your mother, or whatever, or you're gonna date a woman, and certain things are gonna be going on, and I guess they say till that day, you're gonna finally realize what your father went through. You know, you're gonna finally realize what your father went through, and you're gonna finally realize, what he had to deal with. What you couldn't really understand, or what you couldn't really understand as a kid. You're gonna have to, realize what he went through. You know, um, and you're not gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna say you're not gonna be able to blame him, but that's one of the lies. Or maybe y'all had a good mother and she didn't talk crazy about your dad when he's not around. But eventually, you're gonna come to your senses. Your father's not there, right? But that's one of the things that you will have to like kind of go through as a young man. Some young men are gonna go through that. That experience. That's why in these spaces, you notice we're not so quick to say, "Oh, f that nigga, he not there." F your dad. He not around. He don't care about you. He blah whoop de whoop. No, we're not quick to say that. A lot of men be going through stuff. A lot of men be going through stuff, and their story don't get told, and the kid runs off with a whole completely different narrative, and that's going to be in the kid's psyche, because the kid, felt like they haven't been loved. You know, Kids, no matter what you think, kids and people are always going to feel obligated to something. They always feel like they're obligated to something. You know, to tell you the truth, when you're born into this world, even your parents, even though you're their responsibility, they're not obligated to love you. They're not obligated to do a damn thing. On some black pill shit, their obligation was fulfilled when they had you. Between Darwinism, nature, society, and all, the job was done when you got had. You got to shame people into being parents in a lot of cases. They're not obligated. I mean, they technically are, but they're not. They are, but they're technically not obligated to take care of you. And honestly, too, when you come of age, you can show gratitude. It's nice. It's respectful. It's you can show gratitude, but you're not obligated to. You understand what I'm saying? But anyway, when you're inquiring about the women in relationships and stuff like that, your folks, even your dad, gonna tell you some delusional shit. Not just the mother. Can't just put that on the mothers. But your mother's gonna tell you what she wants at the age she is now, whether she has a man or she doesn't. Whether she has a man or she doesn't. Some of y'all that are probably Gen Zers and even probably betas coming up is going to think that it's too much to take a woman out to eat or buy flowers and stuff like that. And you might be right. Maybe that woman that you're talking to, that it's probably too much to do that for her. But you can't turn around and say, "Hey, well, they don't appreciate it if you never did it." You can't turn around and say, "Hey, they don't deserve it." And number one, even coming in a space like this, you can't turn around and say that you're a hopeless romantic or complain about being a hopeless romantic if you're not willing to do any of that stuff. And I don't give a fuck about what half of y'all think. Oh, that's simping, Kuda. That's a simp. Well, are you a player? Nah, fuck the game. I don't like the game. Well, then why you worried about simping? Even squares don't want to get played, but guess what? Squares don't hold those views like that on simping. A lot of them. So a lot of y'all probably do a little too much. You know, you go to school with, you know, Valentine's Day cards and all kinds of stuff for that one girl, and maybe you successfully give it to her, and she don't give a fuck. She don't care. She don't know how to accept that. She don't know how to shit. You got grown ass women. As a matter of fact, more so than little girls. At least a little girl will kind of swoon and oh thank you and blah blah blah. It means a little bit more to them. But you got grown ass women out here. They don't be getting flowers. They don't know what to do. They're not the type to get flowers. They don't have a vase. You know, the only flowers they get, the only flowers they get is weed. Like if that flower's not on fire on some Super Mario shit, flower power. If that flower is not on fire, that woman can care less about what the fuck you talking about. You know, women of today are different. You know. Mi amor, my armor, my love, right? So a lot of y'all have no business, I guess, if you want to think about it, bringing a Ruby Rose or that same girl that y'all just saw. That I'm not gonna get through that whole tape because the thing is that she was just speaking from her imagination. I had some stuff that I wanted to go over. And Lord have mercy, it's not going the way I want it to go, y'all. You know? But I wanted to go over this. Yeah. I mentioned this earlier because we're gonna get into the divorce court and stuff like that. Anthony Edwards paying off his baby mama before child support. This is a trend that doesn't need to stop, and it's dumb as fuck. You know, a lot of these women, and thank you guys for sending me this video too, but a lot of these women don't even care about the child's well-being and stuff, you know? It's just a quick payout, you know? It's about the money. If it ain't about the money, it's about the money, y'all. It's about the money. I don't matter how much you get paid out. That kid need to see their father, or you should be inquiring about that kid seeing their father, or at least putting up a fight. You know, shout outs to Aunt T. You know, I know a lot of you guys be like, oh well, Aunt T's kind of doing the most and whoop whoop. No, he's not. Actually, Aunt T's doing what I think a lot of black fathers have done and should be doing when you run up on them. Hey, I'm trying to see my kid. Hey, I'm not trying to you know, my impression on my kid, it means the world to me. I'm not trying to come off as a deadbeat dad or a big ass wallet or any of that shit, you know? Honestly, your kid don't give a fuck about you till they hit about 25, 30 as a father. They don't even really see your sacrifice like that unless they around you or grew up, you know, like really seeing you go through it, you know? Or put up with some shit, you know. Believe it or not, you do got some women out here that got really close relationships with their fathers, you know. So I commend that, you know. Absolutely, I commend that, you know. Larry said if Anthony Edwards got to pay, if Anthony Edwards got to pay her 1.8 million, he's getting off light as fuck. Well, we got to see. You know, shout outs to Larry in the building. We got to see. I wonder if he's going through the courts. I wonder if he's going through the courts because he's dumb as fuck if he give her that money and then she run down to the court because the court don't care. The court gonna want some money from his ass also. So if he doesn't write up a contract or something that he can use in court, and he slided her the bankroll and stuff. And this is this is up front, y'all. This is up front. Like this ain't no, oh, here's some, you know, Here's some this is up front. This ain't no here's like 500K here, 500K there. No, this is up front. All right. So they would rather take the money up front instead of the father being in their kid's life. So.
All right, we're going to go to child support court. Child support court, guys. Child support is not to be played with. Somebody said Atlanta and San Francisco. Okay, yeah, I get that.
And we got to watch how we do commentary on this stuff because child support should not be something to get played with. Yeah, as a man, child support ain't nothing to get played with, but women play with that shit all day. Women love to play with child support. If anything, look forward for her to play with child support. All right, let's get it.
Child support court is not to be played with. Do not think that you have any advantage over this system. This system basically has no laws. They make up the rule book as they go. They are not governed by the judicial branch in America. They're somewhat judged by the using the legislative branch or the executive branch, where they have their own rules. They're not what they would call a real court. They have a court of administration. They're not a court of law in terms of the laws or the Constitution governs them. They are not a constitutional court. So people call them a fake court. They call the judges a fake judge. They call them a kangaroo court. So whatever you know about law, do not apply it to child support court, because niggas will take constitutional court and apply it to child support court. But realize they're not connected. So whatever you would do in constitutional court, which would be criminal, civil, it does not apply in family court. They're their own rules. They govern themselves. They have their own jurisdiction and own rules. And if there's no rule, they'll make it up. Okay. They'll make it up on their own. So before we get into that, that's going to be important when we get to Anthony Edwards. This is a judge basically patting down the pockets of a father before he possibly is going to jail in a court hearing. Okay.
You're giving her a total of $350 today. You have it in your pocket?
I do.
You just walk right over and you hand that to Miss Vogt right now. Do you have anything else in your...
Oh my fucking God. Are you serious? Really? See, this shit is about breaking a man. This shit is about breaking a man, honestly. That's what it's about. It's about breaking the man. Why he gotta... No, bailiff, get your ass over here and take this money and go hand it to her. Why he gotta physically go over there and hand it to her? I bet you if it was the other way around, she wouldn't have to walk over there and go hand it to him.
Wallet.
Yeah. Like
any other cash? How much?
Enough for gas for the rest of the week to get my daughter to school.
How much is it?
$20, maybe a little more.
Yep. Walk exactly
right, Larry,
all the money
hit.
You have right now over to Miss Vogt.
350 is what he just handed
And
me.
again, if she needs support, then that means she shouldn't have the kid. Common sense could tell you that the person kicking out the bread should have custody.
Yes, and he's going to hand you all the other cash in his wallet right now.
Straight jacket. Okay. Y'all think y'all want to play in this family court. So when I get to the Anthony Edwards story, trust me,
Y'all hit the like button and support the show. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the Cash Apps. Player Talk. Hold on.
a victim of this for what, a good 15, 14 years. I want you to know that I'm knowledgeable about this. I'm not knowledgeable about everyone's case, but I know how corrupt and fucked up the court is. Okay. I know what I'm talking about. I've been there, done that. But again, every case is different. And don't think you're going to outsmart this court. Don't think you're just going to do whatever you want and I'm going to do whatever I want. Ha ha. They will fuck your ass up in this court. All right. And they will feel no pain. If you think you want to play with them, go play with them. And if you think you're going to report to their supervisor or the president or write to the mayor, the senator, the governor, and get this shit stopped, you're not going to. All right. They will.
This is a 22-year ordeal.
Fuck you up. There's nobody else that you can sue them in the Supreme Court and fight. But I guarantee you, nigga, you ain't got $300 in your pocket. You definitely ain't fighting for Supreme Court. Nigga, you're going to be fighting forever. You ain't got the money and the resources. And let me tell you something. If you did have the money, they'll take it from you right in front of you. Okay? And these are women doing it, old white judges, old white men doing it. They will fuck you up in this court. Okay?
Giving her a total of $350 today. You have it in your pocket?
I do.
You just walk right over and you hand that to Miss Vogt right now. Do you have anything else in your wallet?
Yeah.
This sounds like robbery. Sounds like robbery.
Like
any other cash? How much?
Enough for gas for the rest of the week to get my daughter to school.
They don't give a fuck. I want that too.
How much is it?
$20, maybe a little more.
Yep. Walk exactly all the money you have right now over to Miss Vogt.
I'll walk it over.
Straight jacket.
All right. They will pat your ass down right there. You see, ain't nobody in there watching them. They don't care, bruh.
300.
Shit, after you bust a nut, everything voluntary. What's going on, Ty City? Good to see you, man.
15 is what he just handed me.
Yes, and he's going to hand you all the other cash in his wallet right now.
Right now.
Straight jacket.
All right, right now. All right, and if you don't, just know they're going to put the bailiff on your neck, and your ass going to miss work tomorrow. You're going to miss work tomorrow. With that being said, I had to show that to set this up. There's a lot of things that happen in these courts that you guys don't know about. Plus, when these guys come out, nobody cares. They're going to be like, you need to take care of your kid. All right? You deserve. The kid deserves. You need to be in your kid's life, and you need to pay. All right? And so when you're a part of these court orders, you guys think that, oh, it's just as plain and simple. Oh, here's an order. I follow it. Kiss my ass, wipe my ass, wipe her ass with the money. Fuck you. I'm done. Trust me, I've been a part of these cases. Now, when we talk about this next one, this is going to be important. Apparently, there is a viral meme going on that is suggesting that NBA basketball player Anthony Edwards made a historic move by paying off $1 million. Okay, $1,080,000 in child support all at once, covering 18 years worth of payments. And then the meme says, of course, some of these memes are fake news, but of course, I think the media is reporting on this, so we're going to talk about it. That's $5,000 a month, but he decided to settle it up front. The message is clear. Quote, don't ask me for a thing for the next 18 years. Now, I'm going to put the vote to you.
Man, you're going to get asked for the next 22 to 24 years. What are you talking about? And that 1.8 million or whatever the fuck you about to give her, that shit going to be gone. The dumbest thing you could ever do is pay somebody that's trying to rob you up front. For example, we got to cover the shooter of Say So P. Texas rapper Sauce Walker went to Memphis, got sprayed up with his artist Say So P. And the day that he did that interview, honestly, the killer, I guess basically, I don't know how, but maybe, I don't know if he's from Houston, I don't know if he's from Memphis, but the killer ended up going back to Houston and got unsubscribed at an abandoned mall, or maybe he got unsubscribed elsewhere and they dropped his body off at an abandoned mall or whatnot. Or some people are suspecting that he went back to go pick up some money. We're going to get into that, though. Some people are saying that he went back to go pick up the money. You know, they don't know if Sauce Walker set up his artist to get the insurance money or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever could be the case. Somebody's saying that he went back he went to Houston. Some guy from Memphis went to Houston. Well, one of the shooters went to Houston and got unsubscribed, right? And, you know, if y'all ever, you know, if y'all know the streets and you know, been around any type of street activity, you know, if you about to go pay somebody to go do a hit, or you about to go pay somebody to go slide, you don't give them all of the money up front. Because guess what? They could do a sloppy job like this dumbass did, got his face on camera like this dumbass did. He gets sent to jail. He not used to being around that environment. He gonna give you up. You know, you can give them a little bit. You can confront them a little bit of money, but you don't pay everything in full. Now, why am I saying that? First of all, you in court, nigga. You already getting robbed. And when they know your pocket's deep, that's why Yellow Beezy recently just had to lie about his pockets being deep. But when your pocket's deep, oh, we're gonna see how deep your pockets is. You know, hopefully you sitting on an abyss. You know, hopefully you sitting on an abyss. And then they did some weird shit too. Speaking of Yellow Beezy, we're gonna cover that case also too. We got some more details in that case because he got to hand over all his financial records and stuff to Rainwater. That's interesting. I've never heard of that before, but it is what it is, right? You don't pay them up front. I guarantee you, before that kid turns 18, Anthony Edwards is going to get drugged back to court. I give it a year. 1 year. 1 year. Anthony Edwards is going to get drugged back to court. It's never enough with women. Nothing is never enough. 1.8 million is not enough. It's not enough. All right, let's go.
You right
this
now.
This shit don't even matter.
Before we get into it. So I'm gonna start a poll for you guys to sound off on this one. Is Anthony Edwards smart or dumb for this? Smart, dumb are the options. Okay, smart, dumb are. The poll is live right now. You see it, and I'm gonna read it again. The woman in this.
You know what? I'm gonna do my own poll. Give me 1 second. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. This gives you enough time to support the show and hit the Cash App. I'm gonna do my own poll real quick. Y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. Give me 1 second. Let me do my own poll.
Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
All right, hold on, y'all. And other than the 1.8 million, right? How long should y'all put in the chat? How long should 1.8 million last a baby mama? If managed right. How long should the 1.8 million last the baby mama? I wonder if he did the math and came up with that. Quick maths. That motherfucking money gonna be gone in 1 year. She gonna buy a Bentley. Oh, I need to get back and forth to where I need to go with my kid. She gonna buy a G-Wagon. All of a sudden, she get around some nigga. All of a sudden, she has the taste for Bentleys and G-Wagons. All right. How long that shit gonna last? We got a new poll up. All right, so we're gonna go through this real quick. Y'all can put it in the chat and y'all can put it on the poll. How long is this goddamn child support? 1.8 million? How long is that going to
case? And I'm going to explain the case to you. And we don't know this to be true. All right. But I'm going to just show you that this is going around the internet. Some men are celebrating this. Oh, smart move. Fuck that bitch. Don't ask me for nothing for 18 years. Or is this a dumb move? He doesn't know how child support works.
It's a dumb move.
And then we're going to go through it. Again, we don't have all the details. Please don't compare these to other cases. All right. But we're going to use other cases to see if this is a smart or a dumb move. Okay. So now let's give you the details of the case. The case, I believe, is this one. And the woman's name is Aisha Howard. Okay. And it says the ongoing legal dispute with Aisha Howard, an influencer known as Little Miss Golden, centers around their daughter, which the daughter's name is Aubrey Summers Howard, taking the name of the baby mama. And the daughter was born less than a year ago. So October 2024. So this is a new child.
Oh, all right.
And by the way,
Baby
just so you guys know, he is fighting several women. All right. For paternity lawsuits and children. It's up to 3, but I'm sorry, it's about 3, but it could be more than 5.
God,
all right, more than 5 women. Because there's a case there, and he already had a child right here.
At this point for kids. He got his own league. God damn.
So he has several, all right, of these women right here. Okay. And it says Edwards filed a paternity lawsuit in the state of Georgia, confirming paternity through a DNA test.
Oh, no, Anthony.
In December 2024.
Oh, no, bro. 5 kids. In what time span?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
5. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to let this play. He getting cooked.
Which was less than 4 months ago. And it says, but he expressed no interest in custody or visitation. Oh, my goodness. All right. No, he doesn't want any custody or visitation. He's basically saying, I wash my hands of. It does go along with what we see in the meme. He wants nothing to do with the woman or the child. And then it says right here, Howard, on the other hand, filed her case in California. You already know what that means, leading to a jurisdiction battle. Okay, so she might have had the baby in Georgia, moved to California. Edwards alleged Howard moved to California to secure a higher child support, a claim she denied, and a birth certificate to support her move before the child was born. So the child's being born, the woman, I think she moved to California, obviously, for a better case. California is the worst child support, but Georgia is not that better. All right. Tyrese has proven this. All right. Tyrese thought that, Georgia would be better. He would pay a lower amount and then he would in California. Tyrese's ex tried the same thing, tried to do a case in California. It got moved back to Georgia. All right. Then it's court ruled in February 2025 that California lacks jurisdiction for child support. So that's a win for him, shifting the case back to Georgia with the scheduled hearing on March 20th, 2025, which was last week. In California, for custody and visitation, it says right there. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. California lacked jurisdiction in California for custody and visitation. It highlights the tension between state laws and financial implications, with Edwards' lawyer arguing Howard's actions were a bad faith attempt for financial gain. Okay. So there you go. Oh, you didn't see it, but that's what I was reading right there, which, of course, we know women do that. That definitely is going to be the situation where they shipped it over to Georgia, which Georgia does not have a cap in child support. They don't have a cap. There's no cap in child support. However, this move right here, and this is just an opinion piece based on experience and knowledge that I have. I tried to get in contact with the lead attorney on this one.
It's a lot going on. Hold on. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Like I said, I want to open up the panel. I don't know why my Wi-Fi is behind, but now it looks like it's going quick again. I don't know. 5G is weird, y'all. All right, let's try this again. Run this back a little bit. And like I said, get well, lead attorney. I didn't know something was going on with him, but hey.
Back to Georgia with the scheduled hearing on March 20th, 2025, which was last week.
Support the show, y'all. Let's open up the panel. Let's get it.
In California, for custody and visitation, it says right there. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Okay, so let me get this straight. California lacked jurisdiction. They shifted the case to Georgia, and there's a scheduled hearing in California for custody and visitation.
Then this nigga got cases going all over the place. Shit, showing up as a dad is like a basketball game for his ass. All right, let's get it.
All right, which he's saying he wants no custody or visitation. This case highlights the tension between state laws and financial implications, with Edwards' lawyer arguing Howard's actions were a bad faith attempt for financial gain. Okay.
And I'm telling y'all, we've been talking about it. City to city, state to state. let me tell y'all something, man. These NBA players, man, women are getting radical. I mean, they've always been radical, but we living in the times like other than just the internet and stuff like that. We're seeing women getting sabbatical radical, like super radical. They are preying on these younger dudes, man. And you can't really, I ain't gonna lie, as a guy, you can't really say too much to these younger dudes because it's basically kind of like the women talking to other women. They will bat your hand, they'll bite your hand, they'll tell you to go fuck yourself, they'll try to destroy you for helping them out. I know about women, leave me alone. I got this money. That's fucking crazy. Money got you into that situation, and you need to continue to keep on making it to get you out of that situation. You know? So a lot of y'all fellas, some of the cards that you may think God dealt you, you might be all right. You're going to be all right. Just learn from some of these stories. You know? Too many examples out here not to have kids, and you're right. Too many. Ain't wife up none of these bitches. Okay.
Okay. So there you go. Oh, you didn't see it, but that's what I was reading right there, which, of course, we know women do that. That definitely is going to be the situation where she just ran it over there. I'm going to go over here. And then they're like, she's trying to collect more money, which she would have got way more money in California. They shipped it over to Georgia, which Georgia does not have a cap in child support.
They're going to quadruple.
They don't have a cap. There's no cap in child support. However, this move right here, and this is just an opinion piece based on experience and knowledge that I have. I tried to get in contact with the lead attorney on this one, but the lead attorney is definitely going through some things. We want you to definitely be back in good health. I haven't seen him much on YouTube, so I tried to get him in here on this one. Okay. But what we hear is that according to the case, I'm a little confused because they said there's a custody and visitation in California, but the child support case is in Georgia. The order was for $5,000 a month. Okay. The order's for $5,000. What he did, and possibly with his lawyers, I don't know who he did this with.
I was just about to say he needed to sue his lawyers. He needed to get rid of his lawyers. Get rid of them. Turn their TV off. This ain't no revolutionary deal. But okay.
He said, drop in the bucket. Drop in the motherfucking bucket. 2 tears in the bucket, motherfucker. Okay, I'm just going to pay it off now. So let me get out the calculator. That's $5,000 a month. That's 12 months.
Right. Quick math.
We're looking at 60. So let me just go ahead and forward that through to 18 years and write the check.
What you do is you get an account, a separate account. You really should be able to get a separate account as a man and give that woman a card. So all the statements come, you both can look at the statements or whatever. But anyway, you get a separate account and you put the monthly, you just pay her off by the month. You pay her off by the month. She gonna drag this man back to court. That 1.8 million is gonna last less than a year.
People are saying this is a great move, essentially saying and suggesting that he could wash his hands of the woman and the child since he doesn't want anything to do with either, and that this is a smart move. Now, let me tell you this right now. From what I know,
it's a dumbass move.
My history, the history with this court, what you saw in the previous video, what jurisdiction is, what Georgia's state laws seem to be, what child support means in California. This is a dumb ass move. This is a terrible move. This is dumb. Now, if you said this is smart, please tell me in your synopsis, your summation, tell me you've been a part of child support.
What about this?
Because if you've been a part of child support and you said this is a smart move, you will know that this is not how child support works. Let me go back and show you just a clip, just to back my shit up real quick.
A total of $350 today. You have it in your pocket?
I do.
You just walk right over and you hand that to Miss Vogt right now.
No, Your
Do you
Honor.
have anything else in your wallet?
Yeah.
These
Any
nuts.
other cash? How
Yeah.
much?
These nuts.
Enough for gas for the rest of the week to get my daughter to school.
Let's talk about what child support is.
Robbery.
Child support is not part of the constitutional court, meaning that it is a lawsuit, part of the administrative court, and it is not like a traditional lawsuit in which you get a judgment or an order and that's final. Okay, that's number one. These are two different things. So if you have a case in civil court and the judge says you owe this in civil court, you can pay it up front. You can pay however you want. You can set up payment plans and it's a final judgment. It cannot be modified after that. You can make more money after the fact, after the judgment, and they cannot come back and get you in the civil judgment.
You trying to cap it.
In a child support case, the case is open. The judge gives an order, but that doesn't close the case.
Right.
The case is closed whenever the age of majority is in that state. So it could be 18 in Georgia, 18 and graduated from high school in California, up to 21 as long as the kids are in college and live.
Again, she gonna run her ass back down to that court and take him for some more money. If she runs out of that money, there's no accountability. The court is going to be like, well, he needs more money. And then the court's going to be like, well, we're going to get paid also. So if she mismanages that money, he probably think he's going to be able to tell them, see, I gave her the money. I don't know what she did with it. See, she held her accountable. She mismanaged it. Nah, no. No. Don't work like that, baby. No.
Lives with the mother, custodial, up to 21 in New York. Whatever that is, the case remains open.
You're going to have to pay for
which
her.
Which means, in effect, the case can be modified. The child support order can be modified at any point during when the kid is a minor. So the only thing that can make this case change is an extreme change in circumstance. The non-custodial has an increase in income. You can change the case. There's a change in custody. So I had no custody. Now I have 80% custody. That changes the order. I can go in and modify it. But he's advanced money for her, assuming that he will never see the kid again and never see her again. Mm-hmm. The case remains open. When you get a divorce, it remains open until you die. A child support case remains open until the kid reaches that age of majority. So let me start right there just to explain that that's how it works in Georgia.
It's not even the age of majority too, y'all. It's also how much payments he have to make. So if he fell behind on a couple of payments and the child still reaches that quote unquote age of majority, he still got to pay. And that's very common. That the kid will be in their 20s and stuff like that, and the father still owes like maybe a couple racks or something like that, you know. Okay.
Which means, in effect, if Anthony Edwards makes more money within the next 6 months to a year, he goes from max contract to super max. And I looked it up. He is at the super max right now.
He is fucked.
He received the max extension that extends him to the year 2028 and 2029. What do we know? Well, the child will not hit the age of majority until the year 2043.
God damn.
2043, 2044 with some quick maths, which his income could either go up at that point or go down. If he retires, is injured, the income goes down. If he continues to play, fine.
I was just about to say that. Break a leg. Break a leg, my nigga, because if you break a leg, that's the last leg you gonna break. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth. He should go make a bag and then fake an injury. If he's smart. He should make a bag and then go fake his injury and reduce himself, not reduce himself, but like downgrade to something a little bit better. Because that woman over time, she's going to take all of his money. All of it. And she don't got to work. She not going to feel like she got to work. And they be acting like being a mother is the hardest job on the planet. You know, shout outs to Bill Burr. That's funny. He was like, you just pop a couple of DVDs in and walk off after a certain age. Give your kids the tablet and walk off. Oh, they changed it? So if he get hurt, that doesn't void a part of the contract? You better strategically plan getting hurt on his last big contract. So they're going to be all up in his business. That's the thing, too. ESPN be telling y'all how much these people make and shit. So the world going to be all up in his business. God damn. She about to get that Iman Shumpert payout. That's crazy. I wonder when they changed it. All right. I mean, it's not like the court's going to have any sympathy for him anyway. You said, listen to the stay-at-home dads. They seem to never have a problem. Right. If you feel like he going down in his career, he better fake an injury and you know. Ah, okay. I didn't know that, Larry. Interesting.
5, 10, 15 years, whatever that is, his income is set to increase. And all she has to do
is sit around and wait
on any significant.
The Money Mindset 2025. Join us.
Sit around, wait, and pocket watch.
If you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the Blue Chip Mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our blue chip mindset on. The window is still open.
Increase in income is go in and modify the case. He gets new money. All right. Or let's say he has 5 more children. He can modify it and say,
she can spend that 1.8 million in the year because she gets to modify her case as much as he makes money. Every time he makes something, she can modify it.
I can't pay that much. My income's gone down. I'm retired and I have 5 more kids to feed. All right. So he can modify the case. Now you're going to say, Coach, what would you have done? Even if you have the money, right? Even if you have the money, why would you front her money?
Stall him out. But I thought this was his only kid. But it's not his only kid. So,
Let me explain it like this. If you're in a war and he's obviously in the war, and yes, if he's paying it through child support system, they can modify it even outside of the woman. So they could be looking and say, he makes way more money, let's modify it. Right. But look, let's say you're in a war, which he's clearly in a war. Do you front your enemy money?
Hell no.
To fight you? Or do you squeeze them resources? Do you restrict their resources? So the order was $5,000 a month. I would have gave her $4,985 a month, just enough to fulfill the order. Why would I pay her money when she's obviously fighting me legally and there's an open case in California? Why do I front her money to pay legal fees to fight me? Like,
and this is one of his many cases. Wow. Huh.
Now, let me add one more thing. You just gave her money to fight you. Ask Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre was in the same situation because Dr. Dre got a temporary order to pay his ex-wife, but the ex-wife was using the money to fight him more legally. So he stopped paying her. Then she went to court and said, he's not paying me the temporary order, which they forced him to pay it. And she still used the money to fight the case. Okay. Now,
fund the war.
For anybody saying this is a settlement, this is where you're wrong. You cannot settle child support technically. You can settle alimony. You can settle all of this, just like you cannot put child support in a prenup. You cannot put child support in a prenup. Tell me why you can't put child support in a prenup.
Prenup.
Why can't you put child support in a prenup? This is why I'm trying to tell y'all, you niggas are dumber than dumb. And this move is just to spite the baby mama. This move is just to spite the baby mama. Bitch, all right, I only got $5,000 a month. Okay, I'm going to wipe my ass with this money here. Drop in the bucket. Why can't you put child support in a prenup? Because the child support is technically the child's money. It is not the baby mama's money. Why then can't you settle a child support?
Whatever that means. You know damn well, slickly, it's the baby mama's money.
Or case, because he would have to settle the child support with a 4-month-old child who cannot negotiate on their own behalf. I know the baby mama's getting the money and the baby mama's supposed to support the child on it, but the child can't negotiate on their own behalf. Thus, they use other people to negotiate on their behalf. So if you settled the case with the baby mama, that's the wrong person to settle with. You have to settle it with the child. In which case, nobody ever can settle the case with the child. The child can't argue for themselves, so they have other people, the baby mama, the child support system, lawyers, argue on their behalf. Since that's the case, you can't settle.
Nope.
If somebody said somebody put child support in this prenup, guess what happens? It's okay until there's a divorce. Now, when there's a divorce, good luck arguing that shit. right here. Good luck arguing that shit. You can put whatever the fuck you want in the prenup. When that shit goes to court, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So you say he settled this case. I say he didn't. How you settle a case with a 4-month-old? How do you settle a case? And then what if the kid, and this has happened, what if the kid says, hey, I got screwed. I'm 21 years old. I was entitled to more money.
Take him back to court.
But you guys settled the case and it screwed me over. Jerry Jones got that. Thank you. You got somebody just hit me with this. Jerry Jones's child, who was over 21, did that exact thing. She came back and sued the mother and the court and Jerry Jones, saying that you guys negotiated a deal for my money that was unfair for me. Thank you, sir. Who said the Jerry Jones? I was just about to bring that up. And I don't want to use too many people's cases because every case is different. Every case is different. Every jurisdiction is different. Every state is different. But Jerry Jones's adult daughter said y'all negotiated because the mother made a deal with Jerry Jones. Mm-hmm. The mother got the money, spent it, and then the daughter had nothing. So then the daughter said, hey, that was my money you negotiated. That was my money you spent. She went back to the court and said, y'all owe me money. That was my motherfucking money. And Jerry Jones had to pay up. Now, somebody's going to say, well, 50 Cent, mother tried to modify. And
to this day, 50 Cent's son is still asking him for child support.
She got rejected. So when the mother settled and 50 Cent paid, the mother tried to modify when he made more money and she lost. What was the difference in that case? What was the difference? Well, 50 Cent filed for bankruptcy.
Right.
And whatever he was getting paid through other companies and distribution, and it went to trust and all of that shit. He filed for bankruptcy at his peak income, which was a legal maneuver against the mother increasing the child support.
Chapter 13.
Now, Anthony Edwards is not 50 Cent. He's not a rapper. He's a basketball player. Anthony Edwards plays basketball for the Minnesota Timberwolves in the NBA. They pay Anthony Edwards. They don't pay Anthony Edwards Trust to play basketball. They don't pay Anthony Edwards LLC to play basketball. They pay Anthony Edwards to play basketball. And thus, if they get caught up in trying to hide who they're paying, them people, the NBA and Minnesota Timberwolves, will get sued. They will violate tax code, tax laws, all kind of shit. Social Security code. They will violate every fucking rule in the book. And corporations will not pay a trust account for a nigga to dribble basketball up and down the floor. Now, 50 Cent, he can hide his money through all this shit and get paid through a business when he jump up on there in the stage and rap. All right, so he can hide his money like that. But Anthony Edwards, that nigga playing basketball, and everybody can see clearly who playing. A trust account ain't playing basketball. All right, a business, a LLC ain't playing basketball. He playing basketball. So everybody's going to assume that he's the one getting that money when he dribbling basketball. He an employee. He's not a business. Right? So he can't be hiding that shit. The Timberwolves ain't going to play his business to hide the fact that they ain't paying that nigga money. Everybody know he a W-2. All they got to do is ring that shit up. So these are two different things. He can't pay his mama the money. All right. Everybody know he the one dunking the basketball. All right. This is America. Dude, the IRS, the tax code, everybody will be on the Timberwolves' ass if they don't pay Anthony Edwards the money. Okay. So they're going to have to pay him, bro. They're not going to pay no trust account. Yeah. People can get disbarred for that shit. That's committing, dude, the organizations themselves will be committing major crimes by trying to hide who they're paying for money. So he's going to get a check, and that check is going to be on his W-2. And then all of that shit going to be reported. And so he can't hide that money. Okay. These ninjas overseas, and they can do that shit. He can't do that over here. He can't do that. All right, these corporations will get sued upside down by the child support court, IRS, and all that shit. All right, so he can't play that game. He can do that with his endorsements deals potentially. He can't play that game. Cannot play that game. Now, the smart move would be for him. This is what I would say. Coach, what would you have done? I would have paid her just under the amount every day. I mean, every month. And I would put it in an auto payment. I would have took that $1 million, $1,080,000, put it in a bank account over there. And I would have paid her ass like a motherfucking water drip. Okay. When the next month come up, it automatically get taken out. Next month come out, it automatically get taken out. So she only getting $5,000 at a time. Now, can she modify the case still? Yes. But why front my enemy who I'm in a legal battle with money? Okay, I can't do that. Why do that? Look, would Russia give Ukraine money? They're not to. Now, he's already said he doesn't want custody. So he's already on record saying that. And he doesn't want custody. Nor is he planning on having any custody. He has how many kids? How many kids? All these kids. And guys, you will say ninjas don't pay. All right, he got it for free. He got these baddies for free. And these women are intentionally getting pregnant on him. Intentionally getting pregnant on him. Is there a way to prove his income's inconsistent? How? Come on. I mean, you guys are right here. He says, sue the baby mama in court for federal court for violation of protected rights. Do you think he has time for this? He's not going to do this. All right. He's already said, I'm done. He fought paternity. He lost. All right. It's his baby. He ain't suing for no federal court.
Oh,
he could.
The kid was his.
And he's already saying, I'm washing my hands of you. I don't want nothing to do with this child or the woman, which, guys, that's not how it works. I would have gave her the exact amount or just under that, just so I can prove that I've been paying this off and been done with it. Now, when she comes back to modify, I can't help that. And guys, you can't help modifications. You guys are trying to help yourself with these modifications or what we should do around it. No, man.
Fucked up. No, I'm gonna mention, especially if he's putting up that much amount of money, he fronting that much. I'm going to mention, Your Honor, she's going to mismanage that money within the year. I guarantee you, and she's going to have us back here in court. And they don't care. The court don't care because guess what? They make money when your goofy ass is up there. Whether you're swiping your little goofy ticket to park in their little rusty-ass garage and then pay for parking and all that other stuff, they make money. You know, he trying to move on with his basketball career, but hey, his lawyers are telling him the wrong thing. You don't ever front no money like that. You ain't got it.
And look, first of all, what you should.
Funny thing is that the court probably would have had him pay less if he played that card. She wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Do is stop nutting in these strags. All right. But hey, listen, all of us got to do what we do.
Dang, dog, a $1.8 million nut. Pause.
Okay. But you guys are nutting in these strags and you think these men are getting it for free and you're going to pay. That's the first thing. Stop nutting in these strags. Second thing is you cannot.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Now, Coach Greg Adams, you, my good friend, are pro-tricking. You don't have no problems with handing money over to women. Be careful now, because you are pro-tricking. You know, I forgot. Coach Greg Adams is pro tricking. So be careful. Tread lightly talking about dudes handing money over to women. Be real careful about telling dudes about handing money over to women. All right? But a $1.8 million Nizat.
That's a little salty. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you can put that back in the fridge. Wait, what? This was the last frosting. Oh yeah, I know. It's my homemade cream. What did you put on this? This was the last frosting. We didn't have any. What did you? It's my nut.
He said, Coach Head Adams. The feds match child support funds for the state, and they charge fees on. Yeah, and then you end up paying for her lawyers. $1 million nut.
Tell me if you like it. That's a little salty. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you can put that back in the fridge. Wait, what? This was the last frosting. Oh yeah, I know. It's my homemade cream. What did you put on this? This was the last frosting. We didn't have any. What did you? It's my nut.
Now listen. We wouldn't go on the tricking a little bit if y'all wasn't too fucking loud. Y'all niggas lead with your wallet, then get mad when she leaves with your wallet, or all she wants is your wallet. Y'all lead with your wallet. Y'all lead with the cheese, and then get mad when you're surrounded by rats. Fellas, and I gotta talk about this on another show with this whole tricking thing. One thing you never do is physically take money from your hand and place it in her hand. Do not ever get in the habit of doing that. If she wanted some, if it's about like buying food and stuff like that, then y'all go and buy the food. But the moment, especially if you're abroad or somewhere else, but just in general, the moment you take your physical money from your hand and place it in her little glittery hand, gotcha. You know? Gotcha. You can't even get mad at her at that point if she start playing you. You can't. Can't even say nothing. Can't even get mad. You, especially when you first meet, you trained her to do that. All right. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App. 5 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Probably gonna wrap up soon. I might do another show later on. But let's go.
Just shoot the baby mama away. Right? Not with money, you can't. Not in child support. Somebody's gonna say, well, Earthquake paid the money in advance. Okay, because people were using other cases, using people cases. All cases are different, but we know certain things. You cannot settle.
What's going on, War Master?
Child support is never settled.
Welcome to the show. A wild War Master appears. War Master was probably asleep. Shout outs to War Master in the building.
Said the comedian Earthquake did the same thing, and the baby mama was upset, which he did. He paid in advance. By the way, California, you cannot pay advance child support.
See, but this is the thing, though. If you're going to pay in advance or something like that, fellas, you have to have her on a technical. Like, the judge got to be on your side. She got to be, like, nuanced. Like, the judge want her ass to go away, too. You know? Yeah, War Master said he was asleep. Rest in peace, Van Winkle. Yeah, man, I heard about that. Nasty work, man. But yeah, man, I mean, look, we all getting old, y'all. We all getting old. We all are getting old. Rest in peace to Van Winkle, though. Rip Van Winkle. What's that dude's name? I forgot that guy's name that passed away a couple years ago. That was pretty sad. He went out sad. I forgot the guy's name. He was as hell, and he always used to wear like the American, like he used to wear American shorts with the and he used to work out, and he was like a carrot top. I forgot his name. He was a ginger, but he used to always be happy and be on like the news shows and you know, he would just be everywhere. I forgot his name, and he passed away. That was sad. That was pretty sad. You know, that was actually pretty sad. You know, but anyway, I forgot his name. Is it Richard Spencer? Yeah, or is it Richard Simmons? Is it Richard Simmons or Richard Spencer? Y'all know who I'm talking about. You know, we getting old, y'all. Yo, you know who's been around for a long time? I don't know if y'all know him, but he do be everywhere, especially around in the DMV. Do y'all know that white guy named Matthew Lesko? It's a white guy, and he used to yeah, Richard Simmons. Okay, I knew it was one of them. It's the white guy. He used to walk around with the suit on, and he almost looked like the Riddler. Had money all over the place. Matthew Lesko. He's still around. You know, I kind of seen him the other day. All right, let's go.
If I have an order on child support, and the child support's $5,000 a month, I cannot advance the order. They'll send me the money back. All right. People have tried to do that in California, and they won't take advance payments. All right. So that's number one.
Well, shit, you got to have money in California anyway. Shit.
But Earthquake paid off his child support, and then remember, the baby mama came back and said she needed some money, and he was like, I paid it off. Now, here's the thing with Earthquake. Earthquake did it when the kid was 16, I believe. The kid was already late.
That's all right. That's smart. So what Earthquake did, y'all, was he sandbagged it. He waited until the kid got a little bit older. Cause it's a mental thing. You know, like when the kid is young, it's like everybody's like, okay, it's a long way to go. But when the kid is older, yeah, a couple years, the kid gonna be 18. Yeah, you sandbag it. See, comedians, man, they know how to do it right. Yeah, you sandbag it a little bit, and then if you have it, pay it off. Or hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. You don't have it. And the court might even they might even reduce it. That's how you stiff it to them. These dudes, I'm gonna pay her off and stiff it to her. That's not gonna stiff it to her, bro. You about to put it in her pocket like a motherfucking rocket. You know? Break yourself. Earthquake did right. Sandbag it. If you can get that deal, though.
In the game. So when he got to the point when the kid was 16, about to turn 18, he paid off the rest.
Yeah. That's how you do it.
That's different than Anthony Edwards. He's paying off 18 years in advance. Earthquake paid it off right when the kid was 16. And that means there was less moves for her to make at that point. There's less modification. Earthquake didn't get an NBA max contract and double and quadruple his salary. His salary probably stayed the same. There was probably no more time to modify it. If it would, she would only got 6 months increase. So he went ahead and paid it off and advanced it from that point, from 16 years old to 18 or whatever it was. So that was an advancement of a short period of time, not 18 years. Right. Okay? Not 18 years. Okay, so he paid it off in a point where the woman had less legal maneuvers, and she took the lump sum, or she paid it through the wherever he paid it. She took it, and then boom. Now let's just say this: yeah, he paid 3 to 6 months in advance. It wasn't like he paid 18 years in advance. It was a very short period of time that he paid in advance. Now let's say they have a deal, and it's not going through child support. So he made a deal with her attorneys, and the attorneys took the deal. And then he said, never call me again. Don't talk to me. This makes the move even dumber. All right. Yes. An earthquake is not.
They'll still take his ass to court. Don't ever make no side deal or nothing like that. That's why sometimes, I'm not even going to lie, fellas, it's better that you go down to the court. You start the paperwork. Because if she got to start the paperwork, your paper going to work.
Not W-2. He's a comedian. You can't chase down his money. She would have had to hire a forensic accountant for 6 months of child support. He already had one. Let's say he negotiated with this. His lawyers negotiated with her lawyers. They didn't go through the child support system or the child support county. They didn't go through the county. And he negotiated this directly with the woman or directly with the woman's attorney. This makes the move absolutely worse. This makes the move 10 times dumber. 10 times dumber. Because at that point, now, if there's any chance he didn't pay, he forgot to pay, or she said, I didn't get the money, or she modified it, and it didn't go through the county, and it didn't go through, it just went from his hand to her hand. Dumbass move. Dumbass move. Because now she's going to use that to fight against you going forward. You cannot settle a child support case. That's just the number one. You can't settle a child support case. I mean, unless there's a place where the case says it's closed. Yep, it was a gift. I didn't get the money. He didn't send it all. Who did that? Vince McMahon's girl.
The funny part is that even if he pay off all this money, y'all, she's still going to expect him to do stuff on Christmas and birthdays. Watch.
She had, and this wasn't child support, but he said he was going to give me $1 million. He only gave me $500,000. She went back and opened the case. Hold on for a second. Georgia child support here. They open.
Now you can go look that shit up as much as you want. It's going to be a completely different story going through it.
In Georgia.
5 hours and 40 minutes into the madness. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Oh, Lord. Make sure y'all hit the poll. What are y'all thoughts? Paying her $1.8 million up front is cold-blooded.
Okay. This is the AI. Yes, you can modify a child support order in Georgia, but it requires you demonstrating a substantial change in circumstances. It involves filing a petition with the court or requesting a review with the Georgia Division of Child Support Services. So when people say this is a lawsuit, the judge made an order, the order's final, it's false. It is false. It is not a final order. The order remains open until that child reaches the age of majority in that state. Okay? And what are a significant, substantial change in circumstances? Number one, a child support order can be modified if there's a substantial change in the circumstances of either parent or the child, such as a significant change in income, job loss, or the child's needs. Let's just say Michael Strahan's case, and I hate to use other people's cases. Michael Strahan's case, he had an order. She spent up all her money. The children turned 15 and 16. He had an order back when the kids were 5. But he had a change in income where the kid he went from football player to ESPN to Good Morning America. She took his ass back to court. She took his ass back to court. Why? Because he has a significant change in income, and the kids have a change in need, which their change was they're taking horse riding equestrian lessons at 15 and 16. Guess what? He took that L. So if he would have paid in advance his child support, well, by 15 and 16, there was a change in circumstance, which made her take him back to court, and she won. He had to come up with a new agreement, and he had to increase his child support. Okay, so this is what we're talking about here. A job loss. Let's say Anthony Edwards loses his ability to play. All right, he could go back in there and modify it, but really, what's the point when he advanced her the money? Okay, so modifying it for him wouldn't help. He already paid her off. Okay. And then the child's needs. What if the kid becomes special need, injured, autistic, any of these things? Oh, the kid is 4. We didn't realize that now the kid is autistic and needs a tutor, a nanny.
That money is going to be, trust me, that money is going to be gone within the year. 1.8 million is not going to last that kid till even 5.
Stuck in a wheelchair. That just changed the requirement for modification. Oh, well, we didn't notice at 4. We didn't recognize the signs at 4, but now the kids have special needs. Oh,
and they will do that.
Go in and change. We need more because we need a full-time caretaker.
War Master said North Carolina has a cap on child support payments, especially if you are high income. Yeah, they're in Georgia. There ain't no cap. I see why Georgia say no cap. No kidnap. No cap in Georgia. Sky is the limit. Oh, man.
A full-time tutor, a full-time nanny, a full-time cook. Cooked. And they could go back. Oh, they could go back retroactive. They could go back retroactive. Oh, I filed the case then, but it took 2 years to fight, but we settled it 2 years later, but we're going to go back 2 years. Ask Tyrese.
What more?
And it says right here how to initiate a modification. File a petition with the court, request a review from the Department of Child Support Services. But there's a 2-year rule, meaning you can't file a petition to modify child support more than once every 2 years unless there's an emergency. So every 2 years, she can go in and modify. And unless there's an emergency. Okay, so let's go back from what we know. From what we know. By settling and paying all this up front, he's assuming that that's the end of the case. But from my position, this is my position alone, the case is not over. Okay, the case is not over. This can increase. It's not going to decrease because he paid it all up front. So he can't ask for a decrease in a refund. That ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. So this is what you got. All right. This is what you got. This is our reality. And they can do a review. And look, past due support does not get modified. So whatever you owe in the past, you can't change that. This is what you owe. We're only modifying the future child support right there.
Yes, RP is unconstitutional.
Based on what we see, we have a contract where his contract's pretty much going to stay the same until the end of the 2028-29 season, which if he gets an extension,
man's about to be paying child support all up in the 2040s, y'all.
If he gets an extension, then that might be what they can fight over. So that's 5 years from now. That would make the kid 5 years old, which he's got to get to the finish line 13 more years after that. This spiteful move by Anthony Edwards, if this is the case, this is just spite. All right. This is a move that niggas make. Oh, fuck you, bitch. All right. That's the order. I'll just pay it all up front. It's a drop in the bucket. Blah, blah, blah. This is the moves that dudes make, thinking that they're going to outsmart the system, but the system is the system.
$350 today. You have it in your pocket?
I do.
Robbery.
You just walk right over and you hand that to Miss Vote right now. Do you have anything else in your wallet?
All right. I would have just paid enough. Right? I would have just paid enough. Orders 5,000, I would have dripped her 5,000. Drip, drip, drip. Now imagine how broken, bent out of shape she would be. And then you could just sit there saying, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing what I was ordered to do. There's nothing more I can do. And she would have just been there bumping her head, waiting for that 2-year mark, waiting for that next max NBA cap. How broke would she be then? She would be super duper broke. She'd be fucking assed out because she probably was looking for $60,000. She would be asked the fuck out. But you handed over $1 million cash to her? Nigga, please. You gave her second life. And that money gonna get spent up in under 2 years. I give her 8 months and she gonna spend it up. So what is she gonna do now? She gonna make your life a living motherfucking hell after that. She gonna be on your neck. She gonna be social media on your fucking neck every day. Extorting you. All right, telling your secrets, telling you that you like your booty hole played with. I'm gonna tell you.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
I would have gave her that $5K a month and let her work that shit out. Right. Anyway, look, let me get on to this. That's crime and law CGA. All right. Our poll says it was a dumb move. 55% says it was dumb. 45% says it's smart. All right. She about to spend all that shit. She about to spend all that. But if I would have gave her $5K a month, she would be broke in 2 months. And she then would be done. Right. She ain't got nothing, bro. She ain't got nothing. All right. She would be stuck. And then she would just be waiting. All right. Waiting for a handout. She would be begging. She'd be dropping the kid off over there. All right. She'd be modifying to try to help you for your advantage. All right. So anyway, goodness gracious. All right. I see people celebrating this and I'm like, obviously you have not been on child support. You don't know shit about what child support is. Right. Somebody said it's a settlement. It's final. The judge put an order out and it's final. No, it is not. That is not a final order. Right? That is not a final order.
Said, don't you tell me to chill. I chill you. I chill you.
The case always remains open. As long as that child is under the age of majority. Depends on where. Okay, it's in Georgia. It don't depend no more. We have it. The case is in Georgia. According to this doc, it moved from California to Georgia. If it was California, he would be extra screwed because he probably would have been on the hook for way more money. But Georgia or California, the case remains open. It is not the end of the case. All right. So anyway, that's crime and law CGA. Let me do some super chats. If you enjoyed this clip, check me out on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel for the best morning.
All right. Shout outs to Coach Greg Adams. Coach Greg goddamn Adams. Dang, he said Ari Spears is a simp. All the comedians is going through it. Dang, he had a Dr. Umar one too. All right, let's check out this one. Dang, man. He's still cool with the 21 convention.
Okay. Felicia Ayers Allen, a.k.a. Claire Huxtable, for you guys that don't know, for you young heads, let me go ahead and put this up here for y'all to see for your viewing pleasures here. This is the woman that we're going to talk about here. We have to give you the backstory so you guys can have a full circle completion. There's a lot of young guys that watch us that don't know who this woman is on my thumbnail. Her name is Felicia.
There's a lot of young women too. You know.
Felicia Rashad. Her original name was Felicia Ayers Allen, who is the sister of Debbie Allen, renowned dancer and so forth and so on. I gave her a ride to the airport one time. And Felicia married Ahmad Rashad, who was a football player for the Minnesota Vikings. He ended up being a sport broadcaster, more famous, a sports broadcaster, and then became Felicia Rashad. All right. But she also was known as Claire Huxtable on the TV show, The Cosby Show, with, of course, Bill Cosby, who played Heathcliff
Damn, not Bill Cosby.
Huxtable. All right. So Felicia Rashad has been always known as a classy woman. All right. Very classy woman, but also a progressive woman. So she kind of teetered between progressive career woman on the TV show, The Cosby Show, and also kind of a feminine woman. She had bouts of femininity, bouts of sassiness, bouts of being smart and intelligent, but also she never was really a thought. Okay, she always represented herself well, and she very looked good, especially for a black chocolated woman. Okay, she played a black chocolated woman that you rarely saw on television, and she nailed the role well because Felicia Rashad most likely was that. Okay, Felicia Rashad was this. So this goes back to the 80s. Okay, goes back to the 80s, and this is who she was, a beautiful woman inside and outside, the way she carried herself, her demeanor, even in character, was kind of what you wanted to be. And it was one of these sexy images that,
I mean, she was more of what's going on, fasting. Oh my God, I've been giving you shout outs on the show. Good to see you, man. Shout outs to Fasting is Life in the building, man. It's a man. I can hear Fasting now, man. Good to see you, man. Shout outs to Fasting. Oh Lord. You said don't mean she wasn't busting it open. Well, I don't know. For her day, in hindsight today, she's a bit of a feminist. A reasonable one, though. Compared to what feminism turned into. You did? Bill Cosby didn't break the law. Absolutely, War Master. Bill Cosby didn't break the law. Back in those days, coke and all that other shit, heroin. That's what's being left out. Heroin was also a social drug. So what they used to do back in the day, y'all, they used to give people Quaaludes to level themselves out. You rolling a little bit, you tripping a little bit, you give it a little shorty Quaaludes to air themselves out. Now, this generation don't know what the hell Quaaludes is. Because some people abuse Quaaludes, yeah, but people abuse painkillers and all kinds of other shit. But, y'all got to be careful, man. I didn't know women did so much drugs until I got with a lot of them. The beautiful ones, too. I'm surprised some of them kept their beauty for as long as they did. Bitches be getting high. They love drugs. They be getting fucked up. Women be getting shit-faced. Sloshed like Chris Bosh. Then they want to come see you, right? That's another part. Then they want to come see you. And shit, imagine if you got some type of hospitality and you see her rolling and you like, oh, here, take this. This will level you out. This will calm you down. Like Diddy offering what's his name, the Jeffrey on what's that movie? Was it that was my movie too. What's that movie with Russell Brand? Get him to the Greek. Take this Jeffrey, it'll even you out, So damn, you can't even be a good you can't even be a good host. You go to jail later. Women be tripping.
I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
So you say he played his feminine character well, man. Hey, look. I can't even get mad at you, Fasting, because it's a lot of stuff that you called, and you was right. You know, Fasting was right about a lot of stuff. You know.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
I can call the police if you'd like me to. You need to settle down.
You need to settle down and mind your business, okay? Ma'am, once again, ma'am. No, you said sir. Once again, it's ma'am.
I said both of you guys.
Right beforehand, you fucking said sir.
Sir? Okay.
Excuse me, it's ma'am.
You know what's funny? He said right before that, I say both of you guys. You know, when you're picking up women or you're talking to women and you don't want it to come off as that you're hitting on both of them or on a group of them, you could call a bunch of women, a pack of women, guys. You can call them guys. Hey, how you guys doing? A little trick. It disarms them. It works really good. But anyway, whew. She was one of she was one of the sitcom, the TV, mothers, of her day. And this generation, man, Gen Z don't know who the hell this is. Unless you're probably a weirdo Gen Z, you grew up with a cool millennial parent or maybe a cool Gen X parent, and they used to play all the reruns or they had the DVDs and stuff when you was growing up of these shows and stuff. You're not going to know who she is. You may have seen a clip or two, or I seen like an old picture of her surfacing around. She was a baddie back in the day. She absolutely was a baddie. And she had the little jersey on. She was hot, She definitely could seduce and reduce a player or two. You know what I'm saying? She absolutely can seduce and reduce a player or two. But they're not going to remember her. And they definitely ain't going to take a lecture from her. Again, I told you the black women has killed off the mammy class. The mammy class was a class of women that could actually talk to black women, even the hoes. You understand what I'm saying? The mammy class was the madame class. You understand what I'm saying? That could talk to black women, even the hoes. Actually, the mammy trained a lot of sisters to be hoes. The mammy is an honorary hoe herself. Slave masters used to sleep with the mammy. But that class of women, she got turned into online memes. Ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, no, he didn't. She got turned into that bullshit and got killed off. She got turned into the caricature she was, but in a fucked up way. But in a real way, the mammy was a pillar in black society. The mammy was an absolute pillar. Not a necessary pillar, sort of, but she was a pillar in black society. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. 6 hours into the madness. Please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, support the show, support good content. You're not going to hear this anywhere else. Giving y'all that good game. Okay? Cynical One says slaves can't consent. Oh, the mammy consented. The mammy consented. The mammy consented. She was with it. She was with it. The mammy used to breastfeed the kid because the slave master used to keep her pregnant. She actually wanted to be the slave master. The slave master's women. The mammy, no, they consented. Nah, that's not true, Sin. You got to look at it like this, right? You got to look at it like this. If and I'm not trying to go full Kanye. But you got to look at it like this. If you had a bunch of people telling the slaves like, "Hey, let's get out of here." And they're like, "Well, who's going to house us? Who's going to keep us warm? you know, and certain things like that, and they want it to stay. That's a choice. That's a choice, and that's consent. The whole psychological kerfuffle about slavery is to get them to consent. Toby be good nigga, master. Toby good nigga. Toby a good nigga, master. He be good nigga for you. Don't send Toby away. That's consent. That's consent. I know it. Listen, you set up the parameters, and then you let them knock it down. Half them slaves, after a while, didn't have shackles on them. They can't work efficiently with shackles. You know. Yes, there was people that had no choice, but there was a lot of slaves. If you were to weigh it out with the people that had a choice versus the people that don't had a choice, them niggas would have still had slaves. You know, them niggas would have still had slaves. And honestly, when I say that the mammy was the most pivotal one, she was the one that got to go inside and outside. She was the one that they trusted around their children. She was the one that they let breastfeed their children. She was the one that literally had access to the master bedroom. She was the one that had a harem. She was the one that was keeping all the hoes in that damn shed in order. You know, she was the mammy was the cornerstone of that. But the thing is that the mammy, fucked up as it may sound or not, the mammy had great advice for some of the younger slave women that followed in her footsteps. Best believe it. She had advice for young slave women that followed in her footsteps. She was more of a mother figure than a lot of those girls' actual biological mothers. You know? So they killed that class off. You know? Was she a caricature? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, master bedroom. That's what they call it, right? Right, Fasten? Did you see those two words that they put together? It means a lot. Master bedroom. You know? Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. So there's a couple of them laying around, but they're not big. Like they're not as famous. I know there was one comedian one. She's still around. Her hair looked crazy, but nobody's listening to her. Ayanna Van Zant is technically a mammy, but I don't know. But like the mammies aren't getting listened to. They got chased off. And the people that replaced them for this generation is the women of yesteryear, the fake divas, like the She-Ra Sevens, the would-be Melissa Fords, and all that other stuff. The divas kind of replaced them. But the funny part is that the divas aren't mammies. I mean, they are mammy. They're mammy-minded, but they're not actual mammies, you know. When I'm talking about a mammy, I'm talking about a somewhat heavy-set woman. Got some type of bandana or cloth on the top of her head. And she got either an apron or something on. Like literally the cornerstone, you know, of the sisterhood. She would have been the honorary B that they listened to. You dig? I tell you the truth, the internet make everything look good when it shouldn't. But let's go.
You was able to see her sexiness without her revealing her body. You know what I mean? Without her revealing, not taking the shortcut. You know, let me see here. Let me see if I can find some other pictures of this beautiful woman, man. Beautiful woman. And she's aged beautifully. She definitely has good genetics, and I don't think she has a lot of surgery. She's probably got nipped and tucked here and there. She ain't thick. She ain't fat. She ain't obese. She's not shaking her ass. You know, she's done a couple of dance scenes, but she's a very beautiful woman, man. No bonnet. she represents herself well. So she's also a theatrically trained actress or actor. Now they call it for females. So she's always represented this classy image, and she's always been graceful and polite and not loud and not telling us her political opinion. One of the real the last classiest ladies of the African American community. Since then, it's been somewhat downhill. Okay. And her relationship with Bill Cosby, she might have known what he was doing or his lifestyle, and she protected him. She didn't call him out. She wasn't trying to ruin her payday. She wasn't trying to ruin her.
Man, she was a part of that shit too. That's just how it was back in the day. A lot of people looking at, I'm not going to say Diddy's innocent. I've been saying this for years. I'm not going to say Diddy's innocent. But every generation got some crazy shit going on. Sexual or non-sexual. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Shout outs to everybody over on Kick. Make sure y'all hit the like button. We kicking this game. And make sure y'all hit the Cash App and support the show. We are already 6 hours into the madness. If you are now just getting here, make sure you check out the replay. Got a lot of nice gems lined up for you guys. Absolutely support today's show. We still need to hit our goal of $50. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Her payday. But that's Felicia Rashad for people who don't know. I just had to show that because you don't really see women like this anymore. Okay, you don't see women like this anymore. Just clothed head to toe, acting like a lady. And the funny thing is,
don't let nostalgia trick you into believing. But it was a good answer. I'm not sure if it was War Master or maybe Nameless. I forgot which brother that I asked. If women back then were to have the technology of today, do you think that they would turn out the same way? And the best answer was, well, times were different then. They required different things, and they utilized things a little bit different then than they do today. And I said, okay, that's a point well taken. Their mindset was a little bit different, But don't think for not 10 minutes they wouldn't be basking in all the attention they probably would be getting then. But then again, if we were to put technology that we have today back then, the brothers will be acclimating it to it also. So it's pretty interesting. You said the best answer is yes. I thought so too, but there was a caveat to it. You said times were different back then. Women had fathers. Yeah. Oh yeah, the fathers would be on their ass about technology.
She was in her 30s. Right? She was in her 30s and 40s during this show. Right? This is what a 30 and 40-year-old woman presented herself as, just on a TV show. It's just a TV show. All right, before the New World Order came in with their communist propaganda and shit like this, of the strong and independent woman, although she did play a lawyer. But she was also a housewife. She wasn't a housewife. She also was a mother and a lawyer. Let me just show you this. This is her in a dance scene, in an aerobic dance scene during the show. And as you can see, she's wearing a leotard with tights. All right. Today, the leotard would be without the tights.
Well, see, because I'm not even going to lie. Hoes ruined yoga for me. Yoga is more of a mental sport than it is a physical sport, but make no mistake, yoga is absolutely a physical sport. But now yoga is just sexualized. Then the workout clothing and the workout garb back then, yeah, you can Those girls actually really wanted to work out. It wasn't about showing their ass off. Even though they had nice bodies and stuff back then, it wasn't about showing their ass off and getting in front of a camera and doing OnlyFans and wearing shit to arouse men and pretend that's not what you're trying to do. Even though a little bit of it was happening, it wasn't happening massively, you know. You said chicks were the same then. It's super hypothetical because people pedestalize so-called good old days. Well, it's called the good old days because it transmutes people back to a time where they were genuinely happy. You know? They were genuinely happy. But let's go.
This is how the things were in the 80s and 90s, where most women would wear attire like this, but it wouldn't be completely ass out, titties out. As you can see, this is a full leotard, and titties are and ass and pussy is not out. Her feet are probably out, but there it is right there.
Right, Star.
All right, but and she's natural. People are mentioning she doesn't have a hair weave. She probably has a hair piece in there. I would think she would probably have a hair piece. Okay, but this is Felicia Rashad now, aging gracefully, right? Not too much plastic.
I ain't gonna lie, she look crazy. She got the Beverly. She look crazy. But hey, grow old, y'all.
Surgery. How old is this woman now? I had to set this up. All right. How old is this woman now? She still acts. She's 76 years old now. Okay, that's pretty phenomenal. 76 years old. And the reason why this is important.
Y'all hit the like button. Support the show, y'all.
What's all that movement back there? What's all that movement?
Important is because the conversation has come up here related to her opinion on fashion today for women. Now, this is going to be on the Breakfast Club.
What's going on, LT,
and
man?
Unfortunately, the Breakfast Club does do a lot of...
Shout outs to LT, man. LT, man, in the building. Yeah, Felicia Rashad, man.
What's all that movement back there? What's all that movement?
I'm going to tell you right now, but this is today's woman versus the woman of that day.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine, Jesse.
What's your name?
Sam.
Sam. And are you a slut, Sam?
I have 2 brothers.
Oh, okay. Are you close to them?
I am very.
And do they see you as a slut?
We're all sluts. You're a slut. All these dudes behind you are sluts. Your cameraman's a slut. Your PA's a slut. And your mic's a slut.
And what make you a slut?
All right. Shout outs to LT, man. Okay, yeah, I can run that. Give me 1 second. I got to be careful playing these TV scenes because they will copyright the hell out of me. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know if they take down the stream. Hold on, because they do copyright us for just the. I don't know why, but they do copyright us for like television scenes and stuff like that. So maybe I might stop it and pause it. But y'all let me know if they take the stream down. Hold on.
We're looking for 3 of our leading roles, so let's get started.
Uh-oh.
We have to learn this combination.
See, they actually had real workout uniforms. They wore the bikini over the leggings. Snug. She bad as hell though.
Okay. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Down, up and
that nigga voguing like shit. Hold on.
And rock and 1, 2,
Vivian.
2, 3, 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, head, over, up, pop, and walk, and step.
Oh boy.
Step, double, turn, down, cross, swing around, up.
Right,
change.
War Master.
Okay. You have my first 4. So you, and you.
She got
Come on
a
down.
dress on. That is not a workout.
Everybody else?
She got on the whole cat suit.
All right, ready? Here we go. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. Very good.
Now I forgot Vivian was she was in shape. She was in pretty much shape. I forgot that she was in shape. They made it seem like she was older back in the day, but she was actually in shape. Everybody liked the other one. They like the light-skinned Vivian. I like this one. I like her. The original Vivian from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. What was I about to say? Back in the day, I used to take a lot of my dates to downtown DC to the Spy Museum. You know what I'm saying? I used to take her down to the Spy Museum. Take them down to the Spy Museum, and they had Aunt Vivian playing like the commissioner, like the lead spy and stuff like that. She did a good job. You know, very talented actress. You know, they kind of I think she was in the Fresh Prince reunion, and I think they downplayed the other lady, but you said better than Claire. Yeah, I kind of like Fresh Prince a little bit better than the Cosbys. The Cosbys was a different speed, But give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna let this play. Please hit the like button and support the channel. Let's hit our goal. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. He about to get into it.
Copywriting. Okay, so I have to be careful what I can play on their TV show. But she says social media is buzzing after Felicia Rashad expressed her views on how young women dress. Okay, let's see if people support this message. Okay, so here we go right here. Let me go ahead and refresh the screen. Oh, hold on for a second. Here we go right
here. Up in the era, Miss Rashad, where dignity and grace were everything. But you ever look at how wild Hollywood is now and you just think to yourself, boy, y'all got it easy. Y'all wouldn't have got away with that in my day.
No, you'd have to look at Hollywood. I could look at the way young ladies dress.
Mm.
I knew I should have worn some other pants.
You got your
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
elbow, shoulder over here. You want my coat?
The young ladies are so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
They're so beautiful. And something has happened in popular culture. And I don't mean to be critical, and I hope young ladies listening don't take this as personal criticism, because I don't mean it that way. But your young queens, I'm taken aback when I see on a college campus.
You came up in the
campus, young women dressed in strips of clothing. But more importantly than that, no man wants his woman to be out like that. Right?
No, I grew up on Method Man saying wearing 3/4 of cloth, never showing your stuff off. Boo.
That's right. But not only that, it's like there's today's designers. I mean, there's ways. There are other things, and I just
leave something to the imagination.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Some things are for my eyes only,
Yep, and like you said, there are ways of being sexy without showing so much.
Oh, please, and that's really not sexy.
I mean, one of the most sexiest, most beautiful pictures is you. I forgot what year it was, but you got on like a basketball jersey and like some jeans. You eating some popcorn. That's an iconic picture.
Is it the white jersey?
Yes,
that was that
is a campus young women.
Beautiful picture. That's that is the epitome of sexy.
Okay, I have to be careful sharing the Breakfast Club's content although that's an Instagram post, they do snipe audio and stuff like that. So let's just go back. Again, I come from an era that's different than the modern era. Although we had women that dressed like this was kind of like, you know, those women did get rewarded and they got to dance in video.
But see, the Felicia Rashad type women are like what we look at today, like the Cicely Tyson. Well, I guess I'm probably jumping the gun on that one. Cicely Tyson's a bit older. But the Felicia Rashad types, you know, the younger cats are looking at her as an elder, you know. I mean, even her sitting up there on the Breakfast Club, she looks like a character off of Black Panther. You know, she looks like a character off of Black Panther. You know, like a lost character from Black Panther. It's like, is that the girl from Black Panther? It's like, no, that's Felicia Rashad. You know, she looks like a character from off of Black Panther. You know? Wait, hold on. I shouldn't have looked down at my phone. Shout outs to War Master. War Master says, hold on. Oh, I found the trick too, War Master. I know how to I learned how to heart back. Hold on. I think if I click this button right here, it hearts back. War Master says, pause. War Master says, Kuda shouldn't say kick until he has his Xbox. You mean like the website Kick, right? Or Kick It until he have his Xbox. Man, you know what? One time I literally kicked because I was walking and I ran into it. I kicked the OG Xbox one time while it was sitting on the ground. Never again. That man, listen. I don't know what material the old original Xbox was made out of, but that shit was a tank. You know. You said queen literally means king. Oh, isn't that from Patrice O'Neal? Queen literally means a king's whore. Fasting says clothing designers are a sodomite. Back in the I ain't gonna lie, back in the 90s and 80s, it was some some questionable clothing. You know, it was some questionable clothing. I can't even lie. Some shit Rick James and stuff was wearing was pretty questionable. Shout outs to War Master dropping and sponsoring today's show, dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. As always, shout outs to the Player Talk Tariffs. Let's get it.
Wendy? Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Well, this is the thing, right? A king can make a woman a queen, even a peasant. But a woman cannot make a man a king. Word to Kevin Federline. All right, let's go.
You know, JJ Fad and Oaktown 357 and biker shorts and shit like this. There were women that dressed like this, but this wasn't the norm. Similar to gangster culture, wasn't the norm going into the 1990s. Right? Guys didn't dress like thugs all the time.
I ain't gonna lie. Looking back on NWA, their pants was tight as shit. Them niggas had on tight pants too. Every generation clowns the next generation for their clothes when they were wearing suspect shit too.
There were guys that dressed like thugs, but not every guy dressed like a thug. All right. But today, most guys dress like thugs. Like now, you're not going to say it's not a thug. You're dressing like hip hop. Well, let's just be frank. That's thuggish attire, right? It's gangster. And it basically came from the gangster lifestyle. Like not many people were wearing Pendleton jackets and basketball jerseys. That's what gangsters wore. And that became the attire of most men. Just like whore attire was always prevalent. Hot pants and shit like this. And what are they?
Yeah, but it's turned into something else. It's turned into something else. Clothing, even though the clothing of now is repeating, like the clothing now is like being like from the 80s and stuff is being repeated now. It got morphed into something else, you know, because honestly, yoga and workout attire from yesteryear, they're basically sexual clothes. It got turned sexual. I don't know how to explain it. If you go look at the the outfit that Vivian, shout outs to LT Man for the clip. If you go look at the outfit that Vivian was wearing on that clip, even though it was showing off her body, even though it was showing off her curves, it still didn't look sexual. You put that outfit on a little thotty today. Well, she gonna put it on anyway. But you put that outfit on a little thotty today, it's gonna look like a completely different cat suit. And then also too, by the way, women are wearing their clothes different because bitches nowadays, they risking yeast infection. They gonna jug them. They about to jug that little cat suit outfit all up in their coochie. And make sure you see it too. What Glorilla say? I want to show off my moose knuckle. Her moose knuckle. They're going to make you see the coochie print. Completely different outfits now. They've turned leggings into anyway. You said them niggas was dressing like bitches back then. Yeah, niggas was wearing fucking pantaloons and shit. Niggas was wearing pantaloons, loincloths, and Quaker Oats outfits and shit. Like they look like the Quaker Oat man. You know? War Master said, dudes have been dressing the same for over 100 years. CGA is wrong, for fuck's sakes. You said jeans, basketball jerseys were not the same. Wearing underwear outside like women do. Yeah. And ladies, don't think I forgot. I remember when y'all used to wear lingerie with jeans. Oh yeah. It was hot for a little bit though. I ain't gonna lie, you know. But hindsight is like, ooh, baby, what are you doing? What's going on, T? Yeah, I used to wear the Daisy Dukes. I mean, even basketball changed a little bit. Like in the 2000s, late 90s, you know, the basketball shorts were a little bit baggy. Basketball shorts were a little bit baggy. Before that, you had the Larry Bird joints, you know, where they were kind of a little bit short. I ain't gonna lie, at one point, basketball shorts were coochie cutters. Or Bucci cutters, whatever y'all want to call them. Pause. Then they got a little bit baggy. During the Ballers era. You know? So one could also argue is how we're wearing our clothes nowadays too.
They call them I can't remember it, but Yes, women wore that back in the day, and they certainly were. Okay, those are the whores, right? And these are supposedly the classic.
Yeah, I think the dangly earring thing was like from the 80s and early 90s. Like after 94, 96, if you had a dangly earring, oh no.
Ladies. Now, as she said, the designers, the people selling women clothes. I talked about that earlier with Slim.
Pirate hoops.
Conversation. Those women.
Yeah, the Sinbads. What's his name? I was about to say the lead attorney, the Dennis Sperlings. Dennis Sperling looked like Sinbad. Let me tell you how hypocritical the manosphere is. You got your boy Aaron Sloan, Turtle Man, the plumber, taking pictures with Dennis Sperling. I swear to God, you would think that the manosphere never slandered Pookie a day in their life, the way they be starstruck and the way they talk about Pookie and Ray Ray. Because at first, remember, niggas let the tattoos slide. Aaron Sloan was dressed up. He had a nice button-up shirt. He was just a big buff dude. And he somewhat seemed like he was like a honest guy. You know, I can see how dudes would have picked that up if they were watching the Pop the Balloon show. But then when when they start coming at him and he start, coming out of shell, no homo. You start, oh, he's a Pookie. I mean, obviously the tattoos was a dead giveaway. Jail body was a dead giveaway. But MTR and O'Shea was running with the Pookie thing. Running with the whole Pookie narrative. Now look at them. Fanned out. Fanned out. You said bras, including sports bras and pantyhose, were always underwear. Next thing, chicks will wear thongs outside. Oops. They call them bikini. Yeah. They don't even wear bikini bottoms outside, though. Like, they wear straight up G-strings and thongs. Like, designated underwear. Well, I ain't gonna lie. They do be wearing bikini bottoms under jeans and stuff. But y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah. Y'all, if y'all get the chance, do not go and look up Fleece Johnson videos now, because that nigga's going into some erotic, wild shit. I saw this clip where he was saying, oh, what the hell happened to Jenny Babes? Oh, she posted. Shout outs to Jenny. That was Kevin Samuels' little girl right there. Remember Jenny Babes, y'all, the Asian girl that Kevin liked? She friend-zoned the shit out of Kevin Samuels. I didn't blame him, though. She was bad. But anyway, they got Fleece Johnson over there getting into erotic, like some homoerotica and shit. Don't say I didn't warn you if y'all don't listen to me and go over there and go look that shit up, because he talking about some in jail you shouldn't even fart, because he said somebody hear it or smell it, they're gonna say your booty loose and all kinds of. It got real bad. I'm not even gonna play that for y'all. I wouldn't even do that to y'all. You know how usually I like to drag y'all to hell with me a little bit. I wouldn't even do that to y'all. Just don't go look it up. I'm gonna do a pre-record on that shit, so y'all can, if y'all click it, then I warned you. Shout out to Jenny. You said, I ain't gonna lie. I like when women show off their body. Yeah, but leave a little bit to the imagination. Like, show off one part, not like the full thing. You don't got to show the ass, the titties, and the, you can show, okay, she got boobs. And then, it's like, okay, well, you use the imagination for the rest. But I guess Gen Z women don't really have to because there's really no imagination out here. You know, even the zillennials, they're not really using their imagination either. You know. All right, let's get into it. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's reach our goal. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Now, it is the common attire to the point that women think strippers are copying them. I tell you that story all the time.
Yeah, that's funny. They're copying the hell out of strippers.
Oh, the strippers are wearing what we're wearing. No, you're wearing what the strippers are wearing. You just didn't realize it until now that
and the strippers were copying prostitutes.
That it's common. And let's not address this.
These people ain't got no game, y'all, because believe it or not, strippers had a lot of fucking clothes. That's why they're called strippers. There was layers of clothes they had to take off. They kind of were like clowns back in the day. Taking off layer after layer after layer to tease the imagination. Kind of like Muslim women. Some of the Muslim women bad as shit, but they got the hijab on. You don't know. Some of the good things, the best things in life are covered. Ladies. Let's get it.
Men have given attention to these type of women, just like women have given attention to the bad boys and the thugs. So it's not just the woman's fault. The men have played into this as well. The more women revealed, the more likely a man would pay attention to her. Thus, the women seeing this are saying, well, in order...
Right. Well, you know what the bottle girls and the strippers be for, like some of the clubs I used to be at and work at and stuff like that. The bottle girls drew a little bit more attention because dudes would get their attention to go get the beers. They would be the ones carrying the birthday cakes and stuff and the fireworks and sprinklers and stuff. The bottle girls were a little bit better. They had a little bit more class than the strippers. Like I said, there was levels to all of that shit. But now women have blurred up the lines. You understand what I'm saying? Playboy girls would never call themselves OnlyFans women. Never. A true Playboy bunny would be like, no, I'm a Playboy bunny. This is what I am. Don't call me that because that lowers my paycheck. Hugh wouldn't even fuck with me if I was that. Hugh Hefner wouldn't even fuck with them bitches if they were that. You know? And all of those women are going off of his doctrine. Hugh Hefner made modern women seem important by taking their clothes off and stuff like that. All of these women are just butt naked now. Whereas back in the day, see, what was supposed to substitute it was the page. You know? Like on MySpace or a Facebook back in the day. Facebook, you couldn't really do that though because it was more of a college-centered place. But now it's just no holds barred. But they would be naked. Guys would be interested in them. They would have a professional spread. And they had an article. You know what I'm saying? They had an article on them. What's your name? What's your height? I ain't gonna lie. They did have, fellas, another reason. Let me tell y'all something. I know a lot of ladies gonna get mad at me about this, but hey, I gotta say it. They had the women's weight. They had their weight on there. They had their height, their weight, and their dress size. They had their weight and everything on there. Women ain't trying to disclose their weight now. Society let them eat like cows now. They're not trying to really put their weight on there. But they had their height. They had their weight. Yeah, they had their... Come on, Star P. Why are you asking me like you wasn't around back then? You've read Hustler magazine. You've read Playboy. You've read Jet. Jet had the beauty of the week. Y'all read these magazines. And if y'all go to some barbershops in certain places in America now, sometimes these old-ass magazines are still laid out somewhere. King magazine, Hustler magazine, they used to do spreads on them. What replaced the spreads was social media. Because social media, they didn't have to include their weight. They didn't have to include certain details about it. They just had a little BS. Some of the magazines, they did hide their age though, but they could jazz up their own profile. It's not what Playboy wants to write about them, or it's not what All right, y'all hit the like button, hit the Cash App, support the show, giving y'all some real good game. Good morning. You did. Good morning, everybody. Well, on the East Coast, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. 32 minutes past the hour. Keeping y'all abreast to the game. Warmaster said, I remember a chick whose butt cheeks were hanging out of a thong at the beach, and a dude said she had a nice bottom. She was disgusted. I was about 20 at the time. Yeah. Times were different. These girls freaked out now. I used to think, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Coming up, I used to think the epitome of freaky bitches were in the 90s. I used to thought 90s women were freaked out. You go listen to SWV. I had no business singing half them songs. You gotta go downtown. That's the way to my love. Take me round and round. This bitch was singing about sex, and you would never know. Then you had Keith Sweat. You had his girls. His girls were my favorite. Cut Close. I make you surrender to my loving baby. That's my shit, right? And she said, boy, I'm going to have you scream my name. All right. I don't know about y'all, but what can a woman do to you to have you scream her name in the bedroom? I don't know. I thought them girls was freaked out until I got a load of these millennial bitches and these tail ends millennial bitches eating ass. And I know what it's for. With feminism and stuff like that. I know what it's for. Women, NSA, non-sexual attention, they're usually domineering. Yeah, Maya, My First Night, right. Monica, even a little bit of Brandy. Brandy had some, niggas was having songs. The only person that was outright talking about fucking was R. Kelly. Other guys kind of beat around the bush. Body rocking, knocking the boots. They beat around it. Yeah, my body's calling. Yeah, what's going on, Degenerate? Yeah, that's why I thought that's why I thought the 90s girls had it on lock. But no, was I fucking wrong? Nah, the Zillennials got it. Suki Hana would have been a fucking problem back in the day. The only girl that was really freaked out that had something to say and kind of got away with it was Adina Howard. Adina Howard was like but a Glorilla would make Adina Howard look like a church girl. One Glorilla will make Adina Howard look like a church girl. Let's not play. Little Kim too, yeah. Little Kim was the epitome of it. But see, Little Kim still had a weirdo side to her. Even Missy Elliott and all of them, Can we get freaky tonight? Got so many things on my mind. Total a little bit. Yeah, Trina came a little bit later. But what I'm saying is, I thought they was freaked out. Man, was I wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong.com. I was wrong. I was fucking wrong, actually. These girls nowadays, they want war. They're trying to take their power back, and they trying to turn y'all out in the process. When you eat ass and stuff like that, you're trying to turn somebody out. Most women that want to do it, they're tired of being the fucky. They're tired of being the fucky. They want to be able to do some of the fucking too. Y'all go look up Amazon position. Go look up Amazon position and then come back, come holler at me. Pause. You said a dude on a radio segment in the 90s called Battle of the Sexes, he said, "Why does women want you to go downtown when they don't keep their streets clean?" Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, or shaved. Yeah, my neck, my back, my coochie, and my crack. Right. That song was horribly good. That song was horribly good. And the beat, I got a girl y'all didn't even mention in the chat room. Nobody said Gangsta Boo. Yeah, but see, Kaya, and she got a podcast, by the way. She been at a podcast. I think Lord Jumar was on her podcast for a good minute. But Kaya was the sexy red of her time. Kaya. Dudes love dirty hood rats. There you go, D Nation. Shout outs to D Nation in the building. Let's chat. Ain't no hoe, bitch, I'm the chat. Ain't no hoe, bitch, I'm the chat. Yeah, you got Charlie Baltimore. But see, they were more classy. Even though Charlie Baltimore, she was up there. Charlie Baltimore was a little bit more classy. Faith Evans was a little bit more classy, even though they was with the shits too. And Ashanti was kind of a little bit more classy. You had to, like, around the 2000s, you had to be cute with it. J-Lo, a little bit more classy. Even 3LW. I'm thick and tired of your problems. Dollars to dollars. No more. Baby, I would do right. That song was horrible. And I ain't gonna lie. The girl from 3LW, she went bad. Like, she went rogue. She had this song that I played a couple years ago. Y'all probably forgot about, called Sex is Spectacular. That shit was funny. Yeah, legs up like Lambo doors. Yeah. Nah, Tuna didn't come up with that. Tuna got that from me. She got the Lambo door thing from me. Tuna didn't come up with that. A lot of stuff people got from me. Doing the computer, all that shit. That shit came from Player Talk Radio. Princess and Diamond from Crime Mob wasn't that bad, but yeah. As a matter of fact, Crime Mob is actually back together. They were just talking about it. Crime Mob's actually back together. They got a reunion coming up. Both the girls still look good. I think Nuck If You Buck just turned 20 years this year. So I guess it came out in 2005. They said that Crime Mob broke up. I don't think this is true. They said that Crime Mob broke up because Diamond lied and said that Michael Jackson wanted to get on the remix. And they actually got an AI version with Michael Jackson on the Nuck and Buck remix. Well, Nuck If You Buck. Y'all forgot China White. Bia. But I ain't gonna lie, I like the girls from the 90s. They were pretty good. They had their clothes on. You got Sherry Dennis. You got You got Sherry Dennis. You got it's a couple of good girls from back in the day. Tweet was another one, but Tweet ended up getting a little bit raunchy too. And I ain't gonna lie, low key, Missy Elliott was knocking all of those girls down. You think? Oh, y'all think Diddy? Y'all think Diddy was crazy? Missy Elliott was. I don't know. Missy Elliott might have a Rico coming. Missy Elliott might have a Rico coming down in the future, y'all. Get your freak on. That's all Project Pat right there. Get your freak on. Get your freak on, Pata. Missy Elliott was knocking down Tweet, Jasmine Sullivan, possibly Aaliyah. You know, Aaliyah was cute with it though. You know, I still love AJ Nothing But a Number and Back and Forth. You know, Aaliyah always talked about sex. You know what I'm saying? That kind of lessened the blow of what happened with her and R. Kelly. You know, and stuff like that was happening all the time. You know, I remember, and I still got the magazine cover somewhere. I remember this old magazine cover where R. Kelly was on the cover of the magazine, and they were talking about you know, older and younger people dating. You know, because R. Kelly was the Pied Piper, right? And what was I about to say? They had Stella Got Her Groove Back. I remember when that movie was hot. Remember Stella Got Her Groove Back? That sister went to Jamaica and started cleaning up. That's why the Passport Bros now afraid of Jamaica. Passport Bros ain't gonna go to Jamaica. Them girls down there, man. You take that passport bullshit to Jamaica, man. Them girls, they'll Jeff Hardy your ass. You know, them girls be swanton bombing in the clubs. Missy Elliott lost weight because 50 Cent clowned her on how to rob and steal. Oh, I gotta really listen to that song again. Because, yeah, 50 was going at everybody. Went at Jay-Z and everybody. All right, let's get back into it, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Shout outs to everybody here. Let's try to get at least 2 or 3 more supporters on the Cash App. We're almost at our goal. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
To get the man's attention, we must reveal more. The less they wore, the more benefit they got. We can see this on Instagram.
The more intrigued men was. Yeah, there was a, you know what, now that you mention it, War Master, you're right. There was a feminist undertone with Stella Got Her Groove Back. There really was. There was a feminist undertone with all of that shit, though. I mean, how can I forget? And y'all said it earlier. Or somebody said it, or maybe nobody said it. I think y'all said Michael Jackson. Oh, but come on, fasting. Come on. He said Mr. Elliott. Hey, yo. Those little subtle changes are deadly. Mr. Elliott. Oh, my God. Y'all, who was I going to bring up? I was going to bring up Janet Jackson. Janet motherfucking Jackson. Original OG freak. Janet Jackson. Demita Joe, if you know. Yeah, Janet Jackson was, Janet Jackson. I ain't gonna lie, she could get away with that sexy shit. She can get away with that sexy shit. That sexy shit. Like that, would you mind? And that's the way that love goes. And funny how Janet Jackson, Velvet Rope, Janet Jackson was no joke. You know, I ain't gonna lie. The Jacksons actually set the tone of the '90s too. All right, but Mr. Elliott is ridiculous, man.
As much as we complain, still when these women post, men
Mr.
show
Elliott.
Now, it may not be all of us, but they're still getting the attention. So what benefit does it have for a guy, for a woman to not do this, to not capitalize on
It's
this
funny because like the full name is Missy Misdemeanor Elliott.
marketplace, to not get $1,000 a month from OnlyFans? You see it as a fail, but for her, that's $1,000 a month.
Oh yeah. They have no idea how much trolling was going on in the third shift, man. I ain't been right since.
Post 4 pictures. Okay. What's the benefit? She ain't getting wifed up. You're not wifing her up. What's the loss? What's the loss to her? She's like, hey, my reputation. But hey, we're all losing our reputation at this point. So yeah, we got hoochies. We got women out here playing coochie game.
What the hell is it though? It ain't really a reputation though. You got a lot of women that's been butt naked on the internet for north of 20 years trying to save face. How does that work? How are you butt naked on the internet for north of 20 years trying to save face? Somebody?
We got all of this stuff. So you're seeing women get no benefit from being classy, being more.
They actually do. And I've been telling y'all fellas, there's a lot of classy women out here that are freaks that will turn y'all out. You just got to spot them. I'm telling you. And it's even worse because you think she ain't a freak. How much times have you heard DJ Kuda tell you that if you go to a nightclub, right, or just a bar, and you go see some women that's damn near butt naked, right? You gonna see a lot of women that's butt naked. General butt naked, right? She gonna be butt naked. And you go by the bar to go get some drinks. There's gonna be some little girl or some unsuspecting weird looking chick in the corner that's sipping a daiquiri that got glasses on, and she probably got her work clothes on, or she probably got something modest on. That's the girl you want to talk to. Don't talk to that little goofball chick that's on the fucking dance floor with the disintegrating bra and all that goofy shit that she got on. That woman, no. It's that little quiet one by the bar with the glasses on. And sometimes when they take the glasses off, they're hot. I'm telling you, it's the little quiet one by the bar with the little glasses on. That's the one that's going to chew your ass up. That's the one that's a freak. You know? That's the one you want to go after. Or the bartender, you know, depending on which one. You know, don't go for the obvious freak. You want to go for the low-key freak. That's the one that got the tricks. Hell, you probably go back to her apartment and she got a stripper pole put up. And it's like, see, I knew it. I knew it. You want to go after the innocent-looking ones. Innocent. You want to go after the innocent-looking ones. You sometimes want to feel like you're bringing the trouble into her life and not vice versa. Y'all be trying to talk to bitches outside smoking cigarettes and shit, butt naked, cold, and all kind. No. Go in there and go talk to the little freak. She might smoke cigarettes. I don't know. But go in there and go a cigarette. But, you know, go in there and go talk to the little freak that's sipping the daiquiri by the bar. Trust me, you're going to try to wife that up too. A lot of those good girls or freaky ones, they get wifed up. They get taken off the market. Fucked up as this may sound, but I told you guys this a million times. You know, some of y'all, to get the type of girl that y'all want, you might have to consider taking her from another man, right? You might have to consider taking her from another man. Now, listen to what I'm about to tell you, though. Because as fucked up as that makes it, he said just make sure she not a lady boy. Right. These days, yeah. These days it's a little different. Yeah, make sure she don't have an apple. If it has an apple, it has a banana, y'all. If it has an apple, it has a banana. You know? It has a banana. All right? So make sure she's not a lady boy. Absolutely. Good observation, LT, man. But this is what I'm saying, right? It would sound fucked up on my behalf, but fuck it. I'm going to say it because I don't give a damn. Don't say shit to me. Y'all let She-Ra 7 run around here, so I don't want to hear about it, right? About what I'm about to tell y'all, because it's the truth. And I know this from being a staunch player and being out there. I know exactly what I'm talking about, right? It sounds fucked up initially for me to tell you that you may have to take this woman from another man. You may have to finesse this woman from another man. But what I'm telling you is there's a small, and only real players know about this. And maybe y'all might have heard about it a couple of times or two. I'm just giving y'all some exclusive game, right? Now that you can't get in college. Make sure y'all hit the Cash App and support the show. I'm about to tell y'all some real shit. There's a niche of women, good women, that stay in relationships. You hear what I'm saying? They stay in relationships because that's how they are. That's their closure. That's how they get down. They're rarely ever single. You know what I'm saying? They monkey branch like gibbons. They just monkey branch. A monkey ain't gonna let go of one branch until they know the other branch is secure. You understand what I'm saying? So they monkey branch. And let me tell you this. I say you may have to finesse a girl from a man one day, but nah, it's not that you have to finesse her from another man. A lot of those women are ready to leave their boyfriends. And hell, if you real player enough and you real cold with this game, you know, and you probably have a couple of degrees, got a couple of degrees under your belt for catching bitches. Some of those boyfriends will gift you a girl. They will. They'll gift you a girl. You know? Sometimes, I'm pretty sure more than often nowadays, this dynamic happens in a social circle. But I'm telling you, there's a lot of good women. A lot of the good women are wifed up. And they stay in a relationship. Like, there is no period where she's single and it's like, hey, now I get the chance to date you. No, she's back in another relationship with somebody else. And they choose a little bit different. See, the women that I'm talking about, actually, it just hit me. The women that I'm talking about actually are the ones that actually are practicing hypergamy. Those are the ones that's really practicing hypergamy. You know? LT Man said, I gifted a 304 to one of my homies. Yeah, I used to give away girls. Hell yeah. Yeah, go with him, baby. He cool. He cool. Just fuck with him real quick. I'll be right back. I'm that dad that went to go get milk and never came back, y'all. I'm sorry. But no, you got some good. You might have to wait a little bit, but you got some good girls that's just ready to leave their man, and they look for another candidate. You know, that's just how it is. I know it sounds fucked up, but that is an element in the dating game. Go after her if you want to be in a relationship, because you got the Carfax. You know exactly where she came from. Might be a nigga in there or two, another nigga, but trust me, it's money. Get with that girl, you know. And those will be some of the girls you'll be with for 9 years. Hey, I'm not even gonna lie to you. She might even leave your ass after 9 years, but still, hey.
Desirable in their feminine. Okay, but of course, the industry has played a part in this with the promotion of female rappers, making female rappers become strippers. Even the World Wrestling Federation went through that point of, hey, who cares about women's wrestling? Let's get the most sexiest women out there to wrestle. And then those women got more attention as opposed to the women who can actually wrestle. So this is where we're at right now, which is the tough conversation. Why would women actually want to be like Claire Huxtable?
Yeah,
why would they want to be like Felicia Rashad?
That was the Attitude Era. That was the Attitude Era. But now these bitches wrestling. They are wrestling.
What would the benefit be? I ask you. Let's look at the comment sections here and let's see what we got. Let's talk about some articles here. Some people have expressed discontent with the way Rashad has slammed young women. This is the point that I've been saying.
She didn't even slam them. She just said that they're naked. Don't be naked if you don't want to get slammed. Like, what the fuck?
It's going to be hard to come back from this because if Felicia Rashad can't save these 304s and can't get them in line, well, neither can you. One user reminded commenters that
Felicia Rashad would have technically, if she had kids, she probably would have raised a millennial. We're getting to that age. Felicia Rashad would have probably raised a millennial. You know what I'm saying? I feel bad because in the future, I'm going to say something about the beta or the Z's, and I'm going to get called a bitter old nigga. Ooh, wait until those days come, y'all. Wait till that day comes. But, Felicia Rashad probably raised a Gen Xer or a millennial. If she has kids. So, this is culture shock.
Also defended Bill Cosby, so I would tread lightly. The narrative of women centering their decisions around men's approval is so tiring. That's why I'm glad the new generation is moving away from it. Okay, so let's just start from that one. Let's start from that one. We have to stop with this bullshit. Men and women have to stop with this bullshit. This idea that women are not doing this for sexual attention or to benefit from a sexual marketplace. They're only doing it for them.
The Money Mindset 2025. Join up.
Well played, coach. Well played.
Few years and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join.
Oh, Felicia, she's a boomer. Okay.
Patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our blue chip mindset on. The window is still open.
Sales is basically coping. All right. And I blame men for this too. Men do this as well. All right. I don't dress for women because when I say all men pay, and I say, did you buy cologne? Did you buy a Gucci belt? Did you buy nice shoes? Well, I didn't do it for women. I did it for myself. Lies. Lies.
All right, coach.
Because if you got no women's attention, your ass wouldn't have got dressed this morning. Your ass wouldn't have went to the barber and got lined up. You wouldn't have put just for men in your beard. So let's stop with the bullshit. Ladies, let's stop with the cap. I don't put makeup on for men. I put makeup on for myself. Stop the bullshit. Okay, so this is where we're just not being honest with ourselves. I don't get dressed for men's attention.
Yeah, I tell you, in one breath he'll talk down on the tricking and paying for women, and then in another breath he'll be like, "Yeah, you're just gonna pay anyway." It's like, oh boy, this is kind of why the young generation don't follow the older cats. All right.
I don't center myself around getting dressed for men's attention. This is bullshit. This is BS. When men say it, is BS when women say it.
Honestly, the stuff that they blame on the boomers, cynical, it was the silent generation that started that shit. It was the silent generation.
All have a desire to be appreciated by how we present ourselves. This is why when we present ourselves in a way, it's so important. We express ourselves by what we wear, and we want other people to see it. We're communicating something to someone every time we get dressed. Every time, whether you are a guy who is a emo.
Yeah, just for men, right?
A rocker, a thug, You want to look intimidating.
Yeah, blame this on both sides is ridiculous.
You want to look hip. You want to look like you with the modern times. Every single time you get dressed, you're expressing yourself for someone to have a response. You're trying to provoke a response from someone. You're trying to demonstrate your tattoos or whatever. You're trying to show off something. That's the reason you dressed in the way you dressed. So this person's taking it. We have to get out of the idea that we're centering men the way we dress. Shut the fuck up. Let's be mature. Well, I won't say it, but let's let The Rock say it.
Shut your bitch ass up.
All right. So most people, and then when people have the idea, I dress poor so people don't think I have money, you literally are dressing a certain way to communicate something. Even when rich people, billionaires, wear, New Balance shoes and Nike Air Monarchs, they're communicating a message. Hey, I don't have nothing, or I'm a billionaire. I'm so wealthy that I don't need fashion labels. Or you wear fashion labels to demonstrate and communicate something. So when people say this idea that people aren't dressing for other people, it's an absolute farce. It's cope to get away with the responsibility of you dressing a certain way. Let's just take accountability for your behavior. Let's understand why you're doing it and accept it so we can now have a common conversation. So that's one dissenting opinion related to her. Here's another one. Oh, by the way, her supporting and defending Bill Cosby.
But it's funny how he knows all of this stuff, but he still is pro-tricking. Again, if you pose with the right clothes, you'll get chose with your mouth closed.
Is the fact that Bill Cosby, whether you like it or not, had a whole bunch of volunteers. All right. So Bill Cosby certainly was red-rolled. I think he definitely did participate in spiking women's drinks.
Right.
Giving
cynical.
them
right.
pills to take advantage of them. I definitely think that. And I think that men continue to do this today. All right. But they're not doing it with the exact same drug that he was using. They're doing it with Molly's and all kind of crazy shit like this.
And that's crazy to compare a damn Molly to a Quaalude. You're comparing a Molly to Quaaludes? I'm not saying coach, but you got a lot of the older cats that just basically outlived a lot of the other dumber cats of their generation, right? So even around the time where they would have been around that stuff or known about that stuff, they were kind of geeks. They were kind of inside. A lot of guys from that era don't even know what the hell a Quaalude really is. You cannot compare Quaalude to Molly. Anyway.
All right. So it's not different than anything that we're doing today. Although in the yesteryear, it was somewhat expected. But now people are saying she should have known about it and spoke up against it. All right. So
actually, too, Sin, I heard that Zillennials might outnumber the baby boomers. Zillennials, they outnumber the baby boomers. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man says Chicago loves you, but some of your analogies laugh my fucking ass off. No, the Quaaludes, like I said, was something that they gave somebody that was like rolling or they were drunk or something like that. Quaaludes was used to ground people. It would relax you, but it was used to, its use was completely different. Like people wasn't popping Quaaludes to get high like that. A Molly and a Quaalude is completely different. Molly is MDMA. Molly comes from ecstasy. Molly is pure MDMA, whereas ecstasy is cut with something else. Ecstasy and Molly are similar, but they're two different drugs. A Quaalude has nothing to do with no goddamn ecstasy or no goddamn Molly. A Molly or ecstasy will get you zooted. A Quaalude will level you out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and don't mix that Molly with no damn orange juice, because anything citrus On top of that, Molly's gonna have you. Man, listen, you're gonna be somewhere drinking milk. You know, you're gonna be somewhere drinking milk. You know, but the fact that he's like comparing a Quaalude, you know, you said it's not your day before Quaaludes. Quaaludes. The Quaaludes. No, the Quaaludes will kind of bring you down a little bit. But go look at the drugs that was like being used in those days. There were more uppers, you know? A Quaalude, well, I don't even know. I can't even say that nowadays. I would say a Quaalude was kind of like the equivalent of a joint. You know how if you get too drunk or you do something else, somebody will give you a little bit of a joint. Well, back then they called it reefer. But somebody will give you a joint and you go sit down. That's kind of what the Quaaludes was being used for. Then, you know, I am pretty sure there are two strippers out there, one named Molly and the other one named Ecstasy. And they're like night and day. Absolutely. You know. But see, a lot of people don't understand these drugs that they speak of. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand these drugs that they speak of. How they paint it with like the brothers or black men. They just say, "Hey, there's a black man, there's drugs, arrest him." And it's like, okay, what's the drugs? Like even now with the whole Diddy situation, you know, they don't know if he was using GHB or something or not, y'all. They just say black man, drugs, women, him doing something with the women, lock him up. Well, the whole time, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. The main people that introduce you to drugs is women. The main reason why some of y'all will have drugs around you or in your goddamn car is women. Some of y'all need to, I'm telling y'all, some of y'all need to pat down some of these bitches y'all be having in your car. Because bitches will have cocaine, they'll have weed, all kinds of shit. Women are walking around with paraphernalia on them all the time. All the time. And I'm telling you the truth. It's not like a guy. They're not looking over their shoulders or none of that. They used to it. I know at the height, I'm not gonna lie, I was on some Wiz Khalifa shit. I was on some Wiz Khalifa. I could hang with Wiz Khalifa, Bob Marley, Wayne, Snoop, Currency. I could hang with all them dudes. Larry June. I could hang with all of them dudes. Smoke them up under a table. But I stopped smoking a good minute ago. Right? So I know women that can hang with them niggas too. Probably even smoke some of them under the table. Women brag about purling blunts and smoking niggas under the table and rolling backwoods and all kinds of shit. Look, I'm telling you, modern women, you know, and I'm pretty sure it was like that also. This was Hollywood, y'all. Y'all are forgetting. This was Hollywood. And I'm not here to just sit up here and blame shit on all the women and shit like that, but think about what I'm about to tell y'all. Weinstein and all them other dudes, man, all them dudes was doing coke and Molly and all that other stuff. And these are some of the women that come from those circles that hang around them. And yeah, let's say if Bill Cosby wanted some freaks. Well, there's some names that's buzzing around Hollywood. What did Erykah Badu just do when she went up on the stage? She said, the dude asked her, what can you tell younger women in the industry? What advice would you give them? And she looked in the camera and said, suck hard. Like, it's to the point where and this is a crazy thing to think of, but think about what I'm about to tell you. Think about what I'm about to tell you. Let's say you were a predator. Like you was a Weinstein or an Epstein, whatever. You just have a Steen on the back of your shit, right? You got women right now. Because you know what's more powerful than a predator? The prey. the prey. Especially when it comes to sex. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You got women right now that they'll walk right in that nigga office, know exactly what they need to do. Bitch walk in this office butt naked or just with a trench coat on. Oh yeah, you don't gotta you don't gotta seduce me or talk to me or coerce me into nothing. I came here for this. Right? A bitch, a bitch. Right. You picked up on that, LT man? a motherfucking bitch will go into your office and both of y'all will have something consensual over and over and over and over again, right? And then she'll turn around and say you did that to her. When both of y'all had something consensual, and the ones that you probably actually did something to, that's the one that probably stayed quiet or come out later. It's a different type of predator, but it's real. You know? Some of those girls R. Kelly was messing around with. Oh yeah, R. Kelly might be a predator, no doubt about that. But you know what defeats the predator? The hoe that knows. I've seen it. I've seen guys that are supposed to be these sexual deviants get taken out the game by a real sexual deviant. And she pretends. I'll give you a good example. Remember a couple of years ago with Suki Hana and YK Osiris? The weird kid, but he's funny as hell for no reason. He's just funny for no reason. I don't know. He looked Asian, but he just funny as hell for no reason. YK Osiris. Remember she tried to make it seem like she was a victim when he just kissed her on the mouth? Then she turned around and came out with that eating ass song and everybody just totally forgot, but they threw him under the bus. That was fucked up. That was fucked up.
First of all, I come from a long line of tricks and hoes. Yes, what's the eyebrow thing? I come from a long line of hoes. I'm not the first one, maybe in this generation, but it go all the way back to slavery time. And before then, with the Egyptians and the Moors, a long line of selling pussy. I'm not the first one. My auntie, my mama don't like me saying her name in my interviews. Grandmama, great-grandmama, great-great-great-grandmama.
So was any of them in a $40 line?
$40.
$40. Shout outs to everyone here. Please hit the like button, support the show, and hit the Cash App. Support a player. You dig? Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Now, granted, I get it. You know, you shouldn't feel entitled to hoes, which men often do. They feel entitled to promiscuous women. Promiscuous women feel entitled too. Nobody wants to talk about that. Neither do you. But what I would say is this, you know, a hoe will take down a predator. That's why predators really don't go after hoes, you know. Unless you're like a smart guy, like the Zodiac Killer and some other people. But them niggas was going after people that was already, kind of like squares, like promiscuous square women and shit. But anyway, it's not what people think it is, but let's go.
That's your own personal opinion. Let's go down to the next one.
What's going on, Gems?
Another pointed out that
shout outs to Gems in the building. Bro, I got into it with somebody that you probably cool with. I might tell you a little bit later unless you already know. But shout outs to Gems in the building, man. Rocking with me the long way. Shout outs to Gems. Good to see you.
At the age gap between baby boomers like Rashad and Gen Z has led to a disconnect in fashion trends, and that clothing items don't seem to change how women are treated in the community.
That's cap.
That generation was covered up and still got abused and treated terribly,
That's not true.
One day, as a community, we're going to address the real issues, but I digress. Okay, so the issue that they have
Not
here.
listening to none of them little bullshit articles that Gen Z got, because they don't even understand misinformation on the internet, nor where to go look for it. When the last time y'all seen, actually, first of all, even millennials, but when the last time y'all actually seen some of these kids in a fucking library? Okay, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But when the last time you seen some of these people in a damn library? Makes you think.
Here, which is a common issue that you hear. Well, the older women dress classy and they still got cheated on. Okay. The older women dress classy and got cheated on. The older women.
And this is what y'all not understanding. The older women were cheating too. They just were better at it. Okay? Sometimes both of y'all cheating. You just got caught first. Again.
Or more classy women and kept away from cheating on their husband or penalized for cheating on their husband. And they got beat down like Tina Turner. They were still abused.
And that's not the truth. Because older women were dishing out ass whippings also. Grandma used to beat the fuck out of them kids. Old women used to dish out ass whipping also. And also, Tina Turner was a madame. I knew something was off, but that made sense. She was a madame. Sheer madame. All those girls from the SOS band. Madame band. You had to be a strong black woman back then. Madame for 500, Alex. Answer, daily double.
All right, so we have the abuse argument here. But today's women still are saying they're being abused.
And they always trying to come up with this goofy, the boogie black man. Oh my God. The black man just got so much joy out of beating women. He just couldn't stop. Oh, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Their solution is that since we're going to be abused anyway, we might as well dress like hookers. Okay.
I mean, if you were getting abused like that, you would wear more layers of clothing so that belt won't tear that bare ass up. But hey, nowadays bitches like whips and chains and losing their brains. All right.
All right. So listen, I'm only here to communicate what they're trying to say. Hey, you know what? We're going to lose anyway. We might as well get what we want out of it. The little bit that we're going to get out of it, the little bit of ability to express ourselves, the little bit of ability to make money by selling pussy on the internet and get attention from men and celebrities, the little bit of ability.
But what it really was, though, because in America, and not even just America, even other places too, they play this game with kids where they hide stuff from kids. They play this game where they hide stuff from kids. So when kids discover it, it's like a phenomenon. Y'all, ladies, y'all do know that some of y'all, first of all, started dressing that way to rebel against your parents and just kind of never grew out of it and stayed in the street. Because even think about it. Even for personal health reasons, a lot of these bitches are anemic. Hoes don't get cold. But yet you find yourself out in front of a club with barely nothing on. And they're going to let your ass in. But they want to tell us, oh, you got to take your hat off. You know what I never seen? And I'm a DJ. Like, out of all my days at club, you know what I never seen? And this is true. I've never seen a dizike that I lizike go to the bouncer and say, hey, you charge me just like you would charge any other man to get in this club. As a man, you got to take your damn hat off. But that dizike, she can keep her hat on. And her having a bald spot is no excuse. Well, you having a bald spot is no excuse. He's still going to tell you to take your hat off. How embarrassing. Right? How embarrassing. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. About to say, that woman tried to save some money to go buy some drinks, you see? What I'm about to say. You said it's a way to get around that though. No, but in America, if the parents don't, I'm not telling you to expose your kids to certain things, but there's a healthy way of introducing certain things to kids. You understand what I'm saying? Like if I had a son and he's starting to smoke weed, I'm not gonna lie. I will grab him, I will grab a big ass bag of weed, and I will go sit down with them and I'm gonna be like, you see this? Depending on which one. I don't know if the older son, I'll do that. I ain't gonna lie. It is pretty biased. You know, the older kids kind of do get treated fucked up compared to the younger kids. But I'll be like, you see this? Go ahead. Here, roll it up. Let me see what you know. Does he know how to roll up a joint? Or whatever. Who taught him? I'm reading. Like, who taught him? What friends was he around? Where would he learn this? Now teach him at a young age that why people do this. It's not necessarily cool. It's not the best thing to be doing at this time and age in your life, but why people do it. Because guess what? His friends that are doing it, they're going to have more of an impression on him than I probably will, or a different type of impression on him. But that's not my case. My case is to at least know, you know what I'm saying, what he's into, what he's doing. And that he could come to me. See, America creates this divide between children and their parents. You know, if you go to certain places like Japan, right? There's sake and alcohol in the vending machines. If the kids want to, they can put their money in the vending machine and go buy some sake. But they see it. They know what it is. And the majority of them don't buy it. You know? The majority of them don't buy it. You know? They have no desire. Oh, that's old people stuff. Or that's, they have no desire. But in America, it's like, ooh, don't do that. Ooh, sneak off and go do it. Ooh, look at these cigarettes. They got colors on them. Ooh. It's even in our consumerism. You know? Yeah, Japan is an amazing place. Yeah. But it's even in our consumerism. As Americans, we hide stuff from our kids. They go do it. Then we pretend to be mad or be mad, but can't really do or say much. A lot of these parents don't feel guilty about smoking weed around their kids. The kids know the smell. You know? Kids aren't dumb. That's why I tell you guys, when you put a phone in your kid's hand, oh, they're an adult. I don't give a damn what you put on that phone. The bullshit ass restriction. No, there's a way around it. I remember as a kid when they didn't want us in school going on MySpace and Facebook. They didn't want us going on some of these websites and stuff like that. And we would use, I ain't gonna lie, one of the proxies that we would use is YouTube Condom. And I mean, not YouTube Condom, but Facebook Condom or MySpace Condom or whatever. And we would just go on MySpace and just fuck around and be on Black Planet and stuff like that. Believe me, I was in elementary school on Black Planet, y'all. I was listen to when I tell you, middle school, even high school, I was in school on Black Planet. Checking my Black Planet account. First of all, I'm a kid. I shouldn't have a Black Planet account. But guess what niggas had? Multiple Black Planet accounts. I'm telling y'all. Kids will find a fucking way. It don't matter what you do. It don't matter what you do. You think you being a good parent. Yeah, okay. I said I'll never go through nobody's phone. But if I do go through a motherfucking phone, it'll probably be my kid. Hell yeah, kids are curious just for the sake of it. You know how much like back in the day, you actually had to discover a fucking tape. Y'all ever found the porn tape? Y'all ever found the actual corn tape? Y'all ever found that like a tape? Like I'm talking about, nigga, you had to have a tape and a VCR. You know, later on it turned into DVDs, but y'all ever found the actual corn tape? Hidden somewhere in the house? Oh, man. Niggas be, Gen Zs be talking about mixtape. Nigga, you never seen a real tape in your life. I found the R. Kelly corn tape. I found all kinds of shit. Put me on to some of the people that I know now. Some shit, that shit don't even be locked in the chest. Sometimes that shit be under the couch, behind the couch, stuffed in the mattress. Man, listen. Tapes were hard to hide. You know, sometimes you'll deface the front of it and shit. You know, kids are the best detectives. So, I'm telling y'all, man, y'all be playing around, man. These kids, they talk about when I take the phone away from the kid, he throws a temper tantrum. What else he supposed to do? This nigga been using a fucking phone since 6 years old. That's an external organ. He don't know what the fuck to do when you take that phone. He gonna lose his mind. He feel like he lost the organ. It was weird as an adult when I went outside and I didn't have my phone on me. I felt naked. Like, damn, what am I gonna do all day? Go back to the regular way of life? Women never used to have to go through. I don't even think a woman ever went through my phone, because I never went through theirs. I'd give a girl my phone, you know, she can, yeah, go do your thing. And maybe they probably did go through my phone, but I don't be doing shit. And I'm in a relationship, I'm faithful, you know. Now, I will say this, I'm a picture hoarder. I hoard pictures. Like, you know, I just collect pictures for the sake of collection pictures. You never know. It's a hobby. I shit post, so you never know. You might need them. Pictures and memes, right? What was I about to say? Damn, I was going somewhere with that. With the going through the phone. Yeah, I'll go through my kid's phone. You know. When I'm always out with women, I'm not on my phone. I'm barely on my phone. When I'm out with women, I'm not on my phone. I put my phone in my back pocket, and that woman, when I'm out with her, she has my undivided attention. I put my phone away. You dig what I'm saying? I put my phone away. You know, I'm not going through no broad phone. I never felt compelled. One time when I was and I was in a relationship with this girl, like we were together for like 2 years. One time, just to see something, I actually went through her phone, or like her text messages and stuff like that. But after a while, like I was like, man, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, I just went on about my business. I put that shit down and went on about my business. You a pick hoarder too, Sin? See? I have an impressive library. Let me stop. You said I literally avoid going through my woman's phone. I'm not interested. Right. Like it's like if you look hard enough for something, you're gonna find a way to find it. You know, and broads used to do that also. It's like, well, why you looking for something? Like, you know, if I didn't give you a reason to look for something, why you know, don't play Inspector Gadget with me. You know, I'm a way better Inspector Gadget than any woman I date. Cause I will record and pay attention to all your patterns and not say a damn thing to you, and go right around them. you know. So shit. I delete evidence if that's the case, but I don't feel the need to do that. I be chilling. Yeah, no bullshit, nigga. Yeah, right, Star P, nigga. Even if I go through my phone, it's at my own peril. Like, damn, I saved that. Damn, that shit is cool. You know, niggas talking about some fucking Felicia Rashad, man. You 2 decades out of sync, man. Yeah, man. The woman, the young lady that played Tyrese's mother off of Baby Boy just recently got a train ran on her, and it's like, dang, that's crazy. But listen, I need y'all to do me a favor. We got at least 19 to 22 people in the building, and everybody over at Rumble. Y'all click that link that I put in the Rumble, and y'all click the link that I put in YouTube. If you look at the top, there's a pinned link in YouTube. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Be an April Fool over at hempforfitness.com. That's hemp, F-O-R, fitness.com. Okay, make sure y'all head to hempforfitness.com. It's been pinned to the top of the chat for the whole show. So make sure you get curious and click that link and click that you're 18 and over and head over to hempforfitness.com. Yes, you know, and make your order. You know, just check out their selection, make your order, use code T-Tube10 and mention Kuda, and you will get 2 free gifts. That's 2 free gifts. You can't beat that. Okay? On top of your order, you know, go get you some apple rings, go get you some candy. You know what I'm saying? And check out what else they got. If you got a tincture machine, if you do a little bit of dabs, if you got a vape or something like that, they got, even if y'all vape smokers, they got something for y'all over there also, okay? Y'all be careful. Summertime, springtime coming up, and summertime will be here before you know it. Y'all need to head over to hempforfitness.com and place your orders. If you in the USA, your mailbox ain't safe, okay? They will find a way to get that mail to you, okay? Yes, 1,000 Suns. Head over to hempforfitness.com. You said I just finished my last CBD oil. Look, they got a great deal going on at hempforfitness.com. And trust me, they got so much stuff over there. You will be satisfied, you know? All right. So make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com and refill that CBD oil, you know, because people are getting spiked with fentanyl, man. You can't even smoke no tree or nothing. You can't even smoke bud in the United States, man. That shit got fentanyl sprinkled into it. And sometimes y'all be like, hey, I got a good dealer. He would never do me like that. His ass don't even know half the time. He gonna tell you, man, this shit gas. And it's like, yeah, with fentanyl crumbled on top of it, you know? You know? So definitely, you know, get that stamp of approval on it and get it from a place where it's safe, you know. There's people about to be dropping out the sky come this summer, man. Trust me. And I hate to say it, but you know, I gotta report on those stories and stuff, you know. People foaming up at the mouth and all kinds of shit. This shit is horrible, you know. Nothing wrong with wanting to relax and take the edge off the day. But just make sure you ain't the edge getting taken off the day at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? All right. You know, that fentanyl is no joke. It don't even take that much. It take a little dab and that's your ass, you know, for a human, you know. There's a video out here with some fat dude and he has all the little drugs in the jar and he's like, yo, this is how much this takes for you to overdose. This is how much this takes for you to overdose. And then he showed like a little vial of fentanyl. And he's like, this is how much fentanyl it takes for both of us. And he was talking to the cameraman to overdose. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout outs to D Nation. Yeah, there are tree shops in the DMV, but check out hempforfitness.com because you know everybody in the DMV walking around with the same shit. And I don't know if they banned in the DMV Delta 8 and all of that stuff, but I'm sending you to a legit, real spit legit, you know, website, and they have everything, bro. You know, you'll be the plug in the DMV area. You dig? You said checking out the website now. Absolutely, yeah. And also too, when you guys see LT Man in the chat, if you guys have any advanced questions, you know, you can ask me and I'll ask him, or you can directly ask him while he's either on the panel or in the chat, you know, when you get the chance and stuff like that, you know, because you know that's his thing. That's what he does, you know? All right. So definitely check it out and let me know, okay? You said Rumble is for reviews. Too bad Kuda doesn't make a. I'm trying to learn how to make a poll on Rumble, bro. I really tried. I really tried to look for it the other day. I don't have the option. I think I have to uh go into like another studio tab and probably try to do it. But I have no idea how to make a post on Rumble, a poll. And then on top of that, I want to do movie night over there, so it's so much stuff, you know. But listen, guys, I need you guys to hit the like button and hit the Cash App and support the show because um I definitely want to do a movie night, but we got to make sure we reach our goals, you know. I absolutely have Diary of a Tired Black Man loaded up, and then Aunt T told me about another movie from Spike Lee. What's the name of it? Was it She Hates Me, or I wrote it down? Shout outs to Aunt T. Yeah, She Hates Me from Spike Lee. So definitely I want to do a movie night over there, you know. I want to do a movie night over on Rumble. But it's weird. Like if I share some stuff on Rumble on YouTube, Rumble would strike me. And then if I share some stuff, hopefully if I share some stuff on Rumble from YouTube, YouTube don't strike, you know. Yeah, I do got to do a poll like that because I do got to funnel people over. But the real will come over to Rumble. We almost hitting 50 subs there, but we get way more views on Rumble than the sub count. So that's pretty good. I appreciate that. You know, when we start doing more shows on Rumble, I think the engagement on Rumble will go up a lot more. Like you said, War Master. And then over here on YouTube, we need about like 3, maybe 4 or 5 people to be at 4K. So I'm just waiting until we hit this 4K. Actually, I know how to hit the 4K. I just do another vertical live stream, and we're gonna hit over that 4K on YouTube. You know, yeah. X is a gold mine for sound clips. Yeah, yeah. But shout outs to everyone here. Damn, this pre-record is taking off. Dang, this pre-record, it was at like 70 people, right, y'all? I put out this pre-record 3 days ago. It was at 70 people, right? It was at 70 people, and then it went from 78 people to 128 earlier today. I was looking at it. I was like, dang, okay. And then now I'm looking at it, and it's at 321. You know, so that's good. I'm gonna put out another pre-record. I got some more pre-records loaded, you know, but I gotta probably go at like the 8:30, 8:15 mark, you know, because I gotta go study. But make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show on air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio because you care. You know what I'm saying? Just as much as I do offline. I'm still working on the channel while I'm offline. This ain't, you know, this shit don't ever stop, y'all. It's a full-time job, honestly. To keep up with the shadow banning, to keep up with everybody, it takes a lot of energy, you know. So definitely have a heart, support the show. You know what I'm saying? What was I about to say? This technically is a pre-record though. So what YouTube did, y'all, YouTube's doing a bunch of things. YouTube changed the YouTube Shorts ratio from 1 minute to 3 minutes. And I was aiming for it to be a YouTube short. That's why it's in portrait mode. Maybe I might go back and take 1 second off and just have it as a portrait mode, and also as a short. Because YouTube is weird. They will add 1 second onto your video. You know? Yes. The music is good. Fasting got a couple thousands on one of those videos, man. You know? So make sure y'all check out Fasting's music. It's really good. I was thinking about using Suno AI and Donna together. I was gonna put 2 AIs together. Let me not give y'all my secret. I'll give it to you behind the scenes. Fasting. Pause. That sounds real crazy. But I was gonna fuse them together. You know, cross them together, or give both of them the same lyrics, and see who comes up with the better song. You know, between Donna and Suno. But speaking of views, make sure y'all head over to Kwafi Nino's channel and go check out his documentary that he put out a couple weeks ago. You know what I'm saying, about Bad Boy and Diddy and stuff like that. He got a couple 100K. He got 100K views on it. I said, damn. You know, go ahead. You know, I want you guys to share y'all success stories with me, because I am genuinely happy for you guys' success. You know, I am genuinely interested in everybody here success. You know, definitely not a hater. I love you guys, and I want to make sure you guys, are on top of y'all game. So if you're, I mean, obviously they say don't tell people what you're doing because it might not happen. I get that. But I mean, if you guys have some accolades or you did something and you're happy about it, man, listen, share it with us. Share it with us. We'll definitely be happy, for any type of success that you guys have, because that's the whole point. That's the whole fucking point. And D Nation said you watch UFC. Yeah, I absolutely do watch UFC. I kind of been out the loop though. What Gervonta Davis talking about? I heard he want to do an immediate rematch. He kind of got robbed on that last one, but I ain't gonna lie. Also, too, he did kind of stumble. But good match all the way. But speaking of UFC, man, I hope Adesanya gets his belt back. I don't know who Bones Jones is gonna fight next. I'm kind of out the loop on UFC. The other day I was watching Dana White. I ain't gonna lie, he went off on CM Punk when he tried to come to the UFC. That was horrible, And bro did look like he was gonna become like a Conor McGregor type guy. Nah, man. Nah, wrestling. It's better you go from UFC to wrestling than from, wrestling to UFC. And, I respect both, because WWE, they use it, man, they got it's a different type of athleticism that you got to have, compared to like UFC and all of that stuff, But yeah, man, but the Attitude Era, there'll never be another era like the Attitude Era. They put that shit on TV right now. These people wouldn't even know how to act. These kids would be going crazy, like, oh my God, I can't believe they showed that on television. I can't believe man, television and radio is horrible. They're horrible. They be really acting like they trying to censor something. Man, when we were kids, we saw everything on TV. Why you think they stopped putting live television on TV? Because if they show you a police chase live and the driver happened to be black and they're chasing him, you are going to see live on television as a kid, as the way I saw it, the police beat someone's ass. And then not even just beat their ass, get unsubscribed. I can't tell you how much time I've seen people unsubscribe themselves on live television, on the news and stuff like that. I remember when 9/11 happened, and I'm not going to lie, it was like a news reporter talking, and all you heard behind the news reporter was doom, 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 doom. And the whole time, those were bodies hitting the floor. I said, dang. You know, I haven't watched TV in over like 20 something years. You know. Oh, today's society definitely would. They would not like the 90s. Yeah, you said Dana White didn't go off on CM Punk. He just fired him after the second fight just for being so horrible. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him at that press conference. I was watching this other little dude. I forgot his name. He's like an African guy. He was trying to go in on Adesanya and some other dude. And Adesanya was like, "Man, I beat your ass." And it was like a little dude. I forgot his name, but it's a clip of him going around and stuff. I like a lot of UFC cats. Rampage. I like I actually like Tito Ortiz. He grew on me. I like Tito Ortiz. There was this other dude. I was gonna do this documentary. I forgot the dude's name. It was a black dude, and he was funny as hell. He used to talk a lot of shit, but he was a brother, and he got into a brawl backstage with what's his name? He ended up getting into a brawl with dude's fighter, and then something happened. What's his name? Man, what's the dude that be holding his fist and he's like bald headed, and I think he's from like Brazil, and he used to, and he fuck, what is his name? I think it starts with a U. Um, I forgot his name. He's a Brazilian dude. I forgot his name, and he used to have like the tattoos on the back of his like head and shit like that. I forgot the dude's name, but it was a black dude, and he ended up fighting one of the dude's fighters in the back in the in the back room, and then the dude ended up choking him out, and like when he woke up to the dude kicking his leg, like tapping his leg, basically, I guess to wake him up. But he woke up and he kind of was like somewhat out of it. But like he woke up and he knocked the dude out, right? He knocked the dude out, and then he ran out of the room, and then the dude like started chasing him. And then he was like talking crazy to the dude. And then he had like a match. And what is the guy's name? Oh my god. Fuck. Hold on, let me see if I can go find it. He knocked the dude out, and then basically he had a fight. And I think he ended up winning the fight. And then he ended up calling the dude out. And the dude was like sitting in the stance. And then he went after him. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm looking for UFC fighters from Brazil. Let me look at them. Hold on. If I look on UFC hard enough, I'll find them. There goes Anderson Silva. Hold on. Yeah, I like Royce Gracie. Royce Gracie is dope. Hold on. Dang, all of these YouTubers passing away. War Master said, Doge found 521 billion in fraud in the oh my god. Yeah, they're gonna get Elon up out of here. They're gonna get Elon up out of here. Now that I'm looking for this fighter, it's not Usman. There you go. Oh, it was Silva. Okay. Yeah, he used to go at Shale Shannon. Yeah, what's his name? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, his name was Wanderlei Silva. I don't know why I said you. Wanderlei Silva. Y'all go look up Wanderlei Silva. He's a beast. Hold on, let me see if I can find the beef. I'll show y'all what I'm talking about. He always going after some black dude though. Was it Victor Belfort? No, hold on. Wanderlei was actually pretty good. He just weird looking, but he could fight his ass off. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the other guy name. Okay. Wanderlei Silva. Hold on real quick. We're gonna put this on pause. Wanderlei Silva versus Charles Crazy Horse. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all gotta see this. This shit, like me trying to explain this story to you is crazy. What? Rainwater. Hold on, y'all. Oh, damn it. This thing said Crazy Course. Hold on. He said, I'll make you my beach. I'll make you my beach. It's always, look, the funny part is like all of these fighters, like, you know, like sometimes their voice don't match like the animal they are. You know, like what's his name? All right. This is after he knocked out that dude, and then he called Wanderlei Silva out while he was in the ring, right? And then Wanderlei Silva caught up with them backstage, right? But no, like guys like Anderson Silva, you know, Anderson Silva looks like my dad, which is funny as hell. But like guys like Anderson Silva, right? When they win a fight and they be going over to them with the microphone, they be like, yes, I punch. And after I punch, he fell to the floor. it's like dang, like it's like dude's a beast, but then you gotta remember he's from Brazil, so he like, you know, it's like it's weird, you know, being a fan of somebody that's, you know, not from the country, but is a cold beast, right? Dollar Washer said, I believe he paid the court money and they will give it out monthly. She's not getting the money all at once. No, they said that he paid the guy was gonna pay 1.8 million. But hold on, you probably a little further back, Dollar Washer. But hold on, check this out, y'all. This is in 05. Damn, 20 years ago. So he won some type of I guess trophy, and he's like in the hallway, and he runs into and he didn't even really get hit like that. Like it was an easy fight. But when he ran into Silva, he was like, "No, I'm not finna fight this dude right now." So look,
tell Wanderlei to lie about that.
Yeah, see, look, he talking shit about Wanderlei, and then look.
Oh! Come on, guys! Come on! Spanish, guys! Come on! Come here!
Who needs an old axe? My goodness. Oh, what are we in store for the candies?
Remember when I knocked you out? Shark Wave 2005.
In the broadcast booth, we have a button that can turn down.
No, he was talking crazy to Wanderlei Silva. He wasn't even focused on his opponent, but look.
For the slit throat sign in the corner, I am stoked for this fight.
Bro, he didn't even fight him. It was literally like one punch, and then he knocked him out, right? So he tried to act like Vanderlei when he knocked him out.
Not that quick. And here we go.
See, look, he in the crowd. Look.
Taunting from Vanderlei. The taunting.
Where's Candyland?
Yeah, とにかく
He didn't enjoy that, y'all.
For the record, you know what happened in 2005.
Oh my.
That's why you're still sorry.
All right, so this is them in the break room or in the back room, and there was another guy. It was a younger dude that was on Vanderlei's team, and they end up getting into a fight, and then looked like they were gonna jump him anyway, though. See, he over there stretching and stuff like that, so you don't even know if he getting prepared to jump somebody or fight and stuff like that, because niggas stay stretching, but hey. These are dudes that know jujitsu and everything. They stand up dudes and ground dudes. Pause. All right, so got into it, old boy. Got him down on the ground. Is a curtain in it, but look, he was winning and then he got help. But look, got him in a triangle. Got him in a triangle, right? Started getting help. Look. So Wanderlei right there, he watching his mans get ground and pound. Looking at that jiu-jitsu work, got his leg. He lock his head in and he got him in a triangle. Usually when you do triangles, you're supposed to be off and to the side. You want to create an angle with the triangle, but no, you got a straight up triangle right here. They were telling him to let him go. So look, now he down on his stomach. They turned him over so he don't, you're really supposed to turn him on his side. But he's knocked out.
Part 2, I'm out.
Yeah, look, now he woke up.
Cold. You guys see me? Open my eyes, look up.
And he said Wanderlei, I guess to bring him back to his senses, Wanderlei was like tapping his leg, kicking his leg.
And at that time, Vanderlei was kicking my feet. So when I look up, Vanderlei is kicking me. So I look up, there's Vanderlei kicking me. So I grab my jacket and say, nigga, I ain't scared of you. And I hit Vanderlei, boom. No lie. Vanderlei turned, fell out. Now, why Vanderlei is out, it's a group of us, a group of 8. This is the part you guys do not see. Because, the Brazilians, shoot box. Let me rephrase that. Shoot box came as deep as 12. I don't know how many. I might be exaggerating a little bit. But I know it was at least 8. They came 8 deep. The Japanese are little people. Very little. So shoot box is humongous at large. Take the camera from the Japanese and do whatever. But back to that part. When I hit Vanderlei, You guys feel me out there, right? When I hit Vandalay and I just showed you how he felt and shit. Imagine a group of 8 standing around this guy. Me, the only nigga in there. I'm the last dragon. Knocks this guy out, he's out of there. While everyone is contemplating on what the fuck just happened, like Jamie Foxx said, I'm out the fucking door. Hey, I got caught at the door, right? I got caught at the door by the black dude. The black bald-headed dude that's always with Vandy. I got caught at the door. I threw a leg up. He remembers all this. I threw a leg up, and at the time I was trying to get out of the door. Finally, the door opened. Somebody that was with me at the time grabbed me, pulled me out the door shut back, and opened up again. And when it opened, Vandalay comes out. And he's speaking Portuguese. I got up and I ran. It was like, I just knocked you the fuck out. I'm out of here. I started running. That was it. It moved me.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. That's good. I
knocked you out. I slept you. You sleep. Yeah. I knocked your pussy ass out. Me, the little guy. I knocked you out.
You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Jay Lethal. You know, when Jay Lethal was like imitating Ric Flair, he reminds me of Jay Lethal for some reason. The little guy. I actually saw some footage the other day. Jay Lethal was fighting Ric Flair. Well, he wasn't fighting. They were training. And Ric Flair, for an old dude, he can still take a bump. You know?
I tell Vandalay a lie about that. Whoa! Come on. Guys! Come on. Hispanic, guys! Come on.
Not gonna lie, Vandalay was a problem, man. He used to go after what's his name too. He used to go after what's his name? Shale Shonen. You know, he said, I hate you, Shale. Man, listen. I was watching this wrestling clip of the Undertaker. I think this was his first time fighting Hulk Hogan. Man, I didn't know Hogan. I ain't gonna lie. Now that I'm like learning like the behind the scenes story of shit, I didn't know Hogan was a diva like that. Hogan was always like the American hero coming up as a kid. It's like, damn, you know, Hogan, you know, he said, I got second-handed, man. No, man, look, Undertaker went to go tombstone. Yeah, Shale Shonen, yeah. He was supposed to be like a mafia type guy, mafioso. You know, Shale wasn't bad. He was a good fighter, you know. I like Shale. I like Lyoto Machida, like kind of like the old guys. And the K1 guys. I like the K1 guys, you know. Ken Shamrock was a beast back in the day. But man, Undertaker tombstone pile drive Hulk Hogan onto a steel chair, and his head did not hit. His head did not hit at all. And Hulk Hogan like pretended to be injured the whole time. I was like, dang, that's crazy. And like, I guess he tried to end the Undertaker's career back in the day because it's like Hulk Hogan was like the golden goose. And like, it's like, oh, damn, the Undertaker done injured him. So now people looking at Taker sideways. But if you look at the tape, his head did not hit that chair. You know, I'm like, dang, I guess every sport got their hang-ups, y'all. Every sport got their hang-ups, all right? Man, you guys are enjoying the show. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the show. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it. Hold on, let's get back into this, man. I know we're so far removed, but yeah, I just have to throw that in there. All right.
For us to level up in this conversation, we might as well go on and take it, because back then these women got they got no benefit from being good women. Okay, might as well. They was getting abused back then too. We getting abused today. We got all this trauma. We need all this therapy.
No, I know Hogan was a diva, and I knew he was full of shit. I mean, he comes from the era where the finishing moves were like ass. Like, honestly, a leg drop. And then also too with Hogan, that's why go watch that match between Hulk Hogan and Shawn Michaels. And like Shawn Michaels was like overselling everything Hogan was doing to make Hogan seem like super powerful. You know what I'm saying? As a kid, that shit was funny. You know what I'm saying? Watching Shawn Michaels like flop around all over the place and stuff like that, because Shawn Michaels knew how to sell. You know? But man, Hogan was a diva. Like, that leg drop was weak. Like, I've seen Rikishi do harder leg drops than Hulk Hogan, but it's to tell a story. You know, some guys, they push a storyline more so than actual wrestling, you know? Even Macho Man, you know, the slam from off the top rope, yeah, it looked crazy, but it was like it's ass compared to some of the stuff like the dudes in the Attitude Era was doing. That big boot and the leg drop was just cringe. You know? Yeah, Wanderlei Silva definitely was a problem. He was no joke. You said Rashad Evans mostly did better than I thought he would. He just didn't look intimidating. Yeah, he had a who was he talking about fighting? I think it was Bones Jones. Like, you know, and then that other one, Cormier. You know, they were talking about how disrespectful Bones Jones was, but I'm not gonna lie, I agree with John Jones, like just like the ruthlessness that he had. You know, I agree with it, because the reason why I agree with it is because that shit is on camera and it goes down in history. And yeah, you do want to be like a graceful fighter, like a happy fighter, but man, that shit don't get you nowhere. Look at Anderson Silva. Niggas getting knocked out by YouTubers. That's fucking wild work, bro. That's wild work. I'm in Thailand. I've seen Lao fighters, Thai fighters, Cambodian fighters. I've seen all kinds of fighters hanging out at some of the gyms here. I really want to get it on camera, but I don't I don't want to disrespect, any of the stuff they got going on here. But I got some footage for y'all, right? There's people all around the world training to get in these spots and these places, and they're great fighters and stuff like that. And a fucking YouTuber can just like skip the line out of people that broke bones and sacrificed their life just to fight all fucking day. You know, even when my brother came out here and he was training with my boy G, shout outs to G and P, you know what I'm saying? That shit crazy. Anderson Silva shouldn't have went out like that though. But Rashad Evans was actually pretty good though. You know, he was actually pretty good. You know, he took some brutal knockouts though. You know, y'all hit the like button and support the show. You know. I definitely appreciate you guys rocking with Player Talk Radio. You know, thank you everybody for supporting the show. Everybody that has supported the show. You know, thank you so much. You know, you guys keep the show going. You know, and make the world go round. You know. But I gotta, I definitely need you guys' support, because I do gotta slow down on these marathon shows. You know, they've been taking a lot out of me. I've been sacrificing certain things to keep going, but it's all good. I appreciate you guys for rocking with me and definitely, keeping the show going. You said that era where a finisher was a slap across. Yeah, yeah. Bobby, you killing me, bro. Yeah, like a nigga would do like a big show chop on your chest. And it's like, and then like the person's supposed to sell it. You know, the person's supposed to sell it. I'm not gonna lie though. You know what finisher actually transcended all of those weak finishers? The sweet chin music. You know, Shawn Michaels' sweet chin music was pretty high velocity, man. You know, and that shit is not easy, bro. Like I've sidekicked the shit out of a lot of people, and let me tell you something. Every time you like, rotate sideways and just like snap out a kick, bro, you got to make sure your aim is on point. You know, you know. But I've been watching what's his name? A lot of guys got podcasts now. Like I've been watching I think wrestling might be the niche I might go towards. It's a more safer niche than the manosphere. And then I can talk about some manosphere stuff over there too. But like Devon Dudley got a podcast now. Undertaker got a podcast now. Another guy that used to do this the super kick. I don't know if y'all remember him, but y'all remember Stevie Richards or Steven Richards? He got a podcast. Maven got a podcast. Stone Cold got a podcast. I think Mark Henry's having a podcast. Undertaker got a podcast. I'm not sure if Kane's gonna have a podcast. You know he's the mayor, but I was about to say, Steven Richards was actually pretty funny. He was in a group that I remember called Right to Censor. Y'all remember Right to Censor? Y'all remember when Right to Censor bagged the Godfather and like he couldn't have any hoes anymore? Hey yo, y'all remember when the Godfather tried to give the Undertaker some hoes? He say, look, you look like a really gnarly guy. I know that you like some hoes. Ah, bro, they could never do the shit that they were doing on TV then now, man. I swear to God. The Godfather. When Right to Censor got a hold of him, they turned him into the Good Father. That shit was crazy. You said Dusty Rhodes slapped everybody. Yeah, Dusty. They had. I know wrestling was different back then. It was like a. It was like a. Just a different layout. Even their bodies looked different. You know. I mean, guys like WCW. Guys like Macho Man Randy Savage, and like even Shawn Michaels. Like if you go like back in the day, if you go look at like Shawn Michaels action figures, and then even look at Shawn Michaels back in the day. Shawn Michaels was buff. You know. Um, it was rare, but some wrestlers had that build, like Lex Luger, Buff Bagwell. Um, the Steiner brothers were a little bit crazy because like Rick Steiner kind of had that football kind of build, but like Scott Steiner, after a while, I was just watching a little thing with Scott Steiner was talking about how he just went off and just got ripped, and he got ripped, you know. Um, but he looked crazy. But I'm not even gonna lie. I was watching Scott Steiner wrestle not too long ago. He was pretty athletic, man. Undertaker was pretty athletic also too. Yeah, the Road Warriors, yeah. But see, what I was getting at is that Vince turned a lot of guys into like Vince had like a I wouldn't say a sick obsession with a body type, but Vince knew the type of body type that he wanted his wrestlers to have. Like honestly, a lot of those dudes got cut. Like I mean, looking like Triple H back in the day, like Randy Orton, like them dudes was a genetic specimen. Steve Masters, there was a couple of like dudes that had it, but I ain't gonna lie. When Brock Lesnar got there, oh my god. And then you had your Bobby Lashley's. Mark Henry just looked like a big, just a big dude. Mark Henry wasn't necessarily cut, but he was strong. But who else was like a buff dude? The Booker T was in shape. He was pretty buff. The Acolytes, Bradshaw, back in the day when he had black hair, and Farouk was pretty. They were pretty. They were pretty buffed out. Kurt Angle wasn't necessarily buff, but he was in insane shape. Chris Benoit was buff. Chris Benoit was a genetic specimen, low key. The toothless aggression. Chris Benoit was a beast. Jericho never really got super buff, but he was strong. All the guys almost was buff. Dean Malenko wasn't super buff, but Perry Saturn, that nigga was buff. You know, I'm surprised they didn't bring back the rings of Saturn. That was a cool finisher. Actually liked Perry Saturn. He kind of was the Batista before the Batista, you know. Batista was stupid buff. You know, Batista looked crazy. John Cena is pretty buff, you know. Who else is buff? That but these are all guys that became the face of the company through Vince McMahon, you know, and just a lot of guys. Who else was buff? Like the Radicals. Eddie Guerrero actually ended up being buff. I'm surprised the older he got, he could move the way he did. You know? He actually went into a cool niche of wrestling. Like he didn't stick to like the luchador stuff, you know. Rey Mysterio at one point was pretty buff. He's just always small, but he was pretty buff too. Conan, a lot of people don't remember Conan. He used to have this finisher called the Tequila Sunrise. That shit was fire. Buff Bagwell, obviously. Val Venus wasn't that buff. Al Snow wasn't that buff. Gangrel wasn't that buff. Test kind of was buff compared to like Edge and Christian. Test was somewhat buff. The Hardy Boys wasn't all that buff. Goldberg was buff, yeah, but Goldberg was a horrible wrestler. I didn't really pay attention to how bad Goldberg was until recently. Actually, he's back. He's supposed to have one last match or a couple of matches. Goldberg is back again, you know, which is crazy, you know. But yeah, man, I definitely I took a real hiatus away from wrestling, but I'm definitely about to pick it back up. I'm definitely about to just start going over and like endless content on Rumble. And then bro, just like even the women's division is interesting. You know, because they're wrestling. Some of those girls, they need a little bit of work, but some of them be fighting. They're not that bad. You know, I like Liv Morgan though. Liv Morgan is actually pretty cool. You know, she does her thing. You know, but yeah, man. Let me finish this and then we'll close out. You know, please hit the like button, y'all, and support the show. We're almost at our goal. Yeah, Jade Cargill is a beast. She's very talented. She's very talented. Like I didn't really have her up there on like the talent scale. I didn't really, other than like the light up shoes and stuff like that, I never really seen what was the hype about her until I saw the Royal Rumble. And I saw when they tried to eliminate her and she put like her feet on like the barricade. So technically her feet didn't touch the ground. And then she did like a Kofi Kingston joint where she started handstand. Like she did a handstand all the way back to the steps and got back in the ring. I'm like, yeah, she's an athlete for real. You know, Bianca Belair is cool too. I like Bianca Belair. You know, and Rhea Ripley and stuff like that. Like all of those girls are just like hypersexual, but fun. And then I'm not gonna lie. I saw a little bit of matches with Bailey. She's not that bad. Then you got that big girl. I forgot her name. That big girl that be bullying people, but she's actually pretty good. You know. So they're doing pretty good. With the whole Jade Cargill versus Naomi thing, they resurrect the storyline from The Rock and Rikishi. You know what I'm saying? That was I kind of do remember that storyline where they try to take each other out and stuff like that. I definitely remember that storyline. But yeah, I like that Mercedes Moné chick. You know, recently she got injured. She got kicked in the pussy, which is hilarious. But yeah, she got injured, and then the girl that she was fighting, the Asian girl, I forgot her name, but she be flipping all over the place and shit. And the girl tried to do some type of backflip off the ropes, and twisted like her ankle or some shit. You said zYear would be a good female wrestler. She fit as fuck. There's a lot of people that should go to the WWE. I think Aaron the Plumber should go to the WWE. I think he would like it there, you know, just like but he got to learn, you know, he got to go through training. I think Angel Reese should take her big ass over to the goddamn WWE. They'll pay her ass as much as she wants. She gonna have to work though, you know. So I didn't know Maven was talking about it. Maven was saying that like the referee is there to keep time of the match. Sometimes they do like call outs and stuff like that. I didn't know that the referees always have an earpiece in. So like I didn't know back in the day Vince McMahon was in the earpiece telling the referee to signal them to do certain things. And you know, there's just certain things that they do. Like wrestling, even behind the scenes is interesting. And it's like, yeah, you know, obviously quote unquote, some of wrestling is fake, but those bumps are real. The story you know, might be fake and just certain things, but like yeah, they be fucking themselves up and doing very risky stuff, you know. It's performing, you know, you know, but it's interesting how they call the matches. Yeah, Melly Monaco looked like she was on like she was a wrestler or whatever, you know. You know, and I think we were spoiled though because like you have wrestlers that don't necessarily have to be a genetic specimen. Because like back in the day, those female wrestlers wasn't necessarily. I mean, they were genetic specimens when it comes to like you know them being bad. But all of those girls got breast implants. They call them breast augmentations, right? One of my ex just got her breast done. I was like, damn. You know, she sent me a message on Instagram. I was like, hey, that's cool. Bye. You know, they call them breast augmentations now, you know. But it looked good too, but I was like, okay. I don't know what to say about that, but okay. But like the women that were cut back in the day was Jazz. Y'all remember Jazz? She was pretty cut. She looked like a stud now. Hey. But Jazz in China was pretty cut. Trish Stratus wasn't that bad though. You know, she did her thing. She held it down. She wasn't that bad, but you know. What's going on, Simply Deep? You dig? Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Yeah, Trish Stratus wasn't that bad. You know. But yeah, there's some fit people that could do good in the WWE, but I guess they gotta be trained and stuff like that. Even I Show Speed didn't look that bad, you know. He got rocked though. He got they kind of did him dirty. That spear was crazy. He said, "Damn, Six the Goddess too." No bullshit. Yeah, Six the Goddess looked like she could be a wrestler also. I like how they turn a wrestler. I like how they make the wrestling looking women look like regular women. But I ain't gonna lie, there was this. I like Bianca Belair, but I got this video of her getting into this hot tub, and I ain't gonna lie, when those girls be working out, they be having like a big ass back, like big Bakistan, all over again. And look. I said War Master. Fasting said they are men. Hold on, let me show y'all something. She kind of did look like a man getting into this damn you know how like when you get like a workout, yeah, Pearl would be a cool wrestler. She'll be out there with like Bailey. But you know how you get like a workout and you dip yourself into like that ice cold water? This girl has a big ass back. But her back when she's on the off season, her back doesn't look that bad. But same thing with Shakari Richardson. You know, while they're on the track and stuff like that, their bodies are in like tip top shape. So they look like a whole man. But on the off season, Badina. Hold on. Aaron the plumber though definitely need to hold on, let me see. Do I have it on here? What is this? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, maybe I didn't send it to myself. Oh dear. Make sure y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. I don't think I sent it to myself, y'all. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't think I sent it to myself. Damn, that sucks. I'll show it to y'all on the next show, I guess. I gotta go find it. But Bianca Belair, she got, man, her shoulders. But I get it. I mean, she be lifting people over her damn head. So hold on. Yeah, I don't think I got it, y'all. One drunk man. That dude is funny. Check out this poem, y'all.
There tonight, I'm back again for another, you know what I'm saying, Poetry Wednesdays.
That's MPD.
This one today, you know what I'm saying, I've been going through a lot, me and my girl, and this was for all the brothers who do so much and get so little in return. It's my birthday. I know my baby got a gift for the win. Oh man, pussy again. For Christmas, I bought her a Birkin, cause money ain't nothing to spend. What she get me? Oh man, pussy again. Baby, you shouldn't have. Nah, I mean that shit, bitch, you shouldn't have. I would've took socks, shoes, hell, even clippers if they had them. But now I see that these are things that I couldn't have. Now I gotta sit and play along like this extra great. Acting fake surprised, oh, you took my breath away. Then you got the nerve to get on the dick and do the same old tricks. Girl, this the same pussy that I had yesterday. What's the gift she gonna get you when you buy her Benz? Oh man, pussy again. She ain't even put a box on the box and I'm supposed to pretend like I ain't know she was gonna give me pussy again. That's my time.
Some real shit. The pussy is the trump card. They take it everywhere. Pussy MasterCard, y'all.
I'm a victim. Might as well dress like hookers. Might as well. All right. So
yeah, she is good though.
That's what I read from that. All right. So these women dress classy, ain't got no benefit. We ain't need no benefit. Might as well dress like a Jezebel. All right. All right. Sorry for hitting the buzzer. But this is again, they're saying the disconnect right here. There's a disconnect between the boomers and Gen Z. There's a misunderstanding of fashion trends. I don't think so. Okay, they've always kind of pushed women to dress more scantily clad.
Man, there's a disconnect between boomers, Gen Z, Gen Xers, Gen Z, millennials, and Gen Z. There's a disconnect between all of it. Hell, there's a disconnect between boomers and Gen X. Gen X, y'all were the ones that actually started blaming the boomers for some bullshit. And the boomers are guilty as charged. I'm not gonna lie, the boomers they're not that innocent. But honestly, do y'all research on the silent generation, because that's what they've been this whole time while y'all was blaming Gen X. I mean the boomers. They've been silent. They done slipped out the back door when a lot of that shit came from them. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of silent generation cats turned around and had Gen X kids. You know? So if you from Gen X and you had a silent parent, okay. You know? But it looked like the majority of Gen X kids had boomer parents. Maybe because of the war and all that other stuff that was going on. You know? Population and shit. You know. Wait until these COVID kids start growing up. Oh, nigga. You think we mad about some shit now? Wait until these COVID kids come of age. Are they already 5 and 6 years old? Shit, cray.
And benefit from it. Okay. So, you know, women of that generation certainly had the ability to choose that. However, they would have been penalized. So that's why the boomers and Gen Xers initially didn't choose that. Let me just take you back.
But a lot of the Gen Xers did. But they tried to be cute with it. You know, they were watching Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? War Master proud. If you say so, I would say the same. You know how I always say we beta tested the internet? Millennials, we definitely did. But what was gonna be like the real beta test was Gen X, and that shit fell on the millennials. But y'all beta tested technology also. Y'all keep saying he crashed out yesterday. Okay, show me which one? The one that when he was talking about the guy and the child support? Which show did he crash out? I'll try to go over it with y'all, but definitely if y'all want me to go over it, definitely support the show. And we'll go over Coach Greg Adams crashing out, and I swear I will let it play. I'm not even going to add no crazy commentary to it because I'm kind of running on fumes right now, y'all. Hold on.
There were groups that got attention for doing this exact same thing in the 80s.
You said he crashed out yesterday.
We had the Mary Jane girl.
I still got to finish Jason Black going in on the manosphere because I know he said some tongue-in-cheek shit that kind of needs to be addressed. This nigga said the Mary Jane girls. Climb up on that rooftop, honey. What I got is better than money all night long. If you say so. Usually I tell y'all not to follow hoes. But if the Mary Jane girls told y'all to climb up on that rooftop, honey, and what she got is better than money, you might want to climb up on that rooftop. I know some of y'all scared of heights, but she sounded a little bit confident, all right? Her and her homegirls, all right? So let's get it.
We had Vanity 6. We had Apollonia. All right, let me pull.
Yeah, you had Prince.
Look, but I don't know if I can pull this up on YouTube. Let me see here.
Yeah, we'll go over the Rumble.
Let me see if I can pull this album cover up. This will bring some people back. This will bring some people back here. I don't know if I
just gotta make sure we reach the show goal.
Can pull it up on YouTube though. Where's that Vanity cover? That Vanity 6 album cover where she was in that white fucking lingerie draws. All right, let's see here. Oh my goodness, is this Apollonia 6? Jesus. All right.
Lingerie.
This is taking us back. Macaroni Tony, you probably going ham. And whoever this chocolatey thing is over here in this white.
What? UFO kamikaze? Oh man, send the link, bro. We're gonna do that on Rumble. Y'all just hold me down though. We'll do that on Rumble. I got some water here. We could definitely go over that. Send the link, bro, if you can. I appreciate you guys definitely showing me some stuff you guys would like me to go over. Now, for this to be raunchy back in the day, because I ain't gonna lie, all three of the... Is that Tina Marie? That's not Tina Marie. All three of these girls are sexy as hell.
White shit. Holy mackerel.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. So this was the 1980s. This was when Claire Huxtable was being Claire Huxtable. All right. Yikes. Shit.
But that's not even bad though. This is like You wear that shit in the bedroom like a bitch will go to sleep with some shit like this. That is lingerie though, not lingerie, but lingerie. So he said he threw a lot of his audience under the bus trying to pivot to the center because of the waves Netflix series Adolescence is making. What do you mean? What do you mean? The waves that the Netflix series Adolescence is making. What do you mean?
Oh, the humanity.
I'm telling you, whoever this Puerto Rican chick is, or whoever this shit is, and this blue shit and that white shit right there. Hold on, let me put my head out of the way right there. Holy.
Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity.
Oh my.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. Anyway.
Okay, we'll investigate his channel.
All right. Anyway, that's a group called Apollonia Vanity 6. All right, and they were a group of Prince. All right, so they were one of Prince's bands that he used to push his music through. Right. So
yeah, Apollonia was bad. There's a baddie that I know in real life. She is bad as hell. One of the baddest girls I've ever known in school. Her name was Apollonia. Man, I kept trying to get her out. Man, my friend was cock blocking like shit. I would have got her too, and she knew it too. She's like, Kuda, don't do it. Don't go around her. You stay away from her, because she knew I could have pulled her. Man, she kept trying to keep me away from that girl, man. I used to invite her to parties and be like, "Yo, hey, bring bring Apollonia with you real quick. Let me holler at Apollonia right quick." You dig? Oh my God, fasting! Come on, man, you killing history for me, because it might be true. It might be true. Back in those days, though, fasting, people didn't care about looking like brothers and sisters, though, which was a little strange, you know. But then again, y'all, everybody was on the booger sugar. She's strange. You said there's a Netflix series called Adolescence, right? That brings heat to the manosphere. Really? Why is nobody in the manosphere talking about adolescence? We'll have to look at that.
The Time was another one of these groups. And he pushed his music. Alexander O'Neal, a lot of these people benefited from
Alexander O'Neal.
His music being basically people who basically was able to use some of his music that he didn't use. So let me just say this. There were people out there, women out there doing this in the 80s. It was just a choice that they had to make. All right. It was a choice. It was like, okay, you're going to go that way. Well, then this is the life you're going to get, as opposed to, I can't afford to take that chance. Now I'll never marry and have kids, which women will more.
Now we got Adolescence, the trailer. And then we have Adolescence Explained. Let's see. Let's do our little search tree, y'all. Let's do our research. Dang, 2 days ago. It's an ending. Okay, let's. Oh shit. Hold on. You don't got like a smaller version? So what is it? This like little boy goes red pill and just start fucking shit up?
A new Netflix TV show has sparked a nationwide, nay, international conversation about toxic masculinity, incel culture, and the
Oh man, they going right after us. Okay. Hold on, let's take a look at this, y'all. This is bad.
influence of the online manosphere on young men and boys. So what is this show? How accurate actually is it? And why has it caused such a range of strong reactions online? We have all the info you need, as always, on Scroll Deep, the show that keeps up with internet nonsense, and sometimes internet adolescence, so you don't have to. Adolescence is a Netflix show that tells the story of how a family's world is turned upside down when their 13-year-old son, Jamie, is arrested for the alleged murder of a teenage girl who goes to his school.
Oh, come on. Oh, I'm about to crash out too, UFO. Oh, really? He killed the little girl. Really, dog? They're gonna put that on this? He killed the little girl. I thought it was gonna be something where like he kind of start rebelling because feminism is tearing his fucking family up. But that's where they're going. He killed the girl.
It was created by Stephen Graham, probably one of our national treasures at this point. It was also written by Jack Thorne, a man who writes
Man, fuck these niggas if that's the case.
100 award-winning
Don't do that.
TV dramas a day, apparently. And it takes a look
Out of all the years I've been here, I've never heard no nigga talk about killing no little girl, bro. Don't do that.
at the influence of incel culture and sort of how Andrew Tate-esque figures can radicalize young men, how that influence can drive them to make terrible, terrible decisions. And the series is only 4 episodes long, but each hour-long episode is shot entirely in one take, one unbroken take. They're not doing hidden cuts or anything. A bit like every episode of Scroll Deep. People don't realize this. We sometimes cut to close-ups and different shots, but make no mistake, we do all of this in one unbroken take. And if I stumble for even a second, we...
Right. Apparently, angry boys and men represent the manosphere. They don't even know what the dudes over here are mad about. You said, I'm not gonna lie, the media always goes to the extreme. Yeah, man, like what? The reason why I would have a reaction to this, y'all, is because who y'all think gonna get the brunt of it? Like when people just go to the little TV shows or they turn it on their TV and watch it, and then all of a sudden they're gonna return back to the internet. Did you see that show? Oh my God! So that's what y'all are doing? Y'all are advocating for men to kill? Like, stop. I blame Cynthia G also with that goofball stat. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to break this down over on Rumble. Who's coming over to Rumble with us? Put a 1 in the chat and make sure you guys support the show. Let's get at least one more supporter before we go over to Rumble. Because we're gonna have to go over to Rumble for this. I'm gonna crash out. At this point, I don't even blame Coach. Like, all right, go, yeah, get it. Let it go, Coach. Let it go. I'm gonna crash out. Just how it's presented, it's like, oh, here we go. Man, Square Kids be doing all kinds of shit. This ain't got nothing to do with no damn manosphere. Blue Pill World sending its blood cells. Yeah, man. The funny part is that the irony of it is that most of the guys in the manosphere are blue pill raging. That ain't red pill rage. You know, most of the guys in the manosphere are blue pill raging. And most of the guys in the manosphere are trying to use the manosphere to restore a blue pill life. Like, most of these guys are cypher. They want to wake up and none of this shit is real. You know? You said technically I'm already there on Rumble. Okay, perfect. This shit is goofy. Most of the guys over here are blue pill raging. What they're trying to talk about, y'all, and they've been trying to label the red pill, is the black pill sector, like the incel sector. You know what I'm saying? Those are the incel sector. Those dudes are harmless. And a lot of them ain't even real tech guys and nerds and shit like that. There's a lot of fake nigga nerds over there. The real nigga nerds, I'm telling you, that play video games and do what they you know, just be chilling and shit like that, they on Twitch. They ain't on YouTube. Every so often they might come to YouTube and make like a pre-recorded video or something like that. Then they go back over to Twitch and actually play video games and stuff like that. You know? So honestly, when we start back up the video game streams, I'm gonna need to be on. I'll just get another service because like StreamYard only does 3, but I'll be on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, and Twitch, and maybe Twitter. So I might have to look at Restream and see if I can send the destination till about like 5. I'm gonna have to get a team at that point because like I can't keep up with all of these websites. Like, but till about 5 destinations. But I might go on Restream or mix Restream with Streamyards or OBS. Honestly, I'll probably do it with OBS because OBS you can send stuff everywhere and they got like better graphic and frame rate and stuff like that. Shout outs to Fighter. The OBS that I was telling you about, their rendering and all of that stuff, that shit is high quality. So, it's like if they want to scale the video games and stuff that you're streaming and stuff, not even the video games, but just anything that you're doing, even a regular live stream when you use a nice camera, because you got a real nice camera, they can get that shit up easily to 4K, or at least super high res 1080p. And you can't beat that because it has like a different type of encoder, when it comes to streaming, because some sites they act stupid when you try to put a video game, because video games move a lot faster, but they act stupid when you try to put a video game in 60 frames per second. Hold on, y'all. Ooh, y'all killing me. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. These marathon shows take a lot out of your boy, bro. Hold on. Ugh. I do this shit for the sheer love at this point. All right. Let's go.
We start again. I've never stumbled, luckily, even once. So the story of Jamie Miller and the crime he's accused of, it's not based on one specific incident or any specific person, but according to Stephen Graham, it was inspired by a series of...
CGA trying to distance himself instead of pushing back against the show. He said he was going to start cooking certain men on his night show for the next month. Oh, he doing that? Well, I wouldn't expect no less from him. I mean, how can he push back? I mean, how can he try to distance himself? Bro, you got a bag from the white manosphere. No, you in this. You can't distance yourself. No. But I will say what's fucked up on the behalf of Coach Greg Adams is that they'll go after his black ass first. They cold-blooded. They'll go after his black ass first and try to make it seem like he came up with all this manosphere stuff. This is why you got to give people their credit. So when people come after you and your platform, you're like, oh, well, I'm quoting such and such. I'm quoting this person. See, when you try to take people's talking points and make it seem like you that dope and you came up with it, then people gonna point the finger at you, man. So we'll see how that plays out. Shout outs to Coach Greg Adams, but I'm actually giving, if he's listening, I'm actually giving him a tip. That's how they're gonna come at you. Oh, I think I just went over that show with the Anthony Edwards. Okay. CGA said he was gonna start cooking people. I don't know who he gonna cook, but
devastating news reports. He said, quote, I read
got a lot of new cats here. He probably gonna cook Izzy and probably Fatty or somebody. I don't know.
Article a while ago about a young boy who stabbed a
know about Ramil and Ty City and Solo, so
young girl to death. And then I saw a piece on the news about 4 months later. Again, it was about a young boy who stabbed a young girl to death, and they were at opposite ends of the country. And I just thought, why? What is it? What's happened in society today where this kind of thing is happening not once, not twice, but 3 or 4 times now? I just thought that would be an interesting thing to look at. And with this show,
I don't even give a damn why this young boy stabbed the hell out of that girl. It's not like he wanted coochie or anything like that.
Star is Born from the Shahalos, a young boy by the name of Owen Cooper. He plays the 13-year-old boy Jamie, and he was 14 at the time of filming, and he had never acted professionally before this role. But he was chosen, plucked from obscurity, and then all of a sudden he was doing these massive hour-long one-take episodes where he had like most of the dialogue, and you got this whole crew of adults staring at you, completely aware that if you make the slightest mistake, everyone would have to start again. And quite annoyingly, he did a perfect job. This child is so much more talented than any of us will ever be, and that's fine. I'm not bitter about that. In fact, his next role will be in Wuthering Heights with the co-star Margot Robbie. I've heard of her, so that's good for him. He's also playing young Jacob Elordi, which is maybe the biggest compliment anyone can ever receive. Eve. You look like Jacob Elordi, but younger. So how big is adolescence? Well, by any metric, I would say it's been a runaway hit. It's got 24.3 million views in its first 4 days of availability, roughly what Mr. Beast does in about 4 minutes. So it's a good world we live in. It's the #1 show on the English TV list in the UK, and it's the most streamed series in 71 countries. And when we say everyone in the UK is watching this show, we really do mean everyone. It is really capturing the conversation. Even the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, he says he supports a campaign that Stephen Graham's been pushing to have the show shown in Parliament and also in schools. Now, we'll get to the reaction in a sec, but one group of people that have really been speaking up about this is Andrew Tate fans, because Andrew himself is literally name-checked in the show. I actually did a bit of a double take. Double Tate, when he was mentioned in the show, because it's kind of crazy to hear Andrew Tate mentioned in like a mainstream Netflix show. They mentioned him during discussion episode 2 at Jamie's school.
I'm about to say, look, Myron going make an appearance in like episode 11. Damn, so they have Andrew Tate on their movie. Okay.
They're basically trying to explain incel stuff.
Well, see, this is the thing. They need Aaron Clary on there too. Aaron Clary would shut that whole show down. They need white boys to participate. They don't give a damn if black boys go manosphere. Because we're stuck in a multifaceted universe anyway. You know, they don't give a damn about that black man stuck in the manosphere. It's the white boys they need. They need. You know what they need? America, to a certain degree, whether Trump is in office or not, is trying to get its bones, its bearings back up under them. And guess what? They're trying to do it with a generation of men that simply don't care about working like that. Not no hard labor. You know, not no hard labor. So they need these men back in the workplace. They need you with a sledgehammer in your hand. They need some nigga on top of that roof. They need somebody down in the sewers drilling shit. They need this person on the oil rig. They need this nigga at the train yard. They need men. They need a slave class, honestly, for the labor that they need. So they'll entice y'all with like good paychecks and shit like that. But guess what? Your ass ain't gonna be at home. You're gonna be working for the rest of your days. All of these cities in America, pay attention to what I'm telling you. All of these cities in America are shaping up. Not even in America, but just in the world. Dubai, China, all these places, right? They're shaping up to become self-sufficient metropolises. You understand that? You know, they're shaping up to become self-sufficient metropolises. Okay? So they need y'all to get back to work ASAP. And they need to go eccentric. You know? Yeah, they love demeaning men. That's what War Master said. 1000 Suns says exactly like War Master said, they need men, not the other way around. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the thing is that it's useless trying to go after women at this point. It's useless. Y'all see both of those bridges that women construction team made? Both of them collapsed. One was in Florida, and I think one was in like New Jersey or some shit. Both of them, they both collapsed. Those bridges wasn't even up for a good 5 years, and they collapsed. And this is an all-women construction team that built those bridges. And I guess they tried to do what they saw men doing. Didn't work. They should, and I don't know how they did it, because they should have had a group of men. Imagine that. You and your bitches built a damn bridge, and a group of men got to come back and check it. Hey, is this sturdy? What did you use for this? No, you don't use that. No, you can't use a bow tie to hold this in place. You got to use this, which requires a lot of physical and strenuous movement to forge. You don't have the manpower to do that. You know, men gave them a break. Men constructed half the stuff that they used. They just probably put it there wrong. All of that shit collapsed. You said the series is fucked up. You can see detectives trying to target the father too, believing he's the influence the influence in the son's actions. Yeah, but in the real world, UFO kamikaze, oh my God, it's the big bad boogeyman manosphere that's that's behind his son's actions. His son is being brainwashed. Oh my God, his son is being brainwashed with online rhetoric. Oh my God, we have to stop it because that entity exists in real life. Oh my God, that even the father can't get to his son. It's like, really? What type of feminist nigga y'all got writing these damn scripts? I'm telling y'all, man. There's a whole subcategory of hating ass men and women behind some of these scripts. And it's the same thing with feminism. You got men that know their women go outside and say, fuck dudes, 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 and then come home and lay right beside those same bitches. Like they're not feeding the world poison. So the oven's getting hot and Coach Greg Adams is trying to run away. Sounds about right. Like the other cats, some of those live streams and rhetoric that they put out got a lot of people put on that FBI list. You said this country needs blue collared men. Yeah. But you got to get men interested back in those, things, which a lot of them are and already been doing it. And they've been tradesmen for a long time. But America got to get back to work, y'all. Who gonna swing the first hammer? Dubai is never going to be self-sufficient. They import their blue collar trade. They import their blue collar tradesmen. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like that's the thing about these metropolises that they're building. That part, it's like they're trying to be self-sufficient. They don't want to rely. Yeah, they got the truckers and the people that bring goods and stuff into it. But what they're trying to do is that they're trying to have steel made and certain things made within it so that they don't have to outsource or bring things from the outside in, but self-sufficiency. I would say that the black liberal equivalent to Netflix would do some type of black male equivalent to this type of show. Well, the thing is that if they run this show with a black man, it would fucking make sense. Y'all wouldn't even get mad if you seen them go red pill or whatever they're going to try to depict the red pill as. It would make sense because feminism actually destroyed his family. But the funny part was with these white kids is that they end up actually seeing feminism destroy their family. Black kids, they already get grown into something that's overridden. You know what I'm saying? So the story would make sense. People would kind of be on the kid's side. But in a story like this, they had to go super to the left and say, "Oh, he murdered or destroyed a woman or a kid, a girl at that." So this is where his hatred comes from, and this is where he goes to nurture it because he can't talk to his family. Like it's like an obvious story, and they're using that as a metaphor for who they believe is the average man in the manosphere. But the fucked up part is that they give their self away the whole time because they think everybody over here is and they're not even black pilled. They think everybody over here is like a doomer. And then the funny part is that they don't understand the black pill. And then the red pill. And then you know what's funny? They're going against a black woman. Yeah, they're going against a black woman. She just got back the rights to the Matrix. They're going against the black woman. That's the crazy part. Don't forget that part. They're going against the black woman. In the white community, like I said, they have a superiority complex compared to a black man's superiority complex. I mean, they have a superiority complex compared to a black man's inferiority complex. And let's say if you had this kid acting out like this and he's drawn to manosphere rhetoric, he's not acting out of an inferiority complex, he's acting out of a superiority complex. There's certain things that other races of people that don't go through the levels of misogyny, not misogyny, but misandry and stuff that black men just accept, will not accept. You know, you got a lot of these white suburb kids and just other kids that's even mixed around in the suburb that's like, hey, you're not going to do that to me, because they know better. Black men from the hood will have a lot of shit getting done to them because we think it's a rite of passage. Oh yeah, man, I'm supposed to go outside and get robbed, or oh yeah, man, we gotta carry guns, and oh yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? She gonna talk to me like that, and you know that's just how they are, and blah blah blah. I see my uncle get talked to like that, so now that I'm of age and I'm getting talked to like that, I kind of understand what, man. We just get a lot of shit done to us. Whereas a lot of those white kids and stuff like that, they come up, they're like, man, no, you're not about to. Oh hell no, you know, you know. You said the left want to set the house on fire and blame someone else later. You said the left have to blame the manosphere for how they convince women to destroy the family, especially. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's going on, INC? Intelligent Neanderthal Caveman. That's a funny ass name, but hey, what's going on, player? You said, are you saying that the black man feels inferior to the white man? No, not necessarily. But what I'm saying is that, like, we get born into some shit, right? And our shit is like overridden with certain things, right? There's a lot of white boys out here, honestly, and I'm being fucking real with you when I say this, that seen their father slave, their white father slave, to have the family that he has today, right? And these and other races too. You know, I'm not gonna make this just a black and white thing, but for the sake of America, I am, right? And watch the feminist mindset just destroy. Like, you have kids that actually witness, if the man is happy, the family's happy. But if the mother's unhappy, and for her own happiness, she'll sacrifice her family. What's the saying? A man will sacrifice his happiness for his family, and a woman will sacrifice her family for her happiness. Like, if you seen as a kid and stuff like that, you know, because like those kids back in the day, they went to work with their dad. You know, even if their dad was a lumberjack and shit like that, their dad would wake their kid up real early, make him some hot cocoa, have him sleeping in the Ford F-150, and he driving down to the yard, and then he's up there swinging the axe and doing hard labor and stuff like that. And the kids hanging out with dad, and hanging out with dad is so cool. And dad taught me how to fish, and I got my own axe and stuff like that, and just you know, just learning how men get down and stuff like that. And then you go back to the house and stuff like that and just see that the wife is unhappy and she wants this, that, and the third. And, you know, she got a whole different gripe. And so some of these kids saw their family, some of these white kids in suburb America saw feminism literally carve and eat out their family, you know? And they have a vendetta against it. They have a disdain against it. And then when they wisen up and go MGTOW, now it's a problem. See, when black people go, they don't give a fuck if black people fucking take up MGTOW and all this stuff. That shit ain't nothing different than some of these goddamn gangs they got out here. They don't give a fuck if a black person gonna take up MGTOW and SYSBM and all this other goofy ass shit. They don't give a damn. But when them white boys, those white boys that's supposed to be holding these jobs, that's supposed to be getting these positions, that's supposed to be off doing something else instead of shooting up the hood and being unproductive. We got to teach black kids to put the machine gun down and fucking go do something else. Like honestly, even if they try to dupe them into being a slave, that white man will go out there and community build. But guess what? If he feels like there's really nothing out there for him, what's he gonna do? And guess what? If he wants to, he can sit home and play Fortnite all day. You know? While the steel mill is hiring. Like, hey man, we need more people down at the steel mill. We need to no. I'm sit in the house all day and play Fortnite. My family is good. Or I still keep in contact with my dad. He said, dad still look out for him. You know? Yeah, War Master, the kids love hanging out with dad because moms are bad. Yeah. And and it ain't even like one of those like hatred pieces. If you watch Maury, you see that white kid on there, fuck you, mom. Billy, come down. No, it's not like no shit like that. But the white boys always have a peculiar relationship with their mother and their family and certain things. It dates back to a lot of stuff that if you do a little bit of history, you can see it. So I'm not even gonna hold you. It is a traumatizing event watching the mindset, the ideology, and certain things that feminism produced tear down your family. Whereas in the black community and the matriarch and stuff that we grew up in, that shit is normal. Even that, and that's the crazy part. As young black kids, you understand that some of the stuff that you saw and see is not normal, but you couldn't do anything about it. You had to wait till you come of age. Them white kids watching that shit, they knew instantly. And this ain't right. This ain't right. This ain't normal. That no, I'm hell no, I'm not about to stick around for this. They know better. They weren't they weren't subject to what was going on. They knew better. You know. So that shit is unfortunate. And shout outs to like guys like Aaron Clary and stuff like that. They talk. He talks about it how it's not even about it's like they gotta get you to participate. Even if it's a bullshit job, it's very vital that those guys show up to certain places and participate. They need y'all to participate. You know what I'm saying? Because if anything, when certain power structures fall, they need the next generation in line that they probably don't even have time to like. For example, if we go to war right now and in a certain demographic of men perish, America's fucked. Democrats gonna be back in office. The whole world is gonna be you know what I'm saying? The whole world is gonna be feminine again. And it's gonna be the world gonna be fucked. You know? The world is gonna be fucked. You know? And you know what's funny? Being in this sector, I've observed that. Over the years, I've observed that. I've seen young white boys that are next in line, amped up, ready to lead their family. I've seen that shit get ripped away from them. I said, fuck. You know? I used to think that black people had it really bad, but it's like everybody got they slice of the pie that they gotta tend to. And watching those white kids, really take a blow from feminism, that shit crazy, you know? And just imagine what they had to go through going through high school and going through like just, and it's been happening for a long time, like even during slavery. This is why you had HBCUs and stuff pop up. You know what I'm saying? Some of that mindset really fucked over a lot of like white American families, not just black American nuclear families, but white American families. Remember, feminism was designed to eat the nuclear family internally out, you know? Why you think so much white boys right now going after Asian women? Niggas talking about some white woman is the beauty standard in America. It's like, I don't think you've been to California, bro. I don't think you've been to certain parts of Asia, my nigga. You dig? White boys really SYSBM. If you really want to, if you for spade, if you really want to talk about it, white boys really SYSBM. They don't even think twice to have Hopper kids. Man, fellas, I just showed you a video of that Asian man in a paternity court with those two white women. Like, you can't make this shit up. You know? But then when you put the words together, you look at the word Caucasian, and Asian is in Caucasian. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Dropping some gems. Usually you only hear about Negroes, but when we start eavesdropping on some things that goes on in the white community, it's like, oh, dang, didn't look at it like that. Wow. Yeah, I gotta chill with the white boy stuff. Yeah. I definitely, yeah. But it is interesting. You know who I want to talk about this with? Imperious. There's a guy that's over on Izzy's show named Imperious. That will be an interesting conversation. That's why when you see a lot of the urban community and guys like Myron and the urban manosphere like go gun ho, like they hard on the biatch. That's what this that's what this series is built off on. Urban manosphere. It's not built off the trenches and stuff where we at. They're built off on the urban manosphere. You know what I'm saying? They're built off on the urban manosphere. Anyhow, you start seeing Andrew Tate, Andrew Tate, and Rollo Tomasi. Rollo Tomasi. Anytime you see Andrew Tate and Rollo Tomasi and all that shit show up in theory, or somebody's substituting it for them, you know it's the urban manosphere that they're talking about. Because like all the black kids will sit up there and see Andrew Tate and don't think nothing about him. They probably don't even think he manosphere, but they don't know what manosphere is anyway. Also, too, on top of that, they haven't read a Rollo Tomasi book. A lot of people, even in my generation, haven't read the Rollo Tomasi. The more Gen Xers read that Rollo Tomasi book than people in my generation. And then on top of that, also, why don't you ever see the Whatever podcast pop up? They've been stealing our shit for years. Why don't you see the Whatever podcast pop up? No, they go after Myron and Fresh. And I bet you in a series like this, they never talk about how they teach people financial literacy or talk to Robert Kiyosaki or have, certain guests on their show and talk about financial literacy and stuff like that. Hell, I'd be surprised if Tommy shows up in this goddamn series and stuff like that. They wait until they bring in the Boogie Black Man. That's probably why Coach Greg Adams scattering right now. And that's what I'm saying when it comes to like this whole sector. You got the Whatever podcast and all these other bottom feeders in the space and shit like that. And people just kind of leeching off of the space that never really had a Manosphere channel in the first place. I get it, but they get a lot of people in trouble because they will say something and then people will be like, well, Myron believes that or this person believes that. And it's like, hold on, you can't put that charge on Myron. Have you seen him talk about that? Or are you misquoting him? Or are you trying to, bogart him into something? One master said you might want to chill with the white boy stuff. He said the whatever podcasts are too vanilla. I'll use the word vanilla. Yeah, I think vanilla is a better word. Shout outs to my brother. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Let's get at least one more supporter and over to Rumble we go. Shout outs to EB. My brother Eric Bird dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
You dig? Shout outs to EB, man. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. But yeah, man, I mean, white America is going through some interesting times right now because they're under the brunt of this too. And they're not about to hook up with a bunch of black people, you know. They got their own shit going on. At one point they did when we had the greater manosphere, but it's too much shit going on right now. They got their own shit going on. They're not about to sit up here and, you know, they'll watch the black manosphere as they always have been and be in the clouds and get like content ideas and stuff like that. But aside from that, they ain't finna bother around too much with the black manosphere. You know, they ain't finna bother around with us this time around. You know. Let me catch up on y'all comments real quick. Fewer than 2% of Americans will ever serve. Didn't want to get hit too. First time I saw a child curse at their mother, I leaned back. I didn't want to get fuck you, mom. You peek out, the side of your eye, and it's like, oh, she's not swinging back. A lot of these younger parents, man, they feel guilty when they have kids too, because you got to understand that as a parent, your kid is watching you grow up also. UFO said they keep trying to manipulate men back into traditional roles instead of addressing the real issue. But that's the thing. They won't allow men to be traditional in the way they want to or the way that they know. They won't allow men to be traditional in the way that they want to or what they know. Men are like, hey, look, I listen, I want to be traditional the way that I want to be traditional. And they're like, no, you need to be traditional like this. And men are like, no, I don't want to do that. That's a slave. I'm supposed to go to work and take care of a grown-ass, able-bodied human being that's yelling at me about equality for the rest of my life? No. See, and this is the manosphere that they won't show you. As a man, I believe in equality. But I just believe that equal doesn't mean identical. I just don't believe that equal means identical. You dig? I believe men and women are equal, not identical though. See, equality will make y'all believe that it means that it's the same. No, we're not the same. We're not identical. You said, I hate to say it, but we're at a point now, even changing laws won't matter. It would be only legislation instead of a sincere change in society. Only desperate dudes will fall for it. I feel you. And Coach Greg Adams is still cool with the 21 convention. So you know who the first nigga to get thrown under the bus. So you said men can't be paid unless coochie or money. Men can't be paid unless coochie or money. Where's the money? Right. But see, this is the thing though about men that holler where the money at. Men that holler where the money at, they not wrong. Go get a bag. But guess what? Men are going to take that same bag and go spend on coochie. I get it. A lot of men would rather go to work than develop a mouthpiece to get what they want. Irony of it, though, is in the future, a lot of men might just get the mouthpiece and opt to be stay-at-home dads. We already built the metropolis or a utopia. You know, niche it in. Dudes from the suburb used to rock with us until the antisocial pro wax got into the space. They always chased them away. Yeah, the Hotep talk did take over the space. You're right about that. I remember that. But that's what I'm talking about right now with this Umar thing. It's like, why are y'all picking up this Hotep shit already? Oh, y'all are a bunch of new niggas. There's some niggas around here that know better though than to pick that shit up. We already passed that shit. That's what the whole Ibmore thing was for. Introspective black men of reform. That's what all of that shit was for. Manosphere men knew that they outthought the simpish men of the black community that's in those Hotep spaces. We didn't need those Hotep spaces. Hate to break the news to y'all. Like, what's the whole point of running around here calling people tether all over again and talking about lineage? Well, then go save Keisha. Like, what the fuck? That's what it was about the whole time. It's about saving Keisha. Niggas got mad at me. I'm like, listen, you can travel or you can do whatever, but listen, if you want to save Keisha, you're gonna have to get some game. The type of happiness that you want to attain, if you're going to save Keisha, you're going to have to get some game. And then the funny part is that the more that you look at it, a lot of these dysfunctional niggas and Keisha are two peas in a pod. They get on here and lie all day and try to make it seem like they're different, but they're not. You will find out how similar these guys are when you do a couple of things. When you, number one, ask them to go outside. That's the easy part. When you, number two, try to do business with them. Or number three, listen to them and hear what they got going on. You know? Hear what they got going on. Oh, yeah, man, I'm about to go over here, and then we about to go to the club, and then I'm about to trick on this, and I'm about to trick on that, and then I'm about to do this, and then I don't like that. And they're real close-minded. And it's like, dang, we were under the impression that we were helping out good guys and stuff like that. Some people here learned the hard way. They were under the impression that they were helping out good guys, good, honest men that honestly had problems with women. You know what I'm saying? Good, honest men that honestly had problems with women and shit like that. I bet you they won't do a fucking story about how them white women are blowing down black men. I bet you they won't do a story about She-Ra 7 telling them to undercook the chicken and stuff like that. Like, women are attacking men with impunity. And they try to make it seem like it's going one way. They're attacking men with impunity. I don't even listen. I used to cover every single fucking story because I thought it was thorough and I thought niggas would support it and really push it, but they don't care. So again, y'all gonna need some game. I don't give a fuck about y'all money. If you're gonna be tricking off your money for the honey, well, guess what? You better make sure it's sunny because you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get seduced and reduced. You know? You're gonna get depleted and deleted. You know? You said, does the manosphere have a war against simp men? Simp men. Yeah, it does. You know? You said Keisha don't believe that. It depends. You know what I'm saying? You said let them chicks go a few generations without husbands and let's see how they act. Being 80 and alone ain't pretty. Not even being 20 and 20 something and alone ain't pretty. I saw this video with these girls trying to hold this door closed when them stupid bitches left the damn sink on and flooded the whole apartment and started destroying other people's apartment and shit like that. And they were like, I can't open the door. And there was not one man in sight to help. Not one man in sight. You know what's funny? When they talk about having men, you would think like, oh, some big burly buff Bagwell nigga needed to come to their rescue. Nah, even skinny little black men help, you know? and fix and you know, and contribute to fixing shit. They don't have, they're not the right people to listen to when it comes to these topics. You said men can take it. No, men don't need to take it. Bad enough that we're disposable as is. When old people beef, men die. When women and other men beef, guess what? Men die. Every time some shit pop off, men die. Some men die. Some man die. Guess what? Some shit pop off, right? Some shit pop off. And the men that go in to save people, they die too. Look at this young Scooter situation, right? Look at this young Scooter situation, right? Some bitch called the police on another guy to try to get him for swatting or whatever, squatting or whatever, right? Try to swat this other dude. Young Scooter jumped 2 fences and then I think 1 wooden fence. I don't know what happened and he died. You know? Something ain't got shit to do with him, but now he gone. You know? Women's attacks are not futile. No, they not. Women attacks are deadly. They poison y'all drinks, slip shit in y'all necks. Hell no, y'all. That's the problem. Y'all don't take women seriously until you dead. Women attacks are not futile. I saw a bitch slap somebody. I thought he got shot. I said, damn, where are they feeding these hoes? You dig? You said, let them go. Hey, y'all start realizing when these dudes be asking for a different caliber of women, they asking for women they don't even get along with. They don't even have no background intel or no none of that. Even women that aren't attracted to you gonna be fond of you. That don't mean that you know how to be. That don't mean that you know how to respond to them being fond. You know. You said so. You saying men are weak to women's rhetoric and attacks? A lot of men die from women's rhetoric and attacks. I'm not saying that they're gonna go super saiyan or nothing like that. I'm just saying you need to prep and you need to understand women and the certain type of attacks that they do on you so you can protect yourself. Every man has a right to protect themselves. I'm not about to sit up there, oh, women are weak and shit like that. Yeah, a casket gonna be strong though. I'm not sitting up, I don't play with nothing. Women have the capacity to unsubscribe you from life like anybody else. They could pick up a gun and fire it also. There's 2 separate stories going around right now. Black man got his head blown off. And then nothing happens to them. They don't get fucking jailed or nothing like that. You dig? Women have the power of the government. Absolutely. You know? You said let the simps have the dysfunctional women if they want them. Why would you fight over a chick you don't even want? Absolutely. Absolutely. Or a woman that ain't even good for you, that don't even care about your well-being and stuff like that. You know? So men are gonna just get desensitized. I was gonna do a show about it. I might do a pre-record since these pre-records are starting to do good. Now that I can reapply for monetization, y'all. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm gonna take my time and reapply so we can all celebrate together. But I'm gonna do another story about the next wall that's coming up because there's another wall of silence coming up. You know, there's another wall of silence that's on the cusp, and it's coming up. And a lot of blue-pilled men are waking up. You know, they're just wrong and off on the information. A lot of blue-pilled men are waking up, but they're just wrong and off about the information. You know, so that's the thing. That's the thing. So these movies, this is why we need to be supported so we can put out our own counter movies on Netflix. I was looking at all the cameras and equipment, right? And the cameras that you put on the cage and stuff like that. I was looking at this rare Panasonic. I forgot, it's a G something. a little boxy camera, but it's built to like put in the cage and stuff like that. Netflix has like a camera list like that they accept certain movies shot in, right? A lot of y'all don't know about this type of shit, so that's what I'm telling y'all. But it's sad that the first Red Pill movie put out, we need to hook up with Kwafi. That's who we need to hook up with. We need to hook up with Kwafi and get some counter narratives going. I'm gonna run this by Kwafi Nino because white woman put out a Red Pill video, a movie. They done decimated Big John. Even the white manosphere is going through some bullshit. You know, they done decimated Big John. They done hit him with a curveball. They put him in a interview with an Asian lady that's somewhat hot, but you know he would find her hot. So it's like, oh man, they dismantling Big John. The white manosphere. Who y'all think is running the white manosphere right now? They can't really accept Tate. Tate's like in the middle, so he's like a you know, he's kind of in a weird Donovan Sharp position somehow. Rollo Tomasi, they don't like him. They call him Skeletor. And he kind of, you know, after like 2-3 books in, he kind of, you know, start claiming Red Pill honorary, you know. Mystery, all the pickup artists, they're kind of just, you know, they're kind of just, Ross Jeffries, Mystery, Neil Strauss, all the RSD guys, Tyler is actually doing well, but his shit go over everybody's head. There really ain't no white messiah. You know, even the 21 convention dude, he's kind of odd, but it's like honestly, let me tell you what the manosphere needs to do. Both manospheres, they need to not go into politics. They just need to one thing at a time. Strictly deal with the whole child support thing, strictly deal with women, strictly deal with all of that stuff, and then get into politics probably a little bit later, because unbeknownst to a lot of people, they think that the manosphere is all MAGA had it out, and it's not. There's a fuckload of Democrats that came out the woodworks in these spaces. You know what I'm saying? There's a fuckload of Democrats that came out in these spaces and was on some bullshit. So, you know, you need some solid people also, because these guys are telling y'all that at any given moment or any given woman, they'll go right back to the plantation. You dig? They'll go right back to the plantation. So, you said, I just want to point out men are attacking men plus under attack of women. That's what I'm saying. And with all of that shit going on, don't take any type of threat from a woman lightly. You know? Don't take any type of threat from a woman lightly. Especially if you got her cooperating and she making food for you and all that. Bitch will put glass in your spaghetti. You know? Don't take any threat from a woman lightly. You know? Black men for the most part, apex. Straight heterosexual men for the most part, apex. You're under attack from everybody. You got to wake up. It's not even the time to be naive or aloof or gullible about certain things. You know? So it is what it is. You know, it's a tag team thing. Oh man, now Streamlabs want to show up. Streamlabs, come on, man. Streamlabs, come on now. Leave a man alone. He didn't say nothing wrong. He's saying some cool stuff, and he's getting some good dialogue out of me, man. Thank you everybody for supporting the show. We're gonna get back into this. My bad. I just had to get that out. You know, I had to cook. You know, UFO Kamikaze says, I know chicks that will bait you into conflict with another dude when you don't give a shit about either of them. It's a lame way of trying. Yeah, man. I know. I ain't gonna lie. It was 2 girls in my life that I knew for a fact. I don't know what was wrong with me during that time. I guess I had a lot of shit going on, but I knew for a fact they set up dudes in the DMV area. D Nation will tell you. I knew for a fact D Nation, one of the girls I'm talking about lived around 3rd Street over there by Eastover, you know, over there by Glass Manor, 1001. You know what I'm saying? I had a couple of girls out there that set niggas up and carry guns and shit like that, and I'm like, dang, man, you know, dang, you know, living in the hood, it ain't even fuck it, not even the fucking hood. You don't even have to live in a hood. Actively dating and shit in certain areas and stuff like that. You know damn well to watch out for women and men. You know, Neanderthal said, got to deal with the men first. Who's more dangerous? Both are more dangerous, Neanderthal. That's what I'm trying to say. Because guess what? Women put batteries in other men's back. You got to deal with both men and women. You got to have equal smoke for both, bro. You can't deal with men and then say, hey, man, I got them out the way. Now let's get to the women. Women have a whole they be simp farming. Women have a whole army. They have a whole army of niggas ready to just go off of their word. As if women's words mean anything in a lot of cases. Women don't even mean shit to them. There's no real integrity behind most of women's words. They just kick words around for the sake of kicking them around. You know what I'm saying? As a man, if I say as a man, right? As a man, if I say I gotta do something, if I don't do it, I get called a bitch, you know, or hey man, he don't stick by his word and stuff like that. Let's go back to Scarface. You got your balls in your word. If a woman says she gonna do something and don't do it, there's really no candle a man can hold it to. He'd be like, oh well, you know, that's how women are. They just be saying shit for the sake of saying shit. Again, men, if that, they say about 10,000 words per day. If that, men will be quiet all day. There's some days, every single man, there's one day that went by in your life you didn't say nothing. Or maybe 1 or 2 words for the whole day. Men would be quiet. Men, as boys, we can sit. I'm running a whole podcast right now, so I'm putting in endless work. I'm putting in heavy. But men, we can literally sit around each other and not say nothing and be on the same. We can literally just sit around and be okay. Women, on average, at minimum, say 30,000. They say 2 to 3 times the words men do per day. Per day. Yeah, they produce the army. Yeah. And they hold the possibility of sex over men. Rest in peace, Alan Roger Curry. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Yep. You said they be getting on men's nerves, thinking men can't beat them up if they want. Yeah, and that's the crazy part. But guess what will happen, Neanderthal, if they try to, you know what I'm saying? If they try to like if something happens, right? If something happens, they have to call another group of men to protect them. You know? Women have to call another group of men to protect them. You know? So that's the thing. I would say that's a lot of power, to tell you the truth, that you don't want to fuck around with or play around with. It's a lot of power because guess what? You as like even back in my neighborhood, if I got into any static with somebody or whatever, I got crews back there. So there's a couple dudes that there's a couple people that I can call up or I could be like, yo, I'm around here, you know what I'm saying? I got a little pressure, where you at? Whoop-de-whoop. And a couple of good men are gonna pull up, right? But that's because I done favors for people. I know people. I'm a solid cat. So I got people that would do something for me. And I sat back and I look at it. I'm like, damn, that's a it might not mean much, but it's a little bit of power, bro. A woman as a complete stranger, can employ random men around her to just fight on her behalf. And let's just say this, for example, she could have been dead wrong. She could have been dead wrong. And there's a lot of guys that will fight on her behalf. That's a female. They'll fight on her behalf. I'm not saying you should sit there and just watch a woman, but hey man, you never know what a woman did. I just watched this one girl, these two girls pretend like one of them were drunk, and the dude walked over to him to try to help him, and the girl pulled out a knife and stabbed the shit out of the dude and stole all of his stuff, shoes and everything. I'm like, damn. I've lost friends from being set up. I've told dudes, hey man, when you go visit that girl, that's on the rough side of town. And I was familiar with that side of town. He wasn't. This man pulled up to a couple apartment complex and stuff like that. I told him, don't ever pull your car in, because he had a nice car. Don't ever pull your car in. You back in and you keep the engine running, or shit. Sometimes you tell that woman to leave her apartment complex and walk down the street and come meet you, in another location and stuff like that. You don't ever, man, listen. I told one of my coworkers to take those type of precautions. And guess who got carjacked and killed? Guess who I'm never gonna see again? And they still ain't find the girl. And if they do, big whoops. Ain't nothing gonna happen to her. That was my buddy. That was my coworker. That was my, you know what I'm saying? That was my, he just got his car. I used to drop him off home. Gone. Then I get on here and some idiot talk about some, man, the game ain't real and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. Don't even know what I went through the night before. I'm tired of some of these guys. I'll be the last person they talk to. And they're not listening because they're excited that they're going to hang out with somebody that's trying to kill them. It's the reality of it. Imagine trying to take somebody out on a date and spend some money on somebody and have a calm, relaxed night that you just met. And they say, hey, come pick me up on this side of town, whoop-de-whoop. And then people driving around in their neighborhood, op shopping. Gone. Gone. A life taken over some nonsense. Then you gotta go. Then you got like some weird survivor's guilt put on to you because you know what he was doing and where he was at and stuff like that. And it's like, dang, dog, the bro's going out on the date. That's his thing, And it's like, damn, if I was with him that night, he wouldn't have got killed. Hey, I can't tell a man that just got off of work what to do. I can only give him some game. He said some of these niggas so lame. All a chick got to do is suggest the possibility of sex with her, with her for beefing with you. These lame niggas ready to crash out for the possibility, right? You said, ever seen a dude that didn't even know you but seems to have an issue with you? Most likely there's a chick directly or indirectly motivating the loser. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ice Turner. Let me stop. This nigga's still doing videos on me and shit. Man's ain't got no content. And still listening. He in the clouds eavesdropping right now. But want to call himself a man. Fuck out of here, man.
Stuff to other adults. And so they kind of name check him as a way to give spoilers, by the way. It's not really like a plot-based show. It's much more a character-based. In the last episode, the dad also says, hey, this guy come up on my phone and he was talking about masculinity. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And that's obviously like a reference to Andrew Tate as well. So let's ask, how accurate is this show in terms of the sort of internet manosphere stuff?
To everyone. Yeah, man. Y'all support the show, y'all. I'm doing this for the sheer love, you dig?
to hear a show like this mention things like incels, red pills, the manosphere, even though that stuff is kind of everywhere these days.
And they don't
I
know
found
the
that
theory behind none of these words they speak. Let's go.
the media has been very slow to address this stuff or even mention
And they
it.
have not
I
been
guess
slow. Get you just for you on here to run your little YouTube channel and shit like that. You're not on no damn FBI list because you want to speak your minds about certain things that you see, and you're not even wrong. They treat the whole manosphere like Kanye. Kanye way more turned up than the manosphere, though.
because they don't want to give it oxygen, which I do respect. But at this point, you do kind of have to address this stuff because it is everywhere, and unfortunately, it is poisoning people's brains. And this show
Look
really
at
dealt.
this biased prick. How do you know it's poison in people's brains? What do you mean by poison? What do you mean by poison? You know the manosphere has looked out for him to even have this goofy channel and say what he's saying? That's how much women don't even want to hear from men. Even the ones that some of y'all dudes don't even get the opportunity to simp from women. They don't simp for women they don't want to hear from. And I ain't gonna lie, at the end of the day, some of those women are right to turn on men like this. Because to a certain degree, fucked up as it may be, women are gender loyal.
Into it in an interesting way. It kind of does the overt things of being
This ain't gonna get you more pussy, bro. It ain't.
What is the red pill? But it also delves into some of the actual mindset. Like when we see Jamie and actually, he sits down with a psychiatrist and speaks to her, he starts talking about like, he's so ugly, no one could ever love me because I'm ugly. And that, women only date 20% of men. And all of this is like really intense incel.
Yeah, see, that's a superiority complex. That's when you start getting into white incel rhetoric and stuff like that. Oh, I need to have a jawline. I need to be, they go after this, they go after that. It's like a fight for superiority, and it's like a weird superiority inferiority thing, but ultimately it comes from superiority, because even if you're a genetic fuck up. As a white guy, you can take your ass to Asia and they'll be fond of you. But then you opt out for another set of problems because now you're just looked at as a big ass walking wallet. But okay.
Stuff like he is completely deluded into thinking that he's like unlovable, and this is the kind of nonsense that is propagated by these people who at the end of the day just hate women and are using insecurity and these other things to just try and get other men to hate women with them. There was also some discussion in the show about emojis and secret codes in emojis, and I do want to push back on this a little bit because I feel like a lot of people, perhaps older people, have looked at this show and gone, the main message I'm taking from this is that all emojis are secret death messages, and that's not necessarily correct. In the show, it name checks some emojis. It's like the dynamite emoji represents the red pill. The 100.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Y'all are just making this up. No, the hell it doesn't. This is when they start trying to add in lingo that's not manosphere lingo. That bomb thing does not represent the red pill. There's an actual red pill emoji, a red and yellow pill. If you type in pill, you will see it on your thing. A bomb symbol does not represent the emoji, and the 100 symbol, he don't even know what he's talking about. The 100 is not tied to the 80-20 rule. Okay? And honestly, we use the 80-20 rule, but that's a rough estimate. Women are actually messing around with 35% of men, not 20. Okay? Not 20. Because when you start getting into actual percentages and stuff like that, women, if it ain't nailed down, women will have sex with it. They're not leaving no stone unturned. And people be like, oh, Kuda, you wrong. Why are you saying that? Even bitches will get mad and shit like that, but it's the truth. They fuck dykes. Lesbians. Like, women are sleeping with stuff that even a guy got to look at it and be like, oof, no. I wouldn't mess with that. Not even playing. It don't mean nothing. And to destroy yourself over that before you run into somebody that's going to give you some real information so you're not even thinking the way you thinking, man, that shit is crazy. Honestly, let me tell y'all something. The red pill don't be killing a damn thing. It just wakes you up to the reality. You're rubbing your past beliefs with the red pill. That's what's perplexing y'all. That's what's killing y'all. Because you got that blue pilled sickness is bubbling up in your throat and you don't know how to handle it because you're trying to mix blue pill with the red pill. You're still getting acclimated to the information. Yeah, that shit sounds good, jawline and 666 and 80-20 rule and 50-50 and all this other goofball shit until somebody that's really in that bitch show you and tell you certain shit and give you the game. Fucking idiot. Y'all don't even stick around long enough to even know what the hell's being talked about. All of that goofball shit y'all niggas killing yourselves over until you start seeing what women are really laying down with. And you want to turn around and lay down with her after you know she laid down with it. She's using that to try to make you go harder. That's no trophy. You up there trying to, like War Master said when he said Elon Musk bought a crime scene. You up there trying to obtain a damn crime scene because you can't get over a little bit of your sexual innuendos or desires. Let me tell y'all something. With a lot of these dudes that's taking the red pill, the red pill will expose how much of the red pill will expose how much of society and the blue and I wouldn't say blue pill because I got to put a little bit more respect on the blue pill because it's not what y'all think it is neither. But the red pill will expose how much of a mess society has made of you because you have nothing else to pull it from. The red pill has its own ideology, has its own philosophy, and society already built into it. But when you come with your bullshit rhetoric and it's not working, and you're trying to defend it, like first of all, y'all, some of y'all are some jackasses. Why the fuck would you go down the red pill rabbit hole? Because you're trying to get away from blue pill society and sit there the whole time in a red pill space trying to defend the blue pill when you're at what you just the fact that you're here talking to me about this shit, it's not working for you. And people will sit there and defend it, but they mad at it. You got to get it how you live when you get in this red pill shit. Everybody here that's gonna be around talking that shit, they're not gonna explain it the way I am. They're not gonna make it digestible. They're not gonna give you aha moments or fucking mental chewing gum. Someone else knew your ass. They just got a mic. Nigga up there having problems with women and shit like that. Then you go into a red pill space and they're like, it's this. Don't even have to explain it. Don't have to go around the world. Don't have to give you an encyclopedia. Don't have to do any of that shit. And you sit up there, no, because you got to do this and you got to. Who said you got to do all of that? Who said you got to do all of that? Well, no, you got to make her feel protected for and provided for and stuff. No, you don't. I ain't gonna lie. I smashed the chick one time. I didn't protect this bitch, provide nothing. The only thing I gave her was a lollipop that I had with some extra candy left over from Thanksgiving. I mean, from Halloween. And we had a great time. Wasn't no protection, wasn't no providing, wasn't no none of that. None of it. Just two adults chilling, had a great time, and then go their separate ways. Wasn't no kumbaya story. I didn't have to give a damn about her cooperating and shit like that. Y'all niggas getting scammed with basic shit. Baby, please wash the dishes. Instead of just saying, damn, that's a dirty chick. Let me get another one. All these germaphobes out here, and you end up hooking up with the sorriest bitch in America that you gotta beg to wash dishes that she used. Y'all niggas getting duped with average shit. Please vacuum the floor. Please wipe off that vase. Please take out the trash. She damn near she didn't negotiate with y'all when she was running up that them. She didn't negotiate. Nah, man. Fuck out of here. Then you sit there and you get on the internet. You don't even have to be a nigga telling no myth or no stories or nothing. Then you sit there, you get on the internet, and you go see them with other races of men, and all of a sudden they got sense. Then this develop an inferiority complex within you. Man, if I was a little bit taller, she would listen. Let me go BBL my legs. Man, if I had that jawline, you know what I'm saying? She gonna fall in line. You ain't even a player. How she gonna fall in line? Jawline or no line? You don't even know your line. Y'all niggas try to get basic women to do basic shit, and they can't do that. That's a personal problem. Up here arguing on the internet with a nigga over dead weight. But that ass though, y'all. Ruby Rose will put half y'all niggas through hell just trying to do something basic. You say he's actually most like the and that's another thing with some of these white panda bears out here. They will sit there. That's another thing. Good analogy. Good observation. Cause they would sit there and watch this Netflix series. They would sit there and watch this shit and see some of them in that kid for the wrong reasons. Oh, my brother treated his girl, my older brother, like he'll see his older brother treat his ex-girlfriend like shit. And guess what? He's a little boy that just started getting into girls, so he thinks that she's this nice person, and he don't know. And he's not hip to the concept. Like let's just say the brother did treat her like shit. He's not hip to the concept that every time she came around the house and smiled at him while going off with his older brother, the brother had to treat her a certain type of way for her to keep coming back and having this little relationship and stuff like this. What happens when you a fucking idiot kid, don't mind your fucking business. And then guess what? Then when he gets older and start dealing with women, he gonna be like, oh, damn. You know? I'm not gonna lie. A lot of guys want to deal with women with no problems, with just straight up peace and ease. Shout out to Toya. And as you please, right? That's your intentions until they start putting you through some bullshit. And when you're a nice guy, they're going to take advantage of you. Yeah, pay for my dinner. Oh, I got my homegirl coming with me. Pay for my dinner too. You a simp. You worship women, so I can get away with little. They're going to see what they can get away with. Oh, you too nice. And then guess what? His whole adolescent life, that woman been leaving him for the type of guy his brother was. Damn, you just leave me for an asshole like my brother was. The whole time he spent his whole adolescent life trying to rebel against his brother because he don't know shit about women. You got a lot of simps that don't know shit about women but getting fucked over by women daily. Why? It's called proximity. Yeah, the more you in proximity to certain bitches, you gonna get fucked over for no reason. You gonna be collateral damage. You gonna by proxy you gonna get hit by something, and you just supposed to take it. And then guess what? It be little gumps like this that turn up at the doorstep of the red pill because a woman will do something, right? A woman will do something, and it will intrigue them. Damn, what was that? Damn, why'd she do that? Damn, I was doing that. Why'd she treat me like that? Damn, she was in bed with the other dude. Like, what? Or damn, she ghosted me, but I see her on social media out with somebody else. What does he got that I don't got? Now you looking at niggas. You're not keeping your eyes on what you should be keeping your eyes on. Or guess what? Some dude beat her ass and she didn't tell you the whole story. And you up there ready to ride in white knight, right? And then you get your ass whipped and she's on a date with the dude that whipped your ass. And now you're confused. And your folks worried about you. Baby, who did you something? Why your face swollen? What's going on? I'm in the hospital. Over who? Over such and such. And your mama want to tell you, because she probably put you up on this simp shit, but your mama want to tell you, nigga, that's not your girlfriend. Why are you putting your life on the line for some random woman? That's the thing to do. Man, you sit up there and listen to women want their sons going. They don't want their sons dying because some random broad that's not his wife. Some stranger. Again, go look at the young Scooter story. This woman called the police on somebody else that was squatting, and now young Scooter gone. Atlanta ready to go to war and don't even know why. But guess what? At the root cause of it is some women. Go look at some of these stories and really do your research and see at the root cause of it is some woman. Mo 3's murder going crazy right now. Guess what? Over some woman. Over some woman. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a woman attached to the Sauce Walker thing. Some random woman. Oh, Say So P was messing with some random girl in Memphis and some dudes got mad and then. Yeah. Always. There's always a woman somewhere in the mix. Some of y'all are zillennials. Y'all like that little Scoom dude in the fucking Bloodhound Jeff. Guess what? They got taken out over some woman. I'm listening to these niggas, man. Go with your guns, man. Shout outs to D Nation, man. New ranch holder in the building. He said, yeah, you got to be careful in the DMV area. There's some bad women, but they do be setting dudes up. Absolutely. They backdoor dudes. Most people that get backdoored is some woman involved. War Master said, Elon didn't buy a company. He bought a crime scene. Jeremy from the quartering. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I do like Rumble's emojis, by the way. UFO Kamikaze says he the type to interfere in a domestic dispute, get fucked up by the dude and the chick. Yeah, the bitch start turning on you and start beating you and shit. Got you in a dog pile sounding like Hannibal Buress. But I'm right. You know? And also we gotta put up with a lot of shit, y'all. Women are turning simps red pill at an astronomical rate. That's where the rage comes from. If you want to keep it 100, let me tell you something. I'm not afraid of no bitch. I'm afraid of a coward simp dude with a gun. I'm afraid of simps. I'm afraid of simps. I don't know what that woman said to that nigga before he started coming in my direction. I'm afraid of simps. Simps terrify me to a certain degree. In certain settings, I gotta get up out of there. I'm afraid of simps. I don't know what she gonna put you up to, and I don't give a fuck what she put you up to. I'm not finna go down because you want a simp. Nope. Nope. I am horrified of simps. So let's keep it 100. Let's not culture appropriate the manosphere or the red pill or anything that I'm talking about. Let's make this 100. Since you want to lie about what the 100 means, because I don't mean none of that shit that you're talking about. Let's make this 100, y'all. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's the simps and guys that were once simps lied to have a whole story plot, and spent a good side of their lives being lied to. Them the niggas that's coming in here with that red pill rage bullshit. Half the niggas that come in the manosphere already have it halfway figured out. They just need some questions answered and they Gucci. Okay, that's what that meant. Okay, yeah, I can get girls to do that. Okay, damn, that makes sense. Damn, I went through this my whole life and didn't know. Okay, that's interesting. Next time I know. Some of this information don't anger anybody, but guess what? A bitch that put that fucking monkey or that battery in your back, it angers you because guess what? You got to get that battery out your back. That shit's still in your back. Why you think Derek Jackson running around taking out all his anger on women? Why you think Keith Sweat right now, he's in the Dominican Republic having a blast? All that begging he did, right? Why do you think a lot of these simps now in the year of 2025 are going elsewhere and finding happiness with other women? You know? Because you can be a simp. I don't blame dudes for being a simp, but in the West, it don't pay off. Just like being a stepfather. Or a stepstud. In the West, it don't pay off. Even I feel so bad for some of these lesbian women. Some of the shit that I mean, I don't feel bad. Some of it's funny as hell. But some of them I do feel bad. You got lesbian women going red pill, Princella. You got other women going through hell just to deal with other women. You're not going. You can't at this point. You can't even just point at the red pill. LGBT women and men are tired of biological women that happen to be LGBT also. Let's see if that term come up in your little bullshit lexicon. Talking about 100 meant 80-20. No, the fuck it don't. Y'all niggas steal so much of our lingo. Y'all trying to add y'all little bullshit into it, and it don't. It's not gonna work. UFO said, imagine being in prison for having to delete a simp on a dummy mission to delete you over some fake shit a chick said. Exactly. And that's a lot of people's, that's a lot of men's, that's get tricked off the street. That's a lot of men's story right there. And the court ain't trying to hear it. The court ain't trying to hear it. And then your reputation gets fucked up and she gets to go on and live a regular life. Don't nobody say nothing about her or to her. And she can still go on and go find a husband that's going to do the same shit. So that's why, fellas, when I tell you if you guys are married or about the game, go home and kiss your wife, hug your kids, love your kids. But be aware of the world that they're going to be in, whether she's a man or a woman. You know, because I love women. I love women. I do not hate women. I don't harbor no ill intent or no ill feelings towards women. I understand them. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I love women. You know? And understand them. I don't know what this nigga talking about. I have no idea what this nigga is talking about.
Emoji represents the conspiracy that 80% of women only want 20% of men or whatever. Yes, in some instances that may be true, but sometimes you just want to keep it 100. If your friend is wearing an outfit that's on fleek, you may want to just comment 100. It doesn't always necessarily mean, if you're a parent...
What the fuck are you talking about?
Right now, and you're just seeing some emojis, it's probably not going to be that stuff. It's good to be aware of it, but it probably actually isn't going to be this stuff. I've been seeing these things from like This Morning and all these kind of morning TV shows that are like, every emoji actually means death. And I don't know that's true. I like the idea that emojis have secret messages. It's like, isn't that the whole point of emojis? It's a symbol with a meaning. Did you know that
No, it's called an emote. It's called an emote. Jesus Christ.
Dots with a half circle underneath actually means smiley face. But I should make you aware of some of the other emojis that they didn't talk about on the show. Obviously, there's the tennis ball emoji. That means this is the best possible thing. I love.
What manosphere are these people in? We don't use these emojis. The best possible thing, I love this thing, I guess, is tennis. Can y'all in the chat enlighten me to some of this shit? Maybe I might be fucked up. Maybe I might be wrong. Maybe I didn't do enough research, or are we not in the space and know everything that goes on in the space down here in the trenches? We're in the trenches, so when a tennis ball.
Love this thing. I guess it's tennis. Now, there are a lot of people who have just willingly or unwillingly completely misunderstood this show. I saw a few tweets from people going like, oh, I was annoyed there wasn't a twist at the end. And it's like, what show were you watching? Like, it's very clear what the situation is from episode 1.
No, what show are you watching?
Person tweeted, he was in his room. We thought he was safe. That's a quote from the show. And that's the point of the show. Parents thinking their kids are safe, but the dangers are on their phones and laptop and not being aware of what they're consuming. It was never going to be a whodunit show. Naturally, also, with this being the most annoying time.
And you know what's fucked up? If you get rid of the manosphere, then you're going to have a real fucked up kid, because guess what? He's going to get into politics. He's going to get into politics. And if you think the manosphere is fucked up, wait until he gets into politics. Your son going to be like, Heil. Anyway.
Him to be alive in history. It's not the worst time to be alive, but it is the most annoying time to be alive in history. There is a group of people who will look at any situation and ask, can I make this?
Yeah, these dudes are vandalizing Teslas, but they want to talk about the manosphere. Hey, if you're going to go sit down.
It's racist. And so a small but vocal subsection of people online have looked at this moving exploration of toxic masculinity and gone, why is the kid white? Why is a white kid using a knife? Of course, completely missing the point of the show. It's not a show about knife crime. You know, in a way, the way he murdered...
Because if it was a black kid, it would make sense. Damn, that's sad. Hey, I'm too real, bro. If it was a black kid, the show would make sense. That too real for y'all? Y'all feeling that? If it was a black kid, the show would make sense.
Doesn't really matter. Obviously, it matters because it's brutal, but it's more about the fact he killed her, why he killed her, what drives young men to kill women. It's not about knife crime. Also, you're going to look me in...
What young men are out here killing women?
The eye and tell me that white kids don't commit crimes, that white boys don't stab people. That's just instantly...
All right, there go War Master white boys.
disprovable. Quote, the people moaning about the race of the kid in adolescence are completely missing the message of this.
Yeah, because they know that most likely it would have been black.
Series. It's not about race, it's about incel culture of regular kids who are radicalized on their computer, not knife crime, which is mainly associated with gangs in London. To me, this feels like kind of classic whataboutism, where people, probably the people who need to hear the message of this show the most, let's be honest, feel confronted by it, and so they basically need to decide it's bad. They need to give themselves a reason to dismiss it, because maybe it's too close to home. I think what is great about the show, and that I really give it credit for, is that it does...
What's going on, Ghostman King? Yeah, I just now realized that he's talking about London. Let's see if Jessica comes out of nowhere and does a response video. Shout outs to Ghostman King. Nah, in London, they stab people in general. Everybody gets stabbed. Go to Brixton. Go to Brixton with that bullshit and see if you don't come back with holes. They get surgical as fuck in London. You know, in England, my bad. They got a different version of it, though, because y'all know this is a different version of SYSBM going on over there in England and stuff like that. They've always had a weird warped version of the red pill there, you know. And honestly, I hate to say it like this, but there's a different mentality in somebody that will stab you versus shooting you. Stabbing, it's more savagery. You know what I'm saying? Because blood get all over you and all kind. You got to get up on somebody. Stabbing is a different mental. Like shooting, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of takes nothing. You know, not all shootings are like gruesome, but all stabbings are. All stabbings are. Like, The problem is stabbing is primitive compared to shooting. Stabbing is primitive compared to shooting. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's funny just hearing somebody talk about it, but that's a prison mindset. That's a prison mindset more than a that's a barbaric mindset. Cause you got to see the blood and make sure you hit an artery, and somebody just stabbing your ass up and popping your ass with this blade and shit like that. That's some primitive shit. You know, that's some primitive shit. You know, I'm not gonna say guns are any better, but when it comes down to it, the manner of death, stabbing is fucked up. You know. War Master said these leftists are angry. The internet will tell people in general what the media is lying. That the media is lying. Women are a little slow. Yeah, I agree. You said the red pill equals truth. Right. Right. Yeah, it's true. UFO. That shit primitive, man. You know, it's not even up to date. Like, bro, I hate to say it like this, but like, dog, y'all still stabbing people? Like, get tasers or something. Like, damn.
Doesn't have any easy answers to anything. Everything is sort of inconclusive. The parents in the final episode, they analyze it. They're like, were we bad parents? Again, this isn't really spoilers, but the dad's like, oh, you know,
That's some vicious. That's some malicious, vicious shit. That's like some visceral shit. You got to have a lot of hate or animosity or some shit built up to go stab somebody.
I tried to make him play football and he didn't really like football. And it's like they're trying to come up with these reasons. But at the end of the day, what the boy has done is so extreme. You can't really trace any of these lines, right? None of it's clean and rounded off. You know, the girl that he kills, they're like, oh, was she bullying him because she called him an incel? And even in the show, there's like a sort of incel guy who's like, I'm on his side. She was bullying him. But at the same time, there's another young boy in the show who is also very clearly getting bullied, and he's not committing murder. You know, it's all a bit messy and it's all a bit unclear. But I think that messiness is great because it's realistic and it gets conversations going. And it means that you can't just kind of go, oh, it was this, and then move it aside. You have to kind of confront this stuff. And I think that's why it might be useful to show it in schools, because it inspires debate. I think getting it in front of older people, but also in front.
I mean, simply it's a young dude that wanted to go stab somebody. Why you gotta bring the red pill into it? He made up his mind he wanted to go pop some shit. Fuck?
Front of young kids themselves is probably quite a good thing. What do you think? Let me know in the comments down below. Do you think it will lead to any meaningful change? What steps do you think can actually be taken to sort of de-radicalize a lot of these young?
That's what they wanted to do. They want to make us seem like we're a radical group. That's some coward ass shit. That's some coward ass shit.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
Damn.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
I know if Kevin was alive, he'd say something.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Right. All right, we needed like 1 or 2 more supporters. We were gonna go over the Rumble, but look, later on today for me, later on tonight for y'all, we will go over Coach Greg Adams crashing out over that, because that shit got me hot a little bit. And that's crazy. It's not crazy, but it's wild that Coach Greg Adams is trying to back his way up from it. But I guess he knows that the people at the 21 convention ain't gonna really stick up for him. You know, because he's kind of like the token black guy in the situation. You know? Shout outs to EB in the place to be as always. I appreciate you. You said salute salute all. Kuda, I just saw Slow Bucks. I got his info. Networking, making serious moves. What do you mean Slow Bucks? Who's Slow Bucks? Who's Slow Bucks? Yeah, we're gonna do the Coach Greg Adams review over on Rumble later on today, because we are at the 10:31 minute mark, and I'm slowly fading away, y'all. These marathon shows, they catching me, you know. Shout outs to Slow Bucks, whoever Slow Bucks is, you know. If you got his info, definitely networking is good. Make sure you guys do network. I said we say 10,000 words a day, but make sure y'all talk to people, you know. It's called the 6 degrees of separation. And honestly, I think the internet made it even shorter. I think it's like 4 or 5, maybe 3 degrees of separation. You never know, you know. Slow Bucks from Queens. Yeah. All right, name sound familiar. He's affiliated with Dipset. He used to be with 50. Okay. Y'all, hey, look, hey, ask him about Purple City Bird Gang, man. Be like, hey, where on Casa at? Where on Casa at? You dig? That's us, that Purple City Bird Gang. Ask him where Shice Bubs is at. Ask him where Bubsy at. And what's his name? Aguilar. And he gonna be like, how you know these people? Ask him where Aguilar at. Ask him where 40 Cal at or Ruger. You dig? If he seen Jaja, where Jaja at? You know? And shouts to Eric Bird, man. Definitely get that networking in, player. You dig? Yeah, I love Shice Bubs. He used to put his chain around his neck and then like be swinging it and shit. And Shice Bubs was, I ain't gonna lie, that is you know, untapped content. Okay, Slow Bucks. I sell my hats for 500. Okay, he on the Nipsey. He on the Nipsey the Nipsey hustle.
These artists aren't really like building with each other the same way like maybe Atlanta or somewhere else.
Closest thing
you know?
to that happening was us. And that shit is rare in this business. He was the only person I met who I was like, all right, I felt like it was collaborative.
It's not what you went through, it's how you get up and what you choose to do after that.
We are content with who we are, and we stick to that.
A lot of joking on this show, but you will get some gems every now and again. It don't matter that I feel like a rap.
Yeah, see, dudes gotta always give you a disclaimer when they want to talk they truth and shit like that. Women can run around here all fucking day. Let her speak her truth, bro. She's speaking her truth. That's a strong woman because she's speaking her truth. But when you fucking say something or have a little bit of locker room talk or want to talk about something real, now all of a sudden it's a damn crime and we got to mitigate this and find a way to stop it. And oh my God, I'm going to make a movie about it and be disingenuous with it. And then wonder why conversations amongst men is happening with it, because guess what? I'm demonizing a group of men that ain't even talking about that shit. Half the time we don't even be talking about broads. We be talking about other shit going on in the world and how to protect ourselves. You know why? Because when you protect a man, you protect family. Want to know why? Because men protect family and women, whether he's a cop or whether he's a civilian. Shit. Fucking, we gotta be a goddamn nuisance. People gotta paint us as something bad. We ain't even do nothing. You know? But make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show on air, off air, surprise me off air. I will give you a shout out on my wall. You know? Make sure you guys hit the like button and share so other men can be aware and other women can be aware. You know what I'm saying? Send it to your mama's mama. You know, send it to DJ Drama. You know, I don't know what to say, man. We're gonna go over that video. I got it written down right here. Later on today, we're gonna if it's too bad, we're going over to Rumble, but Coach Greg Adams going off on that movie, I would too. You know, that's some bullshit. On that Netflix series and stuff like that. That's some bullshit. And you know what's funny? You know what's funny throughout all of that stuff, UFO? If it was a legit red pill movie, Netflix probably would have rejected it. Netflix probably would have rejected it. But the fact that it goes against the red pill, they selected it. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell y'all something, because YouTube has done this also. YouTube is notorious for this. They keep the gender war going. They keep the gender war going. You know? They keep the gender war going. For sure. You know, they keep the gender war going between men and women. Believe it. The media is behind a lot of this stuff, you know. And honestly, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. You know, who's really here to defend the men? Ain't nobody really around to defend the men for this BS. Who they think gonna answer to that? You know what I'm saying? Who's supposed to answer to that? Not the 21 convention. And honestly, the funny part is that Coach Greg Adams reacted to it. I hate to say that, y'all, but it's a white movie in England. Why isn't the the whatever podcast reacting to it? You know, why aren't Rollo Tomasi and what's his name, Aaron Clary, and all them other dudes? Why aren't they reacting to it? You know, why is it taking the black manosphere to react to it? Yes, they probably know something we don't. We're probably gonna be the first ones to get thrown under the bus when it comes down to them cracking down on the rhetoric, whatever that means. And first of all, why is that toxic towards men instead of women? Women are setting men up, divorce, using divorce raw pay, weaponizing kids. Surely what women are doing to men is a lot more interesting than what men are doing to women. If men do anything to women, you know, most guys, they just want to be alone, at home, playing video games or doing sports or in the gym and stuff like that. They ain't really in these women faces like that to sit up there and be committing crimes like that. So again, the simp community, the SIMP community that women are farming, that's who you got to look at. Most of those incels, they were once simps. Those aren't players. Those aren't players. Those aren't dudes that's like, hey, I had women at one point, but then I lost them. Let me figure out how to adjust my game and get them back. Oh, those are dudes that never had them. Or guess what? They get toyed with by them for a good majority of their young life. They get sent in the wrong direction. They get put on a fool's errand. And then they get called certain things. That little boy probably snapped because he got called an incel. Well, it's a term out here. And where'd the term come from? I know they heard it from the manosphere, but that don't mean that other people don't weaponize that term. Why was that little girl running around calling people incels? Where was her dad? And then since they're so masculine and masculine oriented, why don't her dad go fight his dad? Yeah, come on, Mr. Blue Pill, go and avenge your son's, your daughter's murder. Why don't her dad go fight his dad? Isn't that the masculine way that the Blue Pill people want you to? Isn't that the most noble thing? Go get some revenge. And it's not a bad thing because he's doing it on the behalf of a woman. Why don't he go fight his dad? Why don't the two dads go at it? You know, women like two niggas fighting over them for no reason and shit. That would have been a more realistic plot. That's kind of what y'all want, right? I don't see anything wrong. Some coward ass shit. Now one of them niggas be like, hey man, why don't her dad go ride for her? Let me guess, that's protecting women is toxic masculinity at that point. Go avenge your daughter's death. That'd be toxic masculinity. You know? Somebody's kid popped your kid with a damn knife. That's intentional. That's some barbaric shit. Y'all niggas in the fucking UK got a goddamn stabbing problem and shit like that. I know we got a shooting problem, but we not as barbaric as that. Niggas wait to stab niggas when they get in the jail and shit. After they shot. You dig what I'm saying? Somebody up here stabbing and shit, nigga. What the fuck is this? Julius Caesar, nigga? What is this? Nigga, stabbing? Fuck out of here. That's some barbaric ass shit. So yeah, man. Y'all be easy. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. See you guys on the next one. Player Talk. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. Make sure you guys catch us on the next show. We're going to go over Coach Greg Adams crashing out over this movie. All right? Player Talk. Peace.
knock a nigga out. They pride theyself in whooping niggas. It's some niggas wake up on Saturday, get dressed, they plan on fucking plenty hoes that night. I want to put niggas in jail. I want to put the gangster niggas in jail.
Hey sister, give me love then.
I got so many, you can't do anything about it. You think he's coming back to you? I doubt it. You keep on calling, trying to get him back, girl. I got your man, girl. I got your man, girl. I got your man, and you can't do anything about it. You think he's coming back to you? I doubt it. You keep on calling, trying to get him back, girl. I got your man, girl. I took your man, girl. I got your man, and you can't do anything about it. You think he's coming back to you? I doubt it. You keep on calling, trying to get him back, girl. I took your man, girl. I got your man, girl.
Everything is alright, right? What? No man, get a guy, no blood. Bad boy, let's rock. It's all. We got it. What they talk about? Shit. Tired of these bands all known out dick. Every time we drop, they be grabbing shit. Tired of these fans all on our dick. Every time we drop, they be grabbing it. Tired of these fans all on our dick. Every time we drop, they be grabbing it. I'm tired of these fans all on our dick. Every time we drop, they be grabbing it. Tired of these fans all on our dick. Every time we drop, they be grabbing it. Out of these fans all on our dick. Every time we drop, they be grabbing it. Tired of these fans all on our dick. Hey, Black. Hey, wait, let's take a ride. Take a ride. On the east side, okay. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful day. Riding high. On the west side, looking for who ran away. Don't you wanna come out from the night today? Taking a ride. On the east side, okay. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful day. Riding high. On the east side, looking for who ran away. Don't you wanna come out from the night today? Stay up and take it. Yeah, superstar. Sucker free. My hands free, honey. It's all. It's good. It's rough. Come on. Hey, hands free. Hey, baby, what's up, baby? Oh, baby. Step it up. Assist. Give me the new shit.
I've got so many you can't do it.
And are you a slut, Sam?
I have two brothers.
Oh, okay. Are you close to them?
I am very.
And do they see you as a slut?
We're all sluts. You're a slut. All these dudes behind you are sluts. Your cameraman's a slut. Your PA's a slut. And your mic's a slut.
And what make you a slut?
Swag like mine because it ain't a nan nother like me. Huh? Since the day of my birth until I leave God's green earth, it ain't gonna be a nan nother like me. They can duplicate, they can replicate, they can make carbon copies. A motherfucker could do me better than me if we swap bodies. Cause it ain't a nan nother like me.
Bitch, I drop dick on the bitch. I drop dick on the drop a dick on the bitch. I drop a dick on a bitch. What? Oh shit.
Looks like that's the end of the video. If you learned something new, be sure to hit that like button. Yeah. Make sure you